All right, welcome to the Big West basketball previews presented by Credit Union One. I'm Jeff Goodman. I'm here with Richie Schuler for the next 3 hours. Richie, we're going to be talking Big West men's basketball, and then we're going to turn it over to my daughter Talia and Tammy Blackburn, and they're going to tell you everything you need to know about Big West women's hoops. So for the next 6 hours, we have you covered. We're going to talk to every coach in the league. We're going to talk to all the players from the Big West first team. But let's get to it, Richie. I just got the preseason poll handed to me here, and I'm going to run through it here. UC Irvine, pick number one in the league, 8 first-place votes. They went 17-3 last year. They bring back a couple of studs from last season's team. UC Santa Barbara, second. They had a little bit of a down year last season. Look for a bounce-back year. UC San Diego had a great year under Eric Olen last season. First year eligible for the tourney. They're picked third. UC Riverside, UC Davis, Cal State Northridge, Hawaii, Long Beach State, Bakersfield, Fullerton, and Cal Poly round out the poll. All right, Richie, give me your thoughts here. Like, what stands out? Where did the coaches go wrong? This is the coaches poll. Tell me where they went wrong with this thing.
Honestly, I think UC Davis is going to be better. They might have the best player in the league in T.Y. Johnson on the roster. And for the league to pick them fifth was surprising to me, especially because UC Davis last year had lost in the conference championship game against Long Beach State. So I thought they had a shot to be in a top 3 team preseason ranked. But as you're looking at it, it's really impressive to me. UC San Diego, this is their first year going into Division I. A year ago, they were second place in the regular season, so now they're eligible for the championships, and they've got 9 guys back. Here's another surprise, though. UC Santa Barbara, who's always dangerous. They had the best player in the league last year in A.J. Mitchell, who's now in the NBA with the Golden State Warriors. They're coming off a down year where they were 9-11. But the respect around the league is let's pick them number 2, and because they're always going to be dangerous. So all those are a little bit surprising to me, but not in a bad way, especially those last 2.
You know, I think a big thing these days, Richie, is a lot of teams are picked in programs based on reputation right now because there's so much turnover, not just in the Big West, but in every league in America. So, you know, generally, whether it's in the ACC and Duke and Carolina or, to me, the Big West with Irvine and Santa Barbara, those have been, you know, the 2 most successful programs. And part of it is the sustainability of the coaches, right? I mean, Russell Turner's been there a long time. Joe Pasternack's been there a while. So, you know, there's a little bit, you feel better because you know what you're going to get because you know what you have gotten. And I think, again, Irvine poised here to maybe break through and get back to the NCAA tournament. It's been a few years. They've been very successful in the regular season, but I'm sure Russell Turner is kind of chomping at the bit here to get back to the NCAA tournament.
Yeah, and he has 10 returners off last year's team. And, you know, in his time, I think he's been there something like 15 years. 7 regular season championships, so like what you're saying, under Russell Turner. Now, last year, outright regular season champs. The year before, they were co-champions with UC Santa Barbara. He's been to the NCAA tournament a couple of times. He's been to a lot of different postseason tournaments. But, yeah, I think with 10 returners, I mean, that's unheard of in today's transfer portal era. It would not surprise me at all if they clean house and take care of business in the regular season, then get hot in March and do their thing at the Big West Championships in Henderson, Nevada.
You know, 2 new coaches in the league this year. Chris Acker, who I know extremely well, who took over for Long Beach State. Dan Munson. Acker comes from an assistant at San Diego State where he was pivotal in their success the last couple of years, Final Four, Sweet 16 appearances. And then you got Mike DeGeorge, who a lot of people don't know a lot about. And I can't wait to talk to this guy because obviously he's had a ton of success coming over, you know, and taking over a program in Cal Poly that hasn't had a ton of success lately. They're picked last. They didn't win a league game last season, but he comes over from D2 Colorado Mesa, and he brought a bunch of guys with him. And it's going to be interesting to see, you know, how long it's going to take. Like, are those guys good enough coming, you know, I don't think people give D2 basketball, Rob Doster, says it all the time. Like D2 basketball is really good, and I think sometimes people don't give it enough respect. But it's going to be interesting to see if these guys can come over and take Cal Poly to where at least they're respectable in year one under DeGeorge.
I'm excited to see that too. And I'm a guy that was in Division II for a long time. I was head coach Division II. I love to see that. He brought, his culture from Colorado Mesa, not just his players, but Mike DeGeorge at Cal Poly now also brought a couple of his assistant coaches too. So he's bringing that culture where they were so successful the last few years over to Cal Poly. That's going to be their niche. I'm curious to ask how that's looking, what that's going to look like. But also, you talk about D2 transfers. UC San Diego's Eric Olen. We just talked about how they just spent the last 4 years in purgatory. And finally this year, they're able to play Division I, compete for the championships, both in the Big West and for NCAA. Eric Olen this past year has also brought a slew of Division II transfers into UC San Diego this year. So I'm curious how both those rosters are stacking up and how both those teams will be throughout the course of the regular season here in the Big West.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, listen, last year's Big West tournament was a little crazy. I hope they pick up where they left off. I hope there's some fireworks in the regular season and it's unpredictable. I think it will be just because, again, the turnover in the Big West, there's a bunch of it. There's not a ton of first-team All-League guys back or second-team All-League guys back for that matter. So I think you have so many new faces, whether it is DeGeorge bringing in some of his guys, whether it is high major transfers coming down a level. So I think it's going to be interesting. Let's look at the all first team, the preseason first team right now, and who's on this right now. I mean, you got Barrington Hargress, who was terrific last season at Riverside, point guard, freshman of the year. You got guy from UC Irvine and Justin Hohn, who is back and he'll have to take a jump. I know Swenson coming from Stetson was terrific for Tait-Jones last year, getting the NCAA tournament for the first time in school history. And now Joe Pasternack's going to rely on him a lot. Any surprises for you out of this group? Anybody omitted that you thought should have been on here?
That's a tough question. I'm not sure I can think of anybody that I felt like was omitted, but I love to see Aniwaniwa, Tait-Jones from UC San Diego on there. We just talked about that. He was a guy that was a Division II transfer going into UC San Diego. They weren't even eligible for the championships last year, and he helped lead them to 21 wins with 14 a game, 6 boards, have a pair of assists, steals per game. Big presence. So that was really exciting to see him make that list because he was a bit of a mystery a year ago. But keep an eye on T.Y. Johnson from UC Davis. He has been outstanding. And I know we'll talk more about him with Jim Less, but 18 a game last year, 3-4 rebounds a game, about 3 assists, a couple of steals. This is a guy that had multiple 30-point games last year. And keep in mind, UC Davis had Elijah Peppers last year, who was like a top 2 or 3 scorer in the country at 22.5 points per game. So I'm curious to see what's his progress going to be like, what's his production going to be like in this year where he is the main focal point offensively.
All right, I'm gonna put you on the spot here. Who's your preseason player of the year? If you had to pick somebody right now, who is the guy? Are you going with Hargress? Or are you going with Johnson? Who do you like?
Usually it's the best player on one of the best teams, right? And I'm expecting UC Davis to be in the top 3. So I know you're looking for a more of an original answer, but I'm probably going to go with T.Y. Johnson again.
No, I listen, I'm kind of with you there. To me, I would just say if Irvine's picked first generally I might go with the best player on the best team at the end of the day. And if we're going Irvine first, but you seem to think that Davis could win this league. It sounds to me like you're thinking, hey, they're kind of that dark horse that people maybe aren't picking with Irvine and Santa Barbara, but they're right there.
Look, Jim Less's teams are always in it. They're always super competitive, and they're always difficult to play. And every 3 or 4 years, they're up for a championship. Last year, they were 4 or 5 points away from winning it. This year, I think they got, with all the depth that they brought in, I think they have a fantastic shot at winning the whole thing.
All right, let's get going here with our first coach in the Big West, and it is none other than Andy Newman from CSUN. And Andy, good to have you on. Year 2, and you picked a lot higher, I think, in year 2 than you were year 1 going in. So you picked 6th. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, well, we had nowhere to go but up, so that was good, and it's good to be on, Jeff. Appreciate you having me, but really looking forward to year 2 here at CSUN and keeping this program moving in the right direction.
Coach, I got to ask you, or go ahead, Jeff. Go for it.
No, you're
okay.
Good,
I was going to ask
you.
Yes, sir. Coach, massive turnaround last year, right? Went from 7 wins the year before you got there. Last year, 19 wins. That's 5th best in the nation with the plus 12 turnaround. Most wins in 16 years over at CSUN. You guys beat UCLA. You guys beat UC Santa Barbara in the first round of the Big West Championships. But this is a brand new team. You got 3 key returners. You got, 15 total newcomers or something like that? I believe it's like 7 or 8 Division I transfers. How do you build on last year's success, knowing that, this is a brand new squad?
Yeah, I think, that's going to be one of the challenges for all of us going into this new normal in college basketball. And so we're going to work really hard at it. But, yeah, getting new guys into your program and acclimated into how we do things here at CSUN in a relatively short amount of time is going to have a lot to do with our success and a lot to do with everybody's success in college basketball now. So we hope we have a good plan and we're implementing it. And so I'll let you know here in about 3 weeks how it's going.
Sounds good.
Yeah. With these 7 transfers coming in, Andy, if I said to you, okay, who's the one guy we got to circle out of this group that's going to have a chance to make a major, and I'm sure a lot of these guys are going to make an impact, but is there one of these guys that you think is going to make a major impact and have a chance to be on an all-league team at the end of the year?
Yeah, I think 2 guys have that ability. PJ Fuller would be one from transfer from the University of Washington, and then Marcus Adams would be the other one, transfer from BYU. So those 2 guys are certainly our 2 most talented players, and things are going right, and they keep progressing the way progressing. I think you're going to see a lot of really dynamic play out of both those 2 guys.
So I was looking at your stats from last year, and I remember I covered your first round game at the Big West Championships. And I remember one area of weakness that your team had last year was the 3-point shooting. I think you guys shot a little bit less than 31%. And I know you like to play that fast pace, up-tempo style of play, high scoring. Do you foresee with all these newcomers and, doing it the CSUN way under you, that being improved? Or could you talk a little bit more about that?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, we made that a very high priority in the recruiting and during this offseason. And we definitely went out and fixed that. We've got a lot of guys who can shoot the ball from the perimeter at a much better rate. Last year, we were kind of built more like a football team, trying to get that ball to 2 feet. And if we couldn't, we just keep trying again. And so I think this year we're going to be much more balanced. We're going to be able to score both at the rim and from behind the arc. And I think the ability for us to score in both of those ways is going to make us more dimensional and more dynamic, and I think a lot more harder to guard. So we addressed that issue. We brought in some guys who can really shoot it. PJ Fuller, Scotty Washington, Marcus Adams, 3 of those guys I think are going to be very good from behind the arc. And so hopefully that opens up those penetrating gaps for us to be even better at getting to the rim as well. So yeah, no, that was, Richie, that was a major concern for all of us last year, but I think we fixed it.
Good.
All right. I did a little digging. On you, and I found out, I'm not going to say who gave me this info, but you know all the good hot spots in every city you go to, right? You know the good. So I ask you, where is the hot spot in Northridge? Give me the spot.
Oh, that's there's a place right down the street called Beer and Tacos. It's as you know, I'm sure whoever told you that I can find a good Mexican restaurant everywhere I go. But this place is incredible. So if you come up to the Valley, that's your spot.
I've been to Beer and Tacos before. I want you to know. It is a good spot. It's a great pregame meal before a game in the Matadome.
Yeah, it is. It absolutely is. And there's a lot of great spots here in the Valley, as you know. But yeah, that information, Jeff, is accurate. I know every good Mexican restaurant in every city that we go, and that's part of the scouting report as we travel to different cities where we're going to spend our pregame meal.
Great. Hey, I was going to ask you, Keonte Jones. I think he's your main returner. I think he was about 11.5 points per game. Team high, I think 7 rebounds per game, was dropping dimes, getting steals. I think he led your team in blocks. With all these newcomers coming, I mean, Keonte Jones is a guy that probably could have left in the portal. It seems to be the trend to do these days. But with him coming back, do we expect to see a bit of leadership from him, or does that go to somebody else who maybe came back or one of your newcomers?
No, that's very accurate, Richie. I mean, he's the guy. I mean, he turned down a lot of money to come back and be here at CSUN, and the value of having a guy who's been with you and understands what you want and understands where the success came from in the year prior. Having him on our team and his voice out there, it has been great, especially early. And so he is our team leader. We will go as he goes. He embodies a lot of the things that we're about from a defensive standpoint and rebounding standpoint. He's also very athletic, very good in transition. So Keonte Jones, he is rightfully on that list of preseason first team guys, and I expect a great year out of him. And the thing about Keonte, he will impact the game in absolutely every stat. He'll score, he'll defend, he'll rebound, he'll make plays for teammates. Like he impacts the game in every way. And so, having him on the floor for us is going to be huge. And then obviously his voice in the locker room is going to be important as well, because as you know, we built this program last year. Now we've got a whole set of new guys. So everybody's kind of wondering, like, hey, playing this way, playing fast, rebounding like we do, is this going to translate? Is this going to work? And so having a guy in your locker room that has that experience, has seen it work, and can articulate that back to our team is a huge asset for us. And so we're going to rely heavily on his leadership moving forward.
So I was going to ask you for your favorite story working for Bob Burton, but I don't know if we can go there. So I think we'll avoid that one. But
let's all keep our jobs. Let's all keep our jobs through this interview, and let's not go there. That'd be good for everybody.
He was one of a kind. He was one of a kind, and it's funny, when you left, you and I knew each other well back when you were Division I assistant. You go to Cal State's Bernardino, and I'm like, all right, I forgot about you a little bit. I'm not going to lie, I did. I forgot about you, and then you come back, you get this job, you get an opportunity to be a head coach in the D1 ranks in a league that you know very well. What was the biggest thing that you learned being able to kind of run your own program after all those years?
Well, I think the biggest thing I learned is having a successful program is about the people that you put in the program. And from my staff to the players, I think it's very important to make sure that the people that you surround yourself with are about all the things that you're about. And so we try to make sure that the people we bring into this program have integrity and love basketball. And I think that's kind of a big piece of what we've been doing, a big piece of what I learned at San Bernardino and at the University of Texas of the Permian Basin, which is where I was at prior to that. And that was really helpful for me, to be able to go out on my own and learn how to run a program and do it. Those are two different things at times. And I was very fortunate, as you said, to learn under a great mentor like Bob Burton. But then those 10 years that I was able to do it at the Division II level and actually implement those things, I learned just a ton of lessons there, and hopefully have brought those to Northridge, and that's why we've kind of started down the path of success and looking forward to continuing it.
Want to talk about the D2 thing. I was in D2 most of my coaching career as well. It drives me crazy. There's a stigma that the higher level you're at, the better coach that you are. But you and I both know there's high school coaches out there better than any coaches you see on television. Coaches are coaches. You came from Division II. You kind of set a new trend. This is the second Big West coaching hire in a row, as Cal Poly hired Mike DeGeorge, another Division II guy. You saw Olen's success the last few years when at UC San Diego as they've transitioned from D2 to D1, finished second place in the Big West regular season standings last year. Can you just talk on that a little bit? I think it's fantastic that the Big West has given guys that were D2 coaches opportunities. And here you are. Last year you had, the best record of any coach at CSUN in the last three coaches they've had in the last 16 years. So is there anything you can add to that or speak on it? Because it always intrigues me. And I love when coaches, athletic directors take chances on coaches from lower levels.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and I hope we are. I hope we're paving the way for more Division II guys to get their opportunity at this level. Because as you said, there are a really good amount of very qualified and really good coaches at that level. This profession is crazy. You just you never know when you're going to get your opportunity. So many things have to fall in line. The timing has to be perfect for you to get an opportunity like this. And sometimes that just doesn't happen for really good coaches who have the ability to run a very successful Division I program. And so I recognize that. Like, I am very fortunate, incredibly lucky to have had the success that I had at the right time to where now I'm sitting here as a Division I head coach at Cal State Northridge. And I hope that I can continue to have success and show other athletic directors just how good coaches at that Division II level are. Because you're absolutely right, Richie. I mean, you go into games at that level against coaches all across the country at the Division II level, and they're just as prepared. The things that they're running both offensively and defensively are just as hard to score against. The only difference is the arenas are a lot bigger, and the first of the month, when the first of the month comes, that check is a little bit, is a little bit.
No doubt about it. No doubt about it. Listen, Andy Newman, appreciate it, man. Thanks for joining us. Good luck on year 2 at CSUN, and we'll talk to you soon.
Great. Thanks for having me, guys. Looking forward to watching the rest of the show.
Yes, sir.
You got it.
Thank you.
There you have it, Andy Newman, looking to kind of continue that climb up the standings of the Big West here. Next up, we have brand new, one of the 2 new coaches in the league, and that is Cal Poly head coach Mike DeGeorge. I've been looking forward to this one because, Mike, you and I don't know each other, but I've heard a lot of really, really good things about you, and obviously what you did in the D2 ranks speaks for itself. 141 wins in 6 years, 5 NCAA tournament appearances, a couple of Sweet 16s. So really good to meet you, man, and can't wait to see listen, a lot of really, as Richie said, a lot of really good coaches in the D2, D3 ranks. And you get your opportunity here. What's it been like? Because, again, I don't know if you go into that thinking I'm ever going to have a chance at getting a D1 head coaching job. What was it like when you got the call that you were going to be the guy at Cal Poly?
Yeah, I did not see it coming, and it was really quite a shock. They reached out to me actually initially, and we were kind of like, hey, I'm a D3 guy who's been fortunate enough to get to D2 and enjoying that experience. I had nothing else on my plate in terms of an agenda. I was just coaching my team, and so I was fortunate that a lot of philosophical things aligned in terms of the current administration, the Cal Poly, and I have a background in high academic Division III, which was a good preparation. I think our style of play fits kind of our situation here and trying to be a little different than other people to make some inroads. And so, it just worked out on a lot of fronts and very excited for the opportunity.
I'm fired up to meet you. We'll get a chance to shake hands here sooner or later, Coach. You got a great radio guy over there in Chris Sylvester, by the way, young up-and-comer, so you'll get a chance to get to know him a lot this year. Yeah. Hey, look, you've been a winner wherever you've been, and Cal Poly hasn't had a whole lot of tradition as far as winning in recent history. So I'm just curious, and you can go into it as much as you want. What about Cal Poly was a good fit for you, and what about Cal Poly made you believe that you could turn it into a winner?
Well, one thing is I do think that, I really believe in the institution. And so every job that I've taken is like, would I want my kids to go there? Is it a place that I would have wanted to go? And I think for Cal Poly, that's a resounding yes. I mean, it's a great school academically. It's in a beautiful setting. So it just has a lot going for it in terms of positives as an institution to attract, quality student athletes. And then, we really wanted to challenge our system and see if, with a bigger staff, more resources, obviously a step up in the level of competition, being able to, would it translate and us be able to take on this challenge? At Carter Mesa, quite frankly, even though they'd been down before we'd gotten there, it's a very good Division II situation. You have a lot of things in place to help you succeed and relative to the level. And so, this will be a big challenge for us, and we were excited to take that on.
Love it.
So you return a couple starters, one of which I loved a few years ago. When I saw Jared Hyder play, this was back when he was at Fresno in person, I was like, this kid's got a chance to be really good. And then injuries kind of really hit him over the last few years. And had a pretty good year last year, grad transfer now, which is crazy. What have you seen out of him so far, and how do you think you'll utilize him in your system?
Yeah, he fits really well, and he's been doing a great job. I mean, he's still trying to kind of get past some of the injuries, so he's kind of been in and out of the lineup, but we're managing that and hoping that, he's kind of through that and he can have a great year. But he really fits his ability to shoot it. He really makes great decisions with the basketball in his hands, and he's physical and can guard multiple positions, and he's very committed at the defensive end. So all of that fits well with our concepts, and so we're really excited about what he's bringing from a leadership standpoint and his fit for our system.
I was looking at your staff, and I love to see that you brought a couple of your assistants, I think at least two of your assistants from Mesa over to Cal Poly, which, I love the loyalty there. You also brought, I think, 4 players. I think 4 of your newcomers come from the team that you coached last year in Division II. So I assume you have supreme confidence in all these guys. Are you doing this to kind of help set your program's culture, or are they just the best fit in the moment? What's your thoughts on bringing all those guys from your previous school?
Yeah, kind of all of the above. I mean, from a culture standpoint, I think familiarity is important, and I wouldn't have brought guys that I didn't think represented well the culture, and so these guys are extremely good players, and they're great human beings, they're great students, and so they just kind of fit everything that we want out of our players, and so they've been really helpful in terms of how there are certain things that we do. Having a 54-year-old guy running around there trying to show the players demonstrating things isn't good for anyone. And so to actually have some guys that have been in our concept and understand it will be really helpful to us and have been. And then these guys are all high-level players, and they've all been all conference or at least in Division II. And as we've seen the transition with the transfer portal and how many D2 guys are going off and doing really good things in Division I who are all conference level players in Division II. So we definitely think that they'll be major contributors for us as well.
Listen, I think you're selling yourself short about a 54-year-old. I've heard you're in pretty good shape, that you've got a crazy dietary routine that includes tea and chocolate at about 1 o'clock or something to that effect. Explain to me what is going on here and why your staff, I think, can't pitch anything to you until after you've had your tea and chocolate.
Yeah. Yeah, well, Kyle Boucher you've been talking to, and he learned from my kids, my personal children. I have 4 kids, and they would joke about it's just wait until after lunch. And so about a decade ago, I got into intermittent fasting, and so dark chocolate was one of the things that's good for you, and so I kind of implemented that into kind of a post lunch snack, and it is kind of my happy time of the day. And so Kyle's right that if you catch me right after that, I'm usually a little bit more agreeable. So
I heard it's nasty.
That's funny.
Though.
Kyle and I've been together for a long time. So
he said this chocolate is nasty. It's absolutely disgusting. And
it's very dark.
No sugar.
Tea and chocolate mixed together at the same time?
No, I just kind of eat part of a chocolate bar with tea and with hot tea, and the combination sort of play off each other. But people try the chocolate; it's like 90% dark chocolate, and people think I'm nuts. So, but yeah. So, anyways, I do. As you age, you start to get more comfortable with who you are, and so this is something I found that I liked. So nobody really gets it though. So.
So the headline will be new coach at Cal Poly gets hangry if he doesn't have his tea and chocolate every afternoon.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right.
Cool. Well, hey, so you know far too much about last year's team there at Cal Poly, and you guys were so good and efficient offensively where you came from. I mean, last year's group, I think they were losing games by over 10 points a game and getting out rebounded by 7-8 boards a game and throwing the ball away quite a bit and giving up a pretty high shooting percentage. I'm curious how you guys are going to play. My understanding is you like to play with a barrage of three-pointers. You like to get up and down. You like to hoist it up. And I know Cal Poly, it's a unique place. It's such a great academic school, high academic. You got to have a niche to be successful at Cal Poly. What's that niche going to be for you?
Yeah, we're definitely going to play fast, and we've really followed the analytics. And so last year, we shot the least amount of 2-point shots in the country at Division II, but we led the nation in 2-point field goal percentages. So if we can get to the rim and finish, we will. If we can't, we're kicking it out and spraying it out for threes. And we've gotten very committed to that, and we've kind of if you will, our offense is a little bit like the air raid in football, is that we're going to use the 3-point shot to set up the 2-point shot for us, whereas traditionally you've been run team set up the pass, air raid, you use the pass to set up the run. And so we definitely want to be this threat at the 3-point line, but ultimately we want to get the ball in the paint and we want to get layups. But if teams are willing and wanting to rotate and take those away and put 2 on the ball, we're a very willing team to distribute the ball. So we're a high assist team. We play with great pace, and we're willing to let it fly, to pull the defense out, to open up the paint. And so all the analytics in basketball that we think are the most meaningful to winning, that translates very well with this style of play. But defensively, there were a few years when I was in Division III where we played really fast and we pressed, and I think we averaged 108 points a game for a couple of years. But we really found that defense was not, analytically friendly enough. We needed to go back to a pack line style, really keep teams out of the paint. And we think this combination leads to good results, and we're hoping that it can help us be competitive here.
As Richie said, you brought 4 guys over with you, one of them being Mac Reniker, the Defensive Player of the Year last year for you. What's he going to give you? I mean, obviously he's a guy that knows you, and all those guys know you. So you're going to have an advantage as a new coach and a new program that a lot of coaches don't have around the country. But what specifically will Cal Poly fans like about him?
Well, he plays pretty much anybody who has any history in coaching the game, any game. My dad was a football coach. He's my dad's favorite player. Anybody who's ever been around sports and loves somebody who competes, Mac is their favorite player that they've ever seen play. I can't tell you how many people have told me that. And he just plays incredibly hard. He's been a guy that can guard all 5 positions. He truly at times was our best defender at all 5 positions on the floor. And so he's just a tremendous athlete. He's physical, he's tough. He just plays his tail off, and then he's a very difficult matchup. He's really, honestly, been best. Now that we'll see if this translates or not. He's been best at guarding 5s. They just have a really difficult time entering the ball on him, and he's undersized in there, but he just plays so darn hard. It just makes it really hard on those bigger guys. And then he's been a very difficult matchup at the other end. He's just got a great first step. He's just a willing distributor. He's a great finisher. And he's an inconsistent three-point shooter, but he always makes enough to keep teams honest.
Well, listen, Mike, we appreciate it. Great getting a chance to talk to you here on the Big West preview, and look forward to seeing what you can do this season. Obviously, the good thing, Mike, like you can't go down. I mean, they didn't win a league game last year, so you're going to go up no matter what. So congrats on the gig, man. So. We'll talk to you soon.
All right. Thanks, guys. Appreciate you having me.
All right. There he is, new Cal Poly head coach, Mike DeGeorge. Going to be interesting to see how he makes the transition, especially bringing over those four guys from his previous Division II school. Next up, we got Cal State Bakersfield head coach Rod Barnes, a veteran of the coaching game, Richie. He's been in this a long time, went to the tourney in 2016. He's going to be coaching his 800th game this season, Rod. How does that sound? 800.
Oh, it's exciting. I mean, it tells you that I've had some good coaches and some good players and some good administration to give me an opportunity to coach that many games. So I'm pretty excited about that.
You know, you return, you're kind of a rarity these days. You return 6 guys, 4 starters from last year's team, where you look up and down other rosters, whether it's in the Big West or throughout the country, and most guys, they're lucky to bring back 2 starters. How much better did you sleep at night this past offseason with that retention?
Well, I slept well. I mean, when you have 4 starters, again, in the days kind of basketball, in this climate, if you could just, as you mentioned, get 2 guys back, I mean, you feel pretty good. But to have 4 starters back says something about the kids that we've recruited, but also the opportunity that we can get off to a good start.
Coach, I told you this a couple years ago. You're close to 400 wins, and I was unfortunately the unfortunate recipient of one of your wins when I was a grad assistant at Austin Peay 20 years ago, and you stomped us. We got a good game check from you, but thanks for getting us good there. But look, Jeff talks about your 4 starters coming back. I talked to your son, one of your assistant coaches, Brandon Barnes, yesterday. And he was telling me that you guys now have a total of 10 junior college players on your roster. A lot of teams, a lot of programs shy away from JUCO guys. They have different philosophies with their recruiting. What is your philosophy on winning with a roster full of JUCO talent? And is this just you adjusting to the new normal of college basketball's transformation? Because I know you've been around for over 3 decades.
Well, it is. It's a change because obviously with NIL and the transfer portal, I think different guys have used different approaches to help them continue to have a program that you can kind of sustain. With so much movement, you want to have some guys that you can retain. And as we talked about, having 4 starters back, 3 of those guys are guys that are junior college guys. So it's just a way that we kind of believe that with the trend going the way it's going, and with the NIL and the way kids are moving so quickly, that we should definitely try to look at junior college players. And we've had a lot of success. One of my best teams here at Cal State Bakersfield, we had a bunch of junior college players that helped us get to the NCAA tournament. So we think that's a good pattern here and a good way for our program and our university, and also just for the community to have a bunch of junior college guys on your roster.
Hey, Rod, you got 2 sets of brothers on the team, one of which is Marvin McGee III and Marvin McGee the 4th. Like, what do you call 3 and 4? Like, how do we do this?
Well, we call them that. We give them colors. You know how it is, Jeff. I mean, when you're in the coaching profession, you always come up with things. So, well, the older one, we call him Red. So, and the younger one, we call him Blue. So it's pretty easy when you say red and blue, because, you know, when both guys have the same name, you can get really confused at times.
How long did it take him to get used to red and blue?
Well, they came with those names. I mean, that's the thing. I mean, we kind of took their names from what their father had given them. And obviously we were calling Marvin the third Marvin until Blue Marvin IV got here, and we was like, how are we going to figure this out? And they said, well, our dad called us red and blue. So we like, okay, we'll try red and blue. But really for me, I call the older one Marvin because I've been coaching him for 3 years now. Yeah. And I call the younger one Blue.
What's the story on that? Is this like George Foreman's kids? He just call them 1, 2, 3, 4. Like,
I think there's another one. A younger one that is Marvin V.
We got a color? We got a color for him yet?
No, he's not here yet. We're gonna give him a color though. Once he gets here, we'll give him a color.
Well, let's just give him a color now, Rod. Why waste time? You're gonna recruit him anyway.
Well, we got red, blue. We got red, blue, so we might as well go with white. What do you think about
I like it. I like the American flag. I like it.
Sure. Primary colors.
Yeah.
You're all your newcomers. It's fascinating to me. Just the era that we're in, and obviously you've loaded up with these transfers, but your guys can play. I've read a lot about it. You got a lot of versatility. You got guys that can flat out score. It seems like you're deeper inside. Is it Cameron Clark and Shakir? I don't want to even try to pronounce his last name. They're going to help you down in the middle.
Yeah, I think those guys both can come in. They both have size. Being junior college guys, they've played for 2 years. Shakir, was a transfer from New Mexico State, so he's been at the Division I level. And then Cameron is another guy that's, has developed late in his career. And add him along with Fidelis Okarico, then I think we've got a really experienced kind of guys that have been on the floor. And that's one thing about junior college guys. Those guys have played. Some of them played some 50 to 60 games. So they have some experience, even though it's not Division I experience.
Hey, Rod, if I said to you, and again, you and I have been doing this a long time. If I said to you, I'm gonna let you run college hoops, what's the first thing that you're changing right now?
Well, first of all, I think the first thing I would change, I would get more of people like yourself and coaches, coaches that have coached the game, and we would sit in a room and we really discuss the dynamics of really what's going on. I think what has happened, Jeff, a lot of times we haven't been given the guys that I think the people that are doing this work every day, guys like you that have followed it for years, aren't in the room, in the decision-making room. And when you have guys that are making decisions or people that are making decisions and the people that are actually there on the field doing the work, it's kind of hard to get to the things that really happen. And I think we allow a lot to get away from us. And I think all of this, transfer portal things, I think years ago, and then like you said, we've been around this a long time. Years ago, we were talking about ways that we needed to deal with this issue because we could see it coming. But we didn't get a chance to get to the table, and we didn't know what happened. And now, obviously, it's a new norm, and whether you like it or not, it's here.
I've never had the opportunity to sit down and eat lunch with you or hang out for more than like 2 minutes before a game or something like that. But I've always appreciated because you're a throwback. And I actually wrote down a quote that I've always loved. And every time I have one of your games, I try to put this on the broadcast. But it's different than most people's mentality. Quote, "It's a privilege to be a student athlete, to be on scholarship, and have the opportunities these young men have." And it kind of goes into what Jeff just talked about and just what he just asked you about, because your philosophy on things is quite different than the new era and new age that we're dealing with right now. Does that describe you in a nutshell?
That's head on. I mean, I really struggled over the last couple of years when I saw some of the best coaches in the country, people that had transformed men's basketball and college basketball and maybe athletics all together. To see those guys leave the profession because of where we have this point that where we are right now. And I really struggle with that. And I had to try to figure out how do I do this, because I've been a builder of men. I believe in being foundational. I believe in being loyal and working hard. And obviously I think there's places for people to transfer and times to transfer and, things don't work out. But just the open market we have now is just not what I got in this business to do. So I had to really transform and really change some things and, work on myself first to realize that I've been given a privilege each year to coach these young men. And even if it's only for 9 months or if it's for 12 months, I've got to give them my all, regardless of whether they're coming back next year or how things are. And that's been difficult for me because I've always built for, the next season. I've built for building a program. And, as sad as I feel like now, we're not building programs. We're building teams. And you got to make that adjustment because, again, we talked about these guys I have, and we talked about it, one of the key points in the very beginning. I have returners, and many coaches can't say that they have 4 starters. So I am thankful and grateful for that, but we've gotten away from this being a privilege and really being grateful and thankful to get a education free and get all of the things that come along with college basketball. It's a great sport. It's a great profession to be in, but we've really, brought about some changes here recently.
Last question I have for you, Rod, is obviously you lose Caleb, who was kind of your guy last year. You bring back the other 4 starters. I want to know, is this team going to have a lot more balance, or do we expect somebody else to maybe make that jump, one of these JUCO kids that we don't know a whole lot about yet? Is there somebody that we need to know that's going to kind of come quickly here?
I think we'll have more balance, but I think Tait-Jones, a kid out of suburban, out of Chicago there, I mean, he has a knack for scoring the basketball. But I think we have some other guys have gotten better. I think we have more depth. So I think it'll be more scoring. Will depend on more people. But if you want to call a name out that's probably going to get double figures a lot of nights, it's Tait-Jones.
Well, listen, great catching up. We don't do it enough, so great seeing you. Listen, you are old school, but you're adapting. You're adapting, and you've got no choice, Rod, right?
No choice at all. And it's great to see you guys, especially Jeff. It's been a while. Appreciate you guys having me on, and really looking forward to the season.
No, likewise. Rod Barnes, head coach, Cal State Bakersfield, will coach in his 800th game this season. And thanks a lot, Rod. Appreciate it, man.
Thank you, guys.
All right. There you have it. Richie, we bring up next the guy who has had a lot of success in this league. A couple NCAA tournaments. Last year probably didn't go quite like he planned. UC Santa Barbara head coach Joe Pasternack. And this is a guy who's won almost 150 games in his first 7 years as Gaucho's head coach. Joe, how are you, man?
Thanks, guys, for having me.
So, all right, tell me, you were used to winning at the highest level here. Last year, I think you thought you would have a chance to compete for a league title last year, frankly. How tough was it? Because, again, this wasn't probably what you had projected last season, and that taste in your mouth. What's it like going into this year?
Yeah, it was a really tough year for us. And I think coming off of a 27-win team, and then we had high expectations with A.J. Mitchell last year. The injuries we had and inexperience really hurt us. And it was our toughest year in 7 years since we've been here. And I think we've regrouped as a coaching staff and built a team that has depth, can withstand injuries, have experience, getting old and staying old. I think we learned our lesson there. And so really excited about the upcoming year. And I think hopefully we don't have an NBA player on our roster, but I think we have a great group of guys and a lot of depth and experience.
Yeah, Coach, your roster this year is unique because I think you have the most returning players than any team in the Big West. You got 11 returners from what I read, but only 2 starters. Believe you lost 8 guys, including A.J. Mitchell, who you're talking about, NBA draft pick. Johan Traore was an All-Big West player. You had Josh Pierre-Louis, been around for a few years. Team's going to look different for Gaucho fans. I guess I'm curious, what should we expect to see? similar offense and defensive schemes? Could you touch on that a little bit?
Yeah, I think we'll be similar as in the past. We just don't have that go-to guy like a Ja'Cory McLaughlin or an AJ Mitchell we've had in the past. Players of the year. We have some really, really good players that have won a lot in college basketball. Stephan Swenson, our point guard, led Stetson to the NCAA tournament, had 20 on UConn in the NCAA tournament. And he'll be our point guard to take AJ's spot. He's actually from Belgium. And so really excited about him as a leader. And then, from an offense and a defensive scheme, will be very similar.
All right. So I know I'm old, Joe. When one of your players, your freshman, I covered his father's recruitment. Okay. I don't want to admit it, but Zion Sensley comes in as, I think, like the highest recruited high school kid ever into the program. Father Julian played at Hawaii. What's he going to give you? I mean, how good is this kid?
To tell you how old you are, I was 22 years old at Cal Berkeley when he showed up in the summertime. Julian Sensley was going to Cal, and then he didn't end up staying at Cal. And so I knew him for that long. That's how crazy it is. But Zion Sensley is a great talent, really excited about him. He's long, he's athletic, he can really shoot the ball, and has great genes, obviously, with Julian, and really looking forward. He's been hurt for a lot of the summer, just ankle injury, nothing serious, but he's back now and really making an impact in practice.
It's great. I'm excited to see the team because it seems like you have one of your deeper rosters. I'm curious to see your transfers. Deuce Turner, wasn't he the sixth man of the year in the WCC a year ago? And then Stephan Swenson, who hopefully I'm pronouncing his name correctly, but I think he left Stetson as the all-time assist leader. So I'm probably going to take your point guard duties, I'm assuming. Can you just touch on those guys a little bit and how they're all going to blend into this year's program?
Yeah, we're really excited. Stephan, as you said, he was, I think, 18th in the country in assists and led Stetson to their first ever NCAA tournament. Deuce Turner was the sixth man of the year in the WCC, averaged like 16 a game. And the WCC had some monster games against the best of the best in St. Mary's, Gonzaga, Santa Clara. So really excited about those two guards. But Cole Anderson returns, and he's a 3 straight year, 40% three-point shooter. And he's really, really trying to become a complete player, not just a shooter. So he's had a great summer, really excited about him. And then Jason Fontenette was a freshman last year for us. He got a lot of minutes because we had so many injuries, and he's really taken a step from his freshman to his sophomore year. So that on the perimeter is exciting for us. And then the front line is we have Kenny Poto from Wichita State. He's about 6'10", 250 transfer. Again, he's a guy that has so much experience in the American Conference, and played about 20 minutes a game, about 8-6 in the American Conference against some really good teams. So experience there. Coach Keat Tong was a kid that played a lot for us 2 years ago, and he's one of the guys that didn't play last year for us that we really missed. He's back. He's 6'10". Evan Scaputo, another big kid that played on our NCAA tournament team. So I think our front line, our fives, we have a ton of depth there and experience, and that's going to be really helpful for us. Max Merle from Stanford is a fifth-year guy, 6'9", can really shoot the ball. Played 2 years ago. He was 45% from three in the Pac-12, led the Pac-12 in three-point field goal percentage. So we're really excited about him. And then Colin Smith is a young man from Vanderbilt. He started on Vanderbilt's team 2 years ago, tore his Achilles 5 games in, and he's just getting back right now to being completely healthy and clear.
All right, Joe, I talked to your guy, Sean Miller, the other day. He gave me a couple good stories to hit you with. One, I'm not going to make you talk about because it involves you being in the back of his brand new Lexus. All right, so we're not going to tell that one. We're not going to tell that one, but we are going to tell the one.
That'll be better than any of these shows you've done, so you might as well go right down.
It's hilarious. All right, we'll get into it. Basically, well, you could tell it. It was after you guys won the Pac-12 regular season title with Lowry Markkinen, and there was a big party at a donor's house. I set it up. You take it from there.
And so, when you're the assistant coach and you go with your family to the donor's house, you just do as they say. And when they are pouring the wine, you can't say no. And this wine probably was $1,000 a bottle. And so I just kept saying, yeah, sure. Thank you so much. And very grateful for you having us here. And so we were leaving, and someone was driving the car, and I was in the back seat of your boss's car. And as we were driving, I threw up all in the back seat of his car. And he said, your communication skills have to get a lot better, and just tell me to pull over, and it'd be a lot easier. And but when I knew I had a coach's wife, when my wife the next day went to his house, picked up his car and brought it to the car wash and got it steamed clean and fixed it up really quickly. But thank goodness he kept me as an assistant after I did that snafu.
Yeah, you're not a big drinker. You are not a big drinker.
I'm a lightweight.
From everything. Yes, we know. But judging by that story, we know you're a lightweight. The other story, Joe, was I guess you guys were recruiting Markkinen, and there were some engine problems with the flight to Finland, and you bailed. Did you bail?
So we were on a plane, and Sean was up in the front. I was in the back, and we got about halfway over the ocean, and the plane said, sorry, we got to turn back and come back to JFK airport. So we got back to JFK, and Sean said, Joe, I've had it. I'm not done. I'm not going to Finland to recruit. You go. And I said, Sean, we're not getting the kid if I go. The only way we're getting the kid is if you go, and there's only one seat left tomorrow. So you have to go, but we're not getting the kid. So he gets on the plane, and he wasn't happy. So he went. I went back to Tucson, and at 2 a.m, I get a call from Lowry, and Lowry said, Coach Miller doesn't know how to turn on the computer to show the PowerPoint presentation. Can you please walk us through it? So the recruit had to set it up, and I had to tell him at 2 a.m. Arizona time how Sean was going to go through the PowerPoint presentation with him. And that's how he got me back for not going.
That's good.
Well, I hope Coach Miller didn't charge you like a fee like Uber does when you throw up in the back seat of an Uber car. It's like a $300 fee that you got to pay.
I didn't know that. That's interesting.
Yeah. Well, never a problem I've ever had to have. I'm a lightweight too. So
sure, Richie, sure.
Yeah. Just my buddies have told me, Anyway, hey, so you're at UC Santa Barbara. You've obviously had a lot of success. I think you've had the most wins in UC Santa Barbara history the last 7 years. I think you've had 2 NCAA tournament appearances the last 4 years. But if I remember right, there was a year, and it's all blending together, there was a year where I think you had a down year for your standards, like last year for you. And then the next year you came back with a vengeance. I believe you won the conference championship. Do you know what I'm talking about? Does that sound right? And do you wonder if this team has some potential?
There was during COVID. There were 5 games canceled because of COVID. I think we were 17-13 or something. We lost in the second round, and then we came back and had a great year. But I think every year is different. I hope that's Richie where you're going with this. I hope you're right.
Yeah.
I think every year is different. A season is a lifetime, and so hopefully we're built to last. Injuries you just can't control, and we had so many last year. AJ Mitchell never practiced with us. He only played in the games because his ankle was so messed up, and we just never could get it together in our practices. Our culture was tough because of that, but I think we have the depth to withstand injuries, and knock on wood, we don't have any injuries. And we have a great group of guys, older guys that I'm really excited about. They're really hungry to compete, and hopefully that'll make it a great season for us.
Great.
Joe, tell me if you like this idea or not, but you've come from the high majors. Now you've obviously been in a mid. My take on this through the portal is if a high poaches somebody from a mid or low major, there should be some sort of, and I'm not a soccer guy, but like a transfer fee, I guess is what it's called in soccer, where you guys would get back 25, 50 grand, something to at least, if you guys evaluate and develop a guy, I don't know, you should be compensated. You should be rewarded for it. And I think that would close the gap a little bit, because I think the gap is only going to grow here, to be honest, especially when the fifth-year guys are done. I think the gap may grow a little bit, because I think the freshmen, the high-level freshmen, right now it's like the top 10 freshmen have a huge impact. But, top 50 freshmen, they used to have this huge impact. They haven't over the last couple of years because of the COVID fifth-year guys. Have you heard that idea, and do you like it? I assume you like it.
I've never heard that idea ever. It's an unbelievable idea. Is that being talked about? Because that would be amazing.
No, I don't think so. I mean, again, I've just kind of brought it up lately to a bunch of people, and the high majors probably don't love it, but they have money. They should be okay with it, because, again, most of them were in your shoes at some point or another, and they should understand that it is awfully difficult. You bring in a kid like Traore last year, right? You bring him in, and obviously he came from Auburn, didn't have a great year. You get him for a year. You start to get his confidence back, I'm sure. Teach him, get some reps for him. And then you lose him to a program like SMU that's got a ton of money right now. And you can't compete with that. Like, what do you do? You should get something, whether it's a high school kid you evaluated or a kid like him.
That would be an awesome idea, Jeff. I hope they make you the commissioner.
Hey, that's not going to happen anytime soon. We know that. I got too many things in my closet, Joe, to be commissioner.
Let's go in that closet and check it out.
No, trust me. My daughter's listening right now. We don't need to talk about my grades at Arizona or some of the other things that I did in Tucson that Joe probably heard about back when he was an assistant coach. And, Joe, you got to no, don't tell anybody. All right, don't tell anybody. I was a 4.0 student.
Call me.
4.0.
Yeah.
Well, listen, Joe, we appreciate it, man. Great catching up. I'm glad you told that story of being in the back of Sean's car and throwing up there. I didn't want to embarrass you, but you took that one head on and took it like a man. And you weren't much of a man that night, but you took this one like
giving it to you, Joe.
So thanks, guys, for having me. Appreciate you guys.
Thanks, Joe. There you have it. Santa Barbara head coach Joe Pasternack here on Big West basketball previews. And now we talk to maybe his best player, a transfer who came over from Stetson, was the point guard, and led the Hatters to their first ever NCAA tournament last season.
Welcome back to Big West Media Day. I am now joined by Stephan Swenson from UC Santa Barbara, who last season was a second-team All-ASUN player at Stetson. So, Stephan, let's start with this, man. What led to you transferring, and why did you pick Santa Barbara as your destination?
So, obviously, I had 4 great years at Stetson University. I was able to get a business administration bachelor there. I think I've had accomplished a lot of things, and the main goal was to make it to the tournament. And once I accomplished that my senior year, I thought it was a great time for me to just experience new heights and, search for a new destination. Obviously, Coach Pasternack was one of the first ones to reach out to me and show me this great place. It's UC Santa Barbara. And when I took the visit, man, it was just, amazing, and I felt like that was the next destination for me.
So you go from DeLand, Florida to Santa Barbara, California. You just get tired of the cold weather in Brussels? Is that all it was?
No, I just follow the palm trees wherever they call me to.
Why did you make the decision to come play college basketball? I mean, there's a lot of players from Europe that kind of make that choice. I'm going to go to a club. I'm going to try to find a way into the professional route. You came to the States, you played college basketball. Kind of take me through that process and that decision.
Yeah, so one of my biggest dreams was always to play in America. Obviously, always, dreamed to play in the NBA. But And a very simple mindset of mine, it was the best players were always in America, right? So in my head was like, if I want to become one of the best players, I have to come and play here in America. And I was fortunate at 16 years old to come to America in Florida and play 2 years of high school down south in Fort Lauderdale, where we were able to win the state championship and then obviously get recruited and go play at Stetson University for 4 years. But it was just a very simple mindset for me. It was, if I ever want to reach those, very high heights, I have to be where it's at, where it was born, where the best competitors are at. So it was always a dream of mine.
What would your advice be for other European teenagers that are in making that decision, right? That are kind of deciding, I'm going to play in Europe, I'm going to play in the United States. What would your advice to them be?
Well, coming in America is just a lot of benefits. Just the mindset, the competition that you get here, the infrastructures, and then one of the big things is that you're in Europe is club and school, so it's two different things. And when you're done with school, you have to travel sometimes 30 minutes, sometimes an hour to get to practice. But whereas in America, you have school and basketball is in one area. So you're able to get a degree and play on the highest level you can possibly play, in our age. So it's like, you get best of both worlds. So why not take it?
Are you a soccer fan?
Big soccer fan, big football guy.
So can I tell you my favorite footballer ever is a Belgian by the name of Moussa Dembele. Do you know who that is?
Moussa Dembele. Wow. Yes.
I'm a big Tottenham fan. And
yes.
When they made their run, he was, in my mind, the best midfielder in the world.
Oh man, you know what? Thank you. We appreciate you.
Give me your who's your favorite soccer player?
So my favorite soccer player was actually Neymar from Brazil. Mm-hmm. But a Belgian player, I mean, I love Kevin De Bruyne. I mean, we used to love Romelu Lukaku, but he's a tough one. That's a tough one right there.
You forgot how to finish. Toby Alderweireld, Jan Vertonghen, those are my guys, man. I got a special place in my heart for that Belgian team. So, you spent 4 years at Stetson, and then you made the decision to transfer. What's been the most difficult part of maybe adjusting to a new place, a new program, a new university, a new coaching staff? Like, what's that transition been like?
Well, it's a new way. It's just the whole process is just adapting. Obviously I was fortunate to already go through that, which was my biggest move was from Belgium to America, mm-hmm. Be by myself. So that allowed me to have a lot of experience doing it. And then the other great things I had in my pocket coming in UCSB is that I wasn't a freshman, coming in, from high school. I was, a fifth-year senior coming out of 4 years there at college. So the whole process was just easier for me because I have more years and experience to kind of come in, adapt, and just the biggest thing was when I came here, it's not that I just wanted new things. It's that I really wanted to be part of this culture. I really to be part of Coach Pasternack's players and roster. So it just made it very easy for me to just kind of adapt. But one of the biggest things was just how intense practice are. I mean, everything is just intentional. We don't waste times. We have so much more going on here, and so it keeps you busy. It's just an everyday process. It's just been loving it.
I see you got that March Madness quarter zip on right there.
Yes.
How does that experience help you with some of the guys on this UC Santa Barbara team? And maybe, I mean, you're a fifth-year guy. You're stepping into a leadership role.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's one of the biggest things I think is credibility. They understand that, I was able to make it happen with my old school, which, was unheard of. And so now I have a degree of respect that, when I tell guys, hey, listen, this is probably how we should do it. Guys are listening because they say, Steph, you've done it, just, show me the way, which has been pretty cool. But just the respect and, when you come to a new program that's, higher than where they came from, you come with a lot of talent. There's a lot of talent in the team. There's a lot of potential, so guys sometimes, they can just get away with their talent. And me not coming from a lower mid-major, coming guys, sometimes, got to stick to the fundamentals and that will take you far. So just the degree of credibility and respect that allows me to get with the guys.
Well, you knew who Milsa Dembele was, so you got all the credibility in the world from my perspective, Stephan. Appreciate you
Thank
being
you.
here. Congrats on being
Absolutely.
named preseason first team. You got to be
Thank you.
postseason first team now. We got high expectations
Absolutely.
here. High
Absolutely.
expectations.
The process.
We'll be back with more Big West Media Day coming up in just a minute.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right, pretty good interview there by Rob Doster on the guy that's going to have the ball in his hands a lot for Joe Pasternack in Santa Barbara this year, Stephan Swenson. Again, had a great career at Stetson, taking them to the NCAA tournament last season. But now it's time to get back to the coaches in the league. And we got a veteran here coming up next, Richie, and that is none other than Hawaii head coach Eran Ganot. And all right. Well, there's a guy who's had a winning record in 8 of his 9 years as a head coach of the Rainbows, and loaded it up with international guys on the roster this year. Richie, he's got nine international guys, so I can't wait to ask him about that. No surprise. I mean, this is a guy who's coached under Randy Bennett, so obviously the international flavor has been strong because he's seen it work.
And he's done that a lot at Hawaii. He's always had international players. Hey, Eran Ganot is the pride of Swarthmore College in Pennsylvania. And believe it or not, that Swarthmore College, Eran Ganot is the head coach. One of his teammates, Josh Leffler, is the head coach at Loyola Maryland. 2 Division I head coaches from Swarthmore College. Crazy, isn't it?
Yeah, no, incredible. Absolutely incredible. Eran, can you hear us? All right, we're trying to get Eran on right now. And there he is. There he is. It's tough in Hawaii. It's tough. He might be on the beach. He's still trying to connect right now. We see him, and I'm sure we will hear him very soon, and we can ask him what life is like having to replace his top 6 scorers this year, Richie, which, man, again, we talked about the other end of the coin, which is Rod Barnes bringing back 4 starters. Eran's got to replace his top 6 guys, and that's never easy. Eran, can you hear us?
I can hear you.
There he is.
Yeah, we were saying you got a little less hair right now than when I saw you about a year ago. Having to replace more gray, but you're not. Hey, you're not catching me, so you're good. You're good. What's it like? I mean, seriously, what's it like these days? Because retention is so difficult, right? We know that, and obviously NIL plays in all this these days. Kids see other kids leaving and having success, and they think that's going to be them. Like, how hard was it? And I know you lost a bunch of guys to graduation as well, but how hard is this changing culture? Because this isn't, when you got into this game, this isn't what it was.
Yeah, this is year 22, and it goes fast. And obviously, the landscape of college athletics has changed significantly. I think the best way I can answer that is you could be one of those guys who sits there like the old man and, back in my day and all this stuff and whine and complain. I kind of go the other way. You navigate it the best you can for where you're at to stay consistent with who you are, how you want to run your program with the Hawaii values. And I like where we're at. I like where we're headed. We haven't been one of those teams for those reasons that have been decimated by the portal. Obviously, this year we lost some guys, but that mostly was our strong senior class. But it's an exciting challenge, and we're looking forward to it and kind of putting our time into how to attack it versus whine and complain about it.
Well, hey, Coach Ganot, we got to give you your props. I've told you a million times how much I appreciate your teams. You guys are always fundamentally sound. You actually use big men in the post where a lot of teams don't. You out-rebound teams. You take care of the ball. You shoot it well. You score it well. You guys have had 7 straight winning seasons and back-to-back 20-plus winning seasons amidst what a lot of people don't realize. You've had a slew, more than the average, bad luck with injuries over the last few years. And the last couple, 2-3 years, you've had some real veteran groups, high retention rate, which is, kind of something that doesn't happen these days anymore. But this year is different. You only have one returning starter. You brought in a few transfers. You got a bunch of newcomers. What can Rainbow Warrior fans expect to see with this year's group?
I think similar. I expect us to be good once again. I mean, there was a stretch when we were stuck on good, and in the last 3 years we won about 60 games. So we've, I think, gone to very good, and now can we make that next step and break through? And kind of, obviously we've been to the tournament, won in the tournament, and going through the challenges of what we inherited to the challenges of COVID. And I always say the best moment will be going through all that and getting back there and then beyond and sustain excellence at the top. And very hard to do with kind of the changes like we talked about in college athletics. But I think the fans can always expect, we have a style, a blueprint for how we run our program, how we run our offense, defense, the glass, and we'll wrinkle it for the strengths of our personnel. And so that won't be any different. We'll work hard. We'll get on the floor. We'll win loose balls. We'll scrap. We'll claw. But at the forefront of everything is everything we do is as a team. Our culture is about team. Offense is about sharing. Defense about having each other's back. Rebound is everybody doing their job. And, really good high character guys. We do clearly have some new faces, but we like where we're at. We like our, the guys. A lot of times people make predictions on what you have coming back and what you have coming in. I always say, it's the improvement of what you have coming back, the improvement of what you have coming in. And I know on paper, look, you lose your top 6 scores. That isn't something on paper that would be a recipe. But I am excited about the development of those guys. We brought in impactful transfers, and we've had a great blueprint for success with transfers. So here comes Gitas from Xavier, who's been an impactful player for a good program and a great coach. Tanner Christensen is an established low post threat, averaging 12 and 8 on a UTAC Tech team. Marcus Green is a 15, 16 game scorer. And obviously those guys are learning a new system. Jerome Palm has been a part-time starter at Valpo. So, we expect Akira Jacobs, Tom Beatty, guys like our returners to make a jump and those new guys to make an impact.
Eran, who is the guy? If there's going to be an all-league guy on your team, who do you think it's going to be? I mean, obviously, again, you got these transfers coming in that you don't know until the lights go on. Obviously, they've done it at other programs, but is there somebody that you feel like can be the guy, or is this going to be a far more balanced team?
I think we've always been pretty balanced, and obviously we've had 1 or 2 guys that maybe have separated. I think this year more than other years, you'll see that as the season goes along because of the new faces. Like Justin McCoy is a good example last year, new system, new role, more minutes, and as the season went along, made his jump, was an all-conference player. I don't think you can really judge teams or players until everybody's in shape or comfortable, and we better be in shape. So guys are now, trying to get comfortable with the system, things like that. But I see Tom Beatty making a real jump there. Throwing Tom Beatty and Akira Jacobs as freshmen last year really helps him for this year. Obviously, Akira Jacobs coming off an Olympic experience. But, as of today, here we are in mid-October, I see Tom Beatty position himself for something like that. Tanner Christian has been knocking on the door, and I think he's made a jump. Our big kid coming in from Utah Tech. Those two have probably separated. Obviously, Marcus Green is a guy who can really score. And a lot of times those guys get recognition for that. I think we all know the best players on the best teams get that recognition. So those are the guys I think that have the talent to do so. Certainly Gitas. I mean, he's got a guy who's had a couple 20-point games at Xavier and now is going to play a more prominent, consistent role for us. At a position, Jack Purchase, Kamaka Hepa, Justin McCoy, Zigmars Ramo. We've had a lot of all-conference guys at the 4. So I think it's great for competition, see how it plays out, but those guys kind of stand out as of today, and I'm kind of excited how that could evolve or change as the season goes along.
A lot of pride from the people in Hawaii. I mean, you guys are Hawaii athletics as a whole, are the pride and joy of Hawaii as far as sporting on the island. 2-part question for you. One, I know Hawaii has its own unique culture. My question for you, Coach Ganot. Do you think Jeff knows what Huma Huma Nuku Nuku Apua'a is? Number one. That is the state fish of Hawaii.
I think he knows. I'm going to give him credit, but I don't think he can pronounce that ever again. You did a great job with it.
Huma Huma Nuku Nuku Apua'a. It's the reef triggerfish. State fish of Hawaii. Come on.
Did not know. So, I did not know.
I wanted Jeff to know. Yes. So good.
Now I know.
But the real part of the question is, it's awesome who you guys bring in to the island as far as college basketball standpoint. the Diamond Head Classic is coming up again. You have a great group of teams coming in, but you're also hosting Top 10 North Carolina come here November 22nd. How excited are the locals about this?
That's incredible. I mean, I think, like you said, the return of the Rainbow Classic, we moved it several years ago to the tip-off, and, it's in year 58. I mean, that's the longest running tournament, and it's got a lot of tradition, a lot of history. And here comes, a Diamond Head Classic again with another incredible field. And now we host North Carolina top 10 team Friday night on their way to Maui. And the interesting thing behind that is, we played them in 2016. We scheduled the game right after with Coach Williams, literally that day for 2020. And then we had 2020 COVID deal. And so we're playing a contracted 2016 game in 2024. It feels a little.
Yeah, that is definitely a little strange to have a game that long. But again, I mean, playing against Carolina this year, who knows? Who knows what can happen? I mean, that's a tough travel deal, Richie, to have to go. And again, they're doing it because they're playing a game right before Maui. But those are ones that you never know. You might be able to pick off a Carolina team that is looking past you because they're thinking about the Maui Invitational, not playing Hawaii, right?
Well, yeah. I mean, look, 2 years ago, there was high expectations, and North Carolina had a down year. And then last year, they rebounded with another great year. So, yeah, it would be interesting to see North Carolina coming to Hawaii. That's special. It's a special opportunity for the Rainbow Warriors.
All right, now it's time to get to the second new coach of the Big West, and that is a guy that gets an opportunity after what he's done the last few years as an assistant coach at San Diego State. And now we welcome in none other than Long Beach State head coach Chris Acker to the show. And Chris, what's up, my man? How you doing?
I'm doing great. How you guys doing? I appreciate you guys having me on.
No, great to see you. How many times have you already gone to Starbucks today? How many times?
That's a great question. Actually, I've laid off the Starbucks and I stole a coffee maker out of one of our guys' office, and now it's in my office. So no one will ever know how many times I drink cups of coffee throughout the day.
Well, it's cheaper too. That's smart.
It's
That's
much
smart
cheaper.
because you can save a lot of money.
No question. No question.
All right, so give me your take here. You take over a program that's proud, that obviously has had a ton of success over the years. Dan Munson did a really good job last year. Went to the tournament, went to the NCAA tournament, kind of out of nowhere. Nobody expected that, and you take over a group that is pretty much decimated, right? I mean, brand new team. What's it been like?
It's been exciting. It's one of those deals where, you wanted everybody to come back, of course, but when you have the opportunity to coach a brand new group, there's really cool things involved with that. You get to impose, your culture and your element of what you deem as toughness. And you also get to articulate to the guys the opportunity that they have. It's a very similar opportunity that I have. Some of these guys have been counted out. They haven't had an opportunity to play in other places like they wanted to. We get to instill what we believe to be a culture that wins championships as far as how we defend and rebound and take care of the basketball. And you get tremendous buy-in because ultimately everybody wants to play and they've never played for you. So you can get to where you're trying to get to faster by holding their feet to the fire on a day-to-day basis.
Chris, good to see you, man. It's
Good
always
to
great
see you
hanging
too,
out with
Rick.
you. Yeah, man. Yeah. I got to ask, I mean, you're talking about this blank slate. You've had a lot of challenges here, I'm sure. I'm curious what your recruiting philosophy was here, getting the job in the spring, a completely new team. You've signed 10 new guys, only three returners. I believe you've got 9 transfers, I think 6 Division I, 3 JUCO. What was your philosophy in trying to start with this blank slate to just completely start over again for Long Beach State?
No, that's a great question. In the current climate of college basketball with the NIL space, there's always the risk of recruiting guys that have the opportunity to leave the year before. So the thought process was I didn't want to come in and have a bunch of grad transfers on the roster and pretty much put ourselves in position to have to do the same thing next year, which is go out and try to get 11 guys in a month and a half. So we wanted to have the opportunity to retain guys. And so, honestly, behind the scene, I wanted guys that had played at high major programs or at least were on the floor and had opportunities to play in programs. But the high major part of it was, they've been through the battle. They've been in elite practices. Ramel Lloyd's a good example of that. He played in Nebraska. They went to the NCAA tournament. He didn't play, but he knows what it needs to look like. And so that was pretty much the philosophy. We figured if we can get this NIL piece under control and get it figured out here, then we'd have that opportunity to retain those guys. And the culture that we're establishing, we would be able to build upon that next season. But ultimately, that was the philosophy behind it. I also didn't want to come in and bring in a bunch of freshmen and put ourselves in a position where we were teaching them how to actually play basketball day in and day out. So we wanted some experience, but we wanted the opportunity to have guys that we can bring back the following year, so we weren't reteaching the culture next year.
Chris, I've been a huge Devin Askew fan back when he was in high school, to be honest. I remember seeing him in Colorado Springs, and he just won. He won, and he's had a tough college career, some injuries, bounced around, obviously, Kentucky, Texas, Cal. Now you get him at the end here of his college career. How have you kind of dealt with getting his confidence back, probably getting him healthy and, trying to get him to understand that this is it for him and he can end his college career on a high?
I think that's just it. Dev is a competitor. Like you said, he is a winner and he wants to be really good. And I think just being the last coach that's going to coach him in college basketball, the confidence comes from his experiences and the work that he puts in. And he's had tremendous experiences. He's competed at the highest level, so he knows what it needs to look like. It's just about us giving him the opportunity to be himself, but also teaching him, how to run a team and how to be an impact guy in a program. It's a much different state of mind when you're a guy fitting into a role. Here at the beach, we're expecting him to be an impact guy, a guy that can come in and pretty much run the show, but understand how to pick and choose his moments, when to score, when to get others involved, and also how to communicate with guys, when they're not doing well, and really focus in and worry about how the other guys are doing, not be consumed with himself. And so he's taken on that challenge. He's been a pleasure to work with. He's been healthy. And I think he's excited. And I think that's the most important thing, is to keep him excited, keep him motivated, and continue to encourage him, but hold him accountable to what he says at the end of the day he wants to accomplish, which is being a professional basketball player.
Yeah, I think it's important for people to know, and you should get your props here. A lot of people think, oh, this is a rookie head coach. He's never coached before. Yeah, you're a rookie head coach at the Division I level. But what a lot of people don't know is that it's not your first head coaching job. You were a very successful head coach at 2 different junior colleges in California. But it's been a minute since you were a head coach. You spent your time at Hawaii, at Boise State, at San Diego State. So I'm curious, it's been about a decade since you were 1-2 feet over in that head coaching role. What's been the biggest challenge, or what do you think will be the biggest challenge as now you're adapting to that role all over again?
Well, I work for some of the best coaches in college basketball, and Eran Ganot, Leon Rice, and Brian Dutcher. I would say I put Dutch up against anybody in the country as far as his ability to lead. And, when you watch those men lead their programs, and they give you the opportunity and the autonomy to basically help them control the outcome of games and implement your philosophies within their philosophies and be yourself. Ultimately, it prepares you to be in the moment. Now we know, moving on to one seat, moving over a seat, the biggest challenges have nothing to do with basketball. It's more about, the day to day. When you're trying to watch film or you're trying to do something and someone comes in with a question that needs to be answered in that moment. It's about, meeting the people in the community and not being exhausted and giving energy after you've just finished an intense practice, and not being able to just go home like you could when you were an assistant. But I think, again, working for the men that I've worked for, you see them work, you see how they have a great work-life balance. It prepares you for anything that's to come. Obviously, I hired a tremendous staff. So learning from the staffs I've been on and the coaches I've worked for, you surround yourself with really good people and you let them work. And chances are you're going to have a lot of success. And that's what I've tried to do, is hire a great staff of guys that know what they're doing, that understand, what's at stake night in and night out, but also that understand this league, and that can help me on a day-to-day basis.
Hey, Chris, will the first call come from Jason Hart Jr.'s mother or father about playing time?
No, they've been awesome. I see Jason on the road all the time, and the great thing about him is he just came up the first time. I mean, I've known Jason for a while. I bumped into him, but he came up to me on the road this summer at Section 7. He just said, "Coach, what's going on? Just wanted to say thank you for coaching my son. Let me introduce you to my wife." He's all in. He's not one of those guys that are going to transfer, coach him, hold him accountable. So I expect, the beautiful thing, like I have a son that plays high school basketball right now, and this is just a small story, but his high school coach loves me because when I come up to him to talk, I can understand what he's going through. And so when I'm watching his teams play, I sit there and I'm like, "Coach, man, you got your hands full." And I never ask him, is my son going to play? What's going on? So I can see him kind of just take a deep breath when I get around him. So I expect Jason's going to understand that Jason Jr. is the least of my worries, because he's a great kid and he's a hard worker and he's going to do everything in his power to put himself on the floor. But we're trying to win games. So we're going to find the guys out there that are going to help us do that.
Hey, last thing, I found it impressive that at San Diego State, known for elite defense. Every college basketball fan knows San Diego State's known for elite defense. But under your guidance, you guys were top 50 in offensive efficiency. So I'm curious, is there any kind of sneak peek, without giving up your secrets, what's the sneak peek into Chris Acker's offensive and defensive team at Long Beach State?
I'm not trying to reinvent the wheel. And so without giving too much information, like I said, I work for, a top 25 program in the country the last couple years. And, I work with great assistant coaches. I work with a tremendous head coach, arguably the best head coach in the country, in my opinion, in Brian Dutcher. And so I sat there, I learned, I was in the middle of a lot of those decisions and how we did certain things, and watching Brian scout his opponents and prepare. So we're not going to reinvent the wheel. We're going to do what we do and do it at an elite level, and only hope to come close to being as good defensively as San Diego State. But add a few elements offensively, some things, when you're sitting in the program and you're watching us from year one when we were 30-2 to where we ended up my last year there, 5 years, you learn, how to get to things much quicker. And so I think, and just watching us develop over time, I think we've set the tone this year on where we want to be when it's all said and done. And now we can just watch other programs and watch how other teams are evolving, and like every coach in the country, steal from other teams and other programs and try to put ourselves in position to be great.
All right. Well, listen, Chris, we appreciate you jumping on, man. New Long Beach State head coach Chris Acker, and can't wait to see how you guys do this season in your first season. Thanks, man.
I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much for having me on.
You got it. You got it. There he is, Chris Acker, who did one heck of a job on that staff with Brian Dutcher over the last few years. Next up, we're going to bring on UC Riverside head coach Mike Magpayo, who's done an incredible job since taking over 5 years ago. It's taken them to, greater heights. I mean, they've been good throughout, obviously. Never been to a tourney at the D1 level. But, again, Mike, what you've done, man, I know that's not an easy job. Listen, I know that is one of those jobs that people talk about as being a tough job, and what you've done is really admirable and remarkable since taking over for David Patrick a few years ago. So congrats on that. Congrats on having maybe the best player back in the league. I don't know. Barrington Hargress is pretty damn good, isn't he?
Yeah, I've been trying to coach against him the last 3-4 practices, and it's really hard to stop him. So he is very good. I was really fortunate to have a really good point guard my first 3 years as head coach, and Zion Pullen and Barrington Hargress has given me a lot of those feels early on here in the fall. Just has really good command, is very confident coming out of last year, and the team really looks to him, and I think he's made a jump.
Hey, Coach, talking about last year, how about that momentum? You guys didn't start out the way you wanted to, but then you finished, I believe, 8-3 to close out the season. You finished 500 in regular season play, and then you get to the Big West quarterfinals. You come back from almost 20 down to beat Bakersfield, Cal State Bakersfield. Do you feel like this momentum, especially with four returning starters that you guys have coming back? That's unusual. Do you feel like the momentum is going to continue at the start of the year here?
Yeah, I think no question about it, and it carried over in the spring, summer, and our fall work. I think that what we took out of it was just that there was some real substance and resiliency, because that was the first it was the first losing season I've had in my 4 years as head coach, and we were at one point we were 3-8 in Big West play and trying to figure it out. And my first time I had these two little guards in Barrington Hargress and Isaiah Moses. I was really spoiled my first 3 years. I had a 6'4" point guard and a 6'5" shooting guard. So I had to call my mentors, figure it out. We made some adjustments, and I think that they proved that they could face adversity, and they walk around. I think that 8-3 momentum is real. They do have a different swagger and attitude than other teams I've had in the past. Like, this team really believes in each other. They went through some really hard times. We had a 4-game losing streak. All 4 of those games, we had double-digit leads in the first half, and that led to our 3-8 start. And for them to bounce back, I think they just have some real belief in who they are as a team, and those 4 returning starters was everything. It's what I spend my time on is NIL, is trying to retain these guys. And but credit to our community and our donors that they wanted to retain this team. They saw something at the end of the season to believe in, and they really helped.
All right, so you mentioned the 3 letters, not me. So I'm gonna follow up on NIL there. How much does it play in at this level? Because we know, listen, Coleman Hawkins over at Kansas State, Great Al Sabor, who's at Washington now. We're talking guys making in the neighborhood of $2 million. Obviously, we know you're not dealing with that. But how much time are you investing in NIL when 3 years ago, Mike, you were investing 0? You were coaching your team. You were recruiting. Yeah. Now it's coaching, recruiting, and donors and dinners and asking for money over and over and over. Like, tell people about the landscape and how it's changed.
Yeah, thank goodness I had, I left real estate to coach, and all of a sudden I'm not coaching anymore. I joke around. I don't know if it's a joke, but 50 to 70% of my time at times in the off season is spent on this. And my whole mentality, and it's kind of the way that we've operated here. I got a great athletic director in Wes Millett. I really do believe one of the best in the West Coast. We just don't make excuses. So as far as NIL, when that came to fruition over the last 2-3 years, and we were kind of dealing it, we were able to keep Zion for 4 years, Zion Pullen, before he went to Florida and made $1 zillion over there. I just said we got to compete. We got to compete at this. We got to try really hard. And I think our guys just appreciated it. I think that they knew that we were having events. And like you said, I'm going to dinners for whatever the check may be and asking. But what my sales pitch was, do you like what you've seen? We got the Big West Freshman of the Year and retention. In my 4 years as head coach, we lost 1 undergraduate transfer in 4 years. So most of the guys have been graduate transfers, and I'm always okay with that. Guys graduate, we've done our job. So retention was really the sales pitch, and people rallied around it from April on and gave us a chance to retain these guys. And we'll see what we got. But I got a lot of confidence in this group, and I think a lot of that has to do with just these guys, these 4 starters that closed the season were playing 30-plus minutes a game down the stretch. And we didn't have the depth that we did last year, that we do this year. But they're coming in with all these minutes played, a continuity and a chemistry with each other. And it's really showing up. And I try to make practices hard on these guys, and they continue to answer the bell every single day.
I got one more quick one for you, following up on that.
Sure.
Why couldn't you get Wes Millet's son, Houston. I mean, you couldn't beat out Alabama. You don't have the NIL to beat out Alabama when he transferred.
Yeah, so when Wes goes to me, he's like, "Oh, we don't need NIL. We could compete. We could beat anybody with that." I'm like, "Is NIL a factor in Houston's commitment? I mean, recruitment here?" And he's like, "All right, you're right." But no, he again, I will give him credit. I don't think, and I don't know all the details, but I'm pretty sure Houston went with like the best relationship and the best fit for him. They like to shoot threes, and Houston is a perfect fit for what Alabama tries to do. And we got, I mean, I study Alabama, and now we got a little inside, I can get into them and talk to Pannoni a little bit, Coach Pannoni, but that I love Nate Oates. I remember I was an assistant at Campbell University, and he was an assistant at Buffalo, and we were recruiting South Carolina just to see where he's gotten to. I really study everything and he's probably the closest thing to an NBA coach in the college game that we have.
One of the questions I was going to ask you is how in the world did you keep Barrington Hargress? But we've kind of answered this.
Yeah.
But for people that don't know, Big West Freshman of the Year. But then you also got 3 other starters: Isaiah Moses, Nate Pickens, Caleb Smith. All guys, as you have alluded to, played huge minutes. Most of those guys are double-digit scorers in Big West play. When you took over the program at UC Riverside, rebounding and defense, the numbers, the statistics were outstanding. And you've said for us to look at getting back to that. Is that an everyday emphasis? Is that a mentality with these returners as well as these transfers that have a lot of length and defensive mentality? Is this something that you feel like you can get back to in this upcoming season?
Yeah, you nailed it. I mean, well, first of all, regarding Barrington, again, I think that it was a guy, when Zion Pullen, when we got him out of high school, just like Barrington, probably had one other offer, and he really appreciated the opportunity at UC Riverside. So Barrington, loyal family, loyal father, stuck with us, because we know Barrington, if he could have gotten whatever he couldn't got, but he really appreciates the degree here at UCR. I think that is when they get close to the degree, they do appreciate that, and it helps you keep them. But yeah, so in the past summers, and which is why I think we've dropped defensively. We were really focused on skill, shooting, and our offensive package. But there was a daily defensive work this summer, so there was a big change. I wasn't pleased with our defensive numbers and metrics. My first year we were top 60 defensively. Last year we were in the 200s, and we were down near 300, and we rallied. And operated at a top 120 defense, that 8-3 stretch. We made some adjustments. I had to learn how to also guard with these 2 little guys just differently. But we made a big jump, and their defense has been a huge emphasis. Like, we got to get back to that. I was getting on the guys today. We have got to get back. If you want to win this league, you have to be a top 80 offense and a top 80 defense, because that's where it's going with when Irvine or Santa Barbara or you have to be top 80 at both. So we are working really hard. We've been a top 60 defense before, and we got to get that done this year. I think that the returners are good. We have good size, but I think that you're right. In the transfer portal, we were able to snag Joel Armatrading from Cal Poly, and he was the number 1 shot blocker per Ken Palm per minute in the league. And I think that adds we were missing rim protection last year, so that adds rim protection. I think Parker Strauss from Northwestern is going to be somebody to keep an eye on. He's just a versatile wing from didn't play at Northwestern, came back home. He's an Orange County kid, our first Orange County recruit, which is a big deal here at UCR. And he is completely bought in, and he is all over the place. Deflection, steals, plays his heart, lays it on the line. And then you're right, we added size again with another transfer portal and Rikas Schulte from Davidson. And we got a couple freshmen from Australia, 6'10", and 6'11". 6'11", Jack Whitbourne, freshman from Australia. You'll be hearing his name a lot. And then there's a 6'10" player, Abbas Bodija. So again, that's kind of been our secret sauce, where we get some size. Australia and all those guys should play a factor in a much better and improved defense. That'll be a focus for sure.
Last question. We've talked a lot about Barrington. Caleb Smith was awesome down the stretch for you last year. How much more will he take a jump, and where will it be? Because he shot the heck out of it, obviously. Started a bunch of games. I know he had that game against Santa Barbara where he couldn't miss.
Caleb Smith is a lot of guys walk in the gym, and a lot of coaches that come by and tell me that's our best pro prospect. And I think at times he is. Barrington is dynamic and is really having, knock on wood, having a really good offseason. But Caleb Smith is a guy that I think that if you watch the games down the stretch, and Isaiah Moses was a leading scorer for most of our season, the little point guard from Alaska, very good player. But Caleb gives us a 4-man inside and out, and he's very comfortable. He went to Damien High School, was coached by the great Mike LeDuc, and Caleb was a post player back then, and just really, the thing is, in his first 2 years, in the redshirt year, he grew 2 inches. He went from 6'7" to 6'9", and developed this 3-point shot that he's got a lot of confidence in. So Caleb's a guy that we can play through. We can cause hopefully rotations, and hopefully they're cause force double teams. And I think Caleb, you nailed it. I think Caleb's going to be the other guy that should really make teams have to scheme against. And I think between Barrington, Caleb, Isaiah, Nate Pickens, but I think there's a lot of pieces and weapons there to score. But Caleb also defensively, he's 6'9", he's big, he's a power forward, a true power forward that can move his feet. And that's where I think the defensive numbers started to go up down the stretch last year, playing a big 4 like that. And that's always been kind of the identity of us, being big in the front court.
Well, Mike, we appreciate you taking the time, jumping on here on the Big West Preview Show. And now it's time to get to your star player, none other than Barrington Hargress, who Richie kind of likes as the preseason player of the year.
Me too, Richie. And man, the guy just works every single day. He lets me coach him. He lets me challenge him. And I am relentless on him. I got a guy, assistant coach on staff, who always tells me how hard Mick Cronin was on Tyga Campbell. It's almost like and I got my associate head coach played for Kelvin Sampson, and they're just like, they're pushing me to push Barrington. The cool thing about Barrington is his redshirt freshman year, he watched Zion Poulin, Flynn Cameron, Jamal Hartwell. And Barrington was more than good. We could have played him, but those 3 senior guards, they had it. And we were like watching Barrington in practice. We're like, man, this guy just knows where to go. He's always in the right spot. He has confidence and command out there. And I think that why he's going to make a big jump is his shooting ability. I think that's been the question mark. And some guys, some of the pro scouts, they're asking about that. And I think he's put a lot of work in the offseason. He's very strong. And the other part is he's a two-way player. He is willing to defend and rebound. And he was our best defender last year as the point guard. And that means that he's guarding the other team's usually scoring guard, whatever it is, or the head of the snake. So that's the best part about Barrington. He's a two-way player, but very excited about him. And he's working his tail off, and that really makes it easy to coach the rest of the guys.
Awesome. There you have it. Mike, appreciate you jumping on, and we'll talk to you soon.
That was awesome. Thanks, Jeff. Thanks, Richie.
You got it. And now we go to Rob Doster, who had a chance to talk to Barrington Hargress.
Now let me welcome on to Big West Media Day, UC Riverside point guard Barrington Hargress, the reigning Big West Freshman of the Year and a preseason Big West first team all-conference member. You can see he's getting ready for practice there. Barrington, appreciate you being here, man.
Man, thank you, Rob. Thank you for having me. I'm happy.
So you guys started last season 8-15, and you finished last season winning 8 of your last 11 games. Where did you see the growth within your program last year?
Just a lot of accountability, guys having to grow up. I mean, for a lot of us, it was our first time really getting those reps, getting like a lot of full fill of college basketball. So it took some time and it took some adjustments, especially for myself, especially for like the young guys like Caleb, Nate Pickens also. I mean, we all just had to sit down. We all had to hunker in and like really come together as a group and really figure out what it was going to take, because all throughout time, our vets were telling us and coaches were telling us winning is hard. So we really had to dig deep and like figure out like how we were going to get that done.
So you guys are a bit of a rarity in the world of college basketball in 2024. You had 4 starters that were sophomores or freshmen eligibility-wise that decided to come back to the program. That's not something that always happens at these schools. What is it about UC Riverside and Coach Magpayo that made you want to come back?
I mean, we're just a family. Like we're really, it was more about like the thoughts of like what we can do and like seeing so much in each other. Like we all grew very close to the point where it was like we wanted to get something done that was special. It wasn't really about like I know people are in the transfer portal for reasons that are understandable, but it's also we're trying to build something here, and we're trying to build a legacy, and that's where our heart's at, and that's what we're focused on.
All right, I'm going to talk about you, then we'll talk about the rest of the guys. Where have you improved? Coach said you got to get a little bit more efficient with that jump shot. Have you gotten in the gym? You get some reps on the gun this summer?
Oh yes. I've been straight focusing on shooting, just really trying to like focus on the areas where I can stretch the floor. Also, just like improving my shots in 2-point range, really trying to become more efficient all around the game, and really just growing to make myself more of a full threat when it comes to just being a scorer when I need to be.
All right, who's made the biggest leap? You got a bunch of guys back. You got a bunch of talent returning. You got continuity in your program. Where have you seen people get better, and who's the guy? Shout somebody out. You got to give a teammate credit.
I gotta give a shout out. Can it be a newcomer? Can it be a newcomer?
Wherever you want, man. It's your world.
My new freshman Parker Strauss right here, man. He's been kicking it, man. He's been really just getting everybody in that energy. He's been coming in loud, just hitting shots, pushing everybody. I mean, he's a young guy. Reminds me of myself last year because he's going to be a redshirt freshman. So he's not really like scared of the thing. He's really just embracing the moment to finally come out here and play. And I've been telling him I love that about him. Like, that's really what you need sometimes. You need to just let it out. When you've been sitting in that cage for a little bit, you got to let it out,
What advice would you give to people that are coming into school this year that are considering whether or not to redshirt? What was the value that you got out of that year?
I mean, like, take it all in, because college is special, and it's so fast. Like, there's so many like nuances to the game that you're gonna have to pick up, and sometimes it's hard to do it in that first season. Like that first season when you're really getting into shape and really understanding your opponents and like the scout, getting your body rested with school and everything. Like, it's a lot. So sometimes being aware of that and just knowing like I have a program that will believe in me and that will invest in me to be something better in the future, that I don't have to be in a rush. I don't have to start now, but that is where I'm going to finish. And when a program invests and sees that in you, and it's a two-way street, then you're gonna start seeing the growth in your game, because it's a lot of people investing in it. So that's really where it came to.
All right, you guys got hot at the end of last season. What is the one thing that has to happen for you to continue those winning ways and make a run at a Big West regular season title this year?
I mean, I say a lot of just speed, a lot of playing in transition. I mean, this group, we're so quick. My favorite thing about us actually is our defensive side. I got to say, we're a really good defensive group, and I think that that's going to be the biggest part that's going to keep us winning those games and keeping us in those games. And then also just getting used to like our offensive stuff, because we're obviously going to figure that stuff out with the new additions and like getting over that hump. But like the defensive end and making sure that we're really trying to be seen as one of the best defensive teams in the Big West.
Appreciate your time, Barrington. Best of luck this season, and we'll be back with more Big West Media Day coming up next.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
All right, it's not easy, Richie, to make Rob Doster look good as an interviewer, but Barrington Hargress just did that. And he's pretty good on the court, and you know what? He's equally as impressive off the court. Another guy who's been very impressive as a head coach for a long, long time and kind of went understated for a while until recently, UC San Diego head coach Eric Olen, and he joins us now, fresh off a Big West Coach of the Year. And Eric, congrats, first of all. Congrats. The wait is finally over, and you guys are eligible for the NCAA tournament and the Big West tournament. It should have been 2 years ago. I tried to fight the NCAA on this, but they don't listen to me about anything. So here we go, though. You're finally eligible. How does it feel?
Yeah, we're fired up. It's that transition is a very long process, and we're pretty thrilled to be through it. And I do hope the rule changes. Like, I hope that they shorten that window for whoever comes after us. And we kind of knew and probably know that rule needs to change and will change. We aren't going to benefit from it, but we're certainly fired up to be through that process. .
Purgatory is over, which is great. people, I mean, over the last few years, have been really pleasantly surprised at the success that you've had throughout the transition. This past year, you're still in the purgatory, but you guys finished second place in regular season behind UC Irvine. Probably would have had a run in the championships if you could have gone to the tournament. But people forget, or people don't know, and we got to give credit where it's due. I mean, when you were Division II, you guys were one pandemic season cancellation away from winning the national title. You guys were 30-1. You're about to host the regional, had a good chance of winning the whole thing. People forget that. So I'm curious, because you had so much success at the Division II level, and now it's transitioning into the Division I level. Is the fan base over there going bananas in excitement, or is this just like, whatever, we're used to this kind of success?
No, there's a ton of excitement here, and yeah, we've had success, obviously at the Division II level, and we had some great teams. And you kind of mentioned the one where we didn't quite get the opportunity, and we aren't the only team in the country that went through that. There was lots of good teams that year, but certainly a forever what if for us. But our campus is excited. I think the last couple of years, they've really shown that in the way that they've come out and supported our group. We're building a little home court advantage, and there's certainly a difference in terms of the interest level and some of the marketing and investment in our program that's showing up in the crowds that we're getting. So there's a lot of juice on campus. There's you can feel it in the community. That starts with putting a good product on the floor, and we had a pretty good team last year that we're hoping to build on. And we feel like if we can continue to play good basketball, that there's certainly a market for it here within our own student body, and then in the greater San Diego community as well.
You know how hard it is to avoid injuries. You've been doing this 20 plus years. Last year, the only team to start the same lineup every single game. Like, you never see that, ever see that.
Yeah.
Like, how fortunate were you last year, and how much did that play into your success, that you knew, like, hey, these are everyday guys last year?
Yeah, I mean, it's huge, right? And I think that that's something that, maybe the average person who's just looking and saying like, oh, you had a really good year, they don't going back and seeing like, well, yeah, we had injuries the year before and the year before. And when you're building the program, one of the things that's hardest to build is that depth, right? And like kind of sustain that through and be able to put a roster together that has multiple players at every position, and you can really, sustain those type of things. We were so fortunate last year. And that's the thing that, I want everybody to know is like, this doesn't just happen. Like, you gotta have a little luck in it, but you got to put yourself in those positions. And, we had a lot of things break right for us, but our guys put a ton of work in to get into that position. And then we were fortunate. We had almost perfect health. Right. And I'm not a guy that plays, 10, 12 guys on any given night. We play a relatively short rotation. So the health for us is important. And we really benefited from that last year. We had the 2-time transfer rule was a thing that benefited us with Ty McGuy, who I'm sure we'll talk about. So yeah, we had some things go right, but you gotta put in the work, do the things to give yourself a chance. And then when you get the break or two that kind of with your health or a guy getting eligible or whatever it is, you're in position to take advantage of it. I thought our guys did a great job of that last year. And, hopefully we're a little bit deeper this time. And, if necessary, could handle some bad luck, but maybe we can go 2 years in a row with no injuries. That'd be great too.
You've had some of the best retention in the league. 9 returners, a few of them that played a lot of minutes for you. I know you graduated a couple all-conference players, but you also have a couple all-conference guys coming back. A lot of times when you're in Division II, you're trying to get Division I transfers to come play for you, but you've loaded the roster this year as a Division I program with a bunch of Division II guys. So I'm curious, Is there any particular philosophy in focusing on these D2 guys over maybe some of the D1 guys in the transfer portal?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a few things that go into that. We have a history at Division II, so I think maybe we have a little different perspective on maybe how good some of those players are. You mentioned some of the teams we had at Division II. There's lots of guys that played for us at the Division II level that I know could be really successful in the Big West and are that level players. So we might value those guys a little more than, I don't know, the general college landscape, but I think that's sort of changing. We're not the only ones kind of looking at that market, but I do think we have a little bit of a unique perspective there. but really it's just how do we put the best team together, like just like everybody else. I think some of the advantages though are in the experience level with some of the Division II guys. I think all 6 of our Division II transfers are probably going to finish this year. They've either already scored 1,000 points or they're like, within a few points of it. And so like it's not just that they're playing big minutes, but they're playing those minutes in games that matter. They're the better players on their team, so they have the basketball in important spots. Like they've played big roles, and so if you can get guys to buy into whatever the role is, that experience in different roles is super valuable. So like it's almost like they have more experience than, or it's less of a learning curve, right? If you get a transfer from, let's say, a high major who hasn't played a lot, I think their learning curve is a little different because they just haven't been on the floor. Now, once maybe their upside is better, and once they kind of figure it out, like so, I think you need a balance. But in terms of guys coming in ready to impact the game, I think some of these D2 guys who have played in those big moments and been asked a lot of by their previous teams are maybe a little prepared to step in right away and be successful.
Real quick, Eric, before we get to the interview with him, give me where has Aniwaniwa made a big jump from last year to this year?
I mean, he just is so in control of the game now. I think as a newcomer, especially early last year, he was kind of figuring out where do I impact it. He does a lot of things really well, and so each game, like, where's his advantage look like for us? He creates for other people. He creates for himself. So he has a lot on his plate as a decision maker and kind of a primary ball handler. And I think his comfort level with those responsibilities has really grown. He's worked a lot on shooting the ball. We'd like him to get his volume up a little bit. When he has time, we feel like he can make it, but he just, I think just kind of continuing to be a willing shooter is something that he's working on. But he's just one of the most versatile guys that I've really ever been on a team with and coached. And he impacts the game on the glass. He's good defensively. He gets to the basket. He creates for other people. He's competitive. He's a leader. He plays with a lot of physicality. He draws a ton of fouls. Like he just, you look up and he's kind of got his fingerprints all over the game in a really unique way and kind of a unique game. Yeah, he's a fun one to coach, and I know like guys love playing with him and competing with him. He's a stud.
Well, listen, Eric, appreciate you coming on. Good luck this season. You're first eligible for the NCAA tournament. Let's see if you can make some history this year, and we'll talk to you soon.
Yeah, appreciate you guys doing it and having us on.
Yes, sir. See you later.
There you have him. Eric Olen, UC San Diego head coach, been there about 21 years, and now we have a chance to talk to his best returning player, a guy, an all-league guy, Aniwaniwa Tait-Jones.
And now let me welcome on to Big West Media Day, Aniwaniwa Tait-Jones from UC San Diego, the reigning newcomer of the year in the Big West and a preseason first-team All-Big West member after averaging 13.8 points per game last season for the Tritons, his first year at D1. So I want to ask you this, Aniwaniwa. The first 3 years you spent at D2, how did that prepare you for that adjustment stepping up to the Division I level?
I think it prepared me really well. The Pac West where I was playing in, like the level is, we have a lot of Division I bounce back, so it's like I'm playing against Division I players every night. And the school that I was at, Hilo, I was very fortunate for them to provide and give me a platform to do what I do. So I think it prepared me very well for.
So you're from New Zealand, if people can't tell by the accent. How'd you end up making it from there to Hawaii? Like, take me through that recruiting process.
So I actually committed like really late. So this was when COVID was going on. So I played a year at prep school in Ohio, Cleveland at Spire Academy. Mm-hmm. And I really didn't have like no college interest, no college offers. So I was just going to stay back in New Zealand and play pro. And then it wasn't until like August, I think early August, Coach Iona, he had messaged my coach back home, Kenny Mack, and he just said he's taking this job at Hilo and he's got a spot for me. And yeah, we jumped on it right away, and I'm forever grateful. And yeah, the rest is history.
Yeah, when someone says they're going to let you play basketball in college in Hawaii, generally speaking, you probably want to say yes to that, right?
Oh yeah, 100%. As soon as I heard it was in Hawaii, I'm like, yeah, I got to go. I have to.
So you guys lost a couple players from last season, specifically Bryce Pope, but I think it was 6 or 7 guys have departed. How do you guys replace the production that you lost from some of those guys?
I think we have a good core group coming back. We have Tyler coming back, Hayden, and myself, and then we also bring in like some really good transfers. I think we're looking really good. Coaches are really happy with us. I mean, players like out there, I think we're going to be really good. So we're all excited and we're looking forward to kicking off in a few weeks.
So let's talk about those transfers. You have 5 coming into the program, I believe. 3 of them are from the Division II level, which you have some experience with. Who's going to impress us? Who is going to be surprised, or who is going to surprise the fans in the Big West when they see him play this season? Talk up your teammates, man. Gas them up.
Honestly, I think everyone, like, we got a great group coming in. We got at our bigs, we got Milos and Norden. They can really shoot the ball. They're really good. We got Chris Howell, Justin, who else is there? I mean, we just got a really group. Maximo, yep, from D2. We just got Biola, actually, same conference as me. So I'm just really excited. We got a great group of guys coming in. We got a great returning group. We're going to be really good this year.
Where has your game taken a step forward? What have you added this offseason?
My game, I just like being like one of the returners. I just focused on being a leader, like trying to get the new guys up to speed, and personally just trying to get my shooting up, just working on my shot, being a confident shooter. But yeah, I'm just trying to lead from the front and bring the new guys along with us, and yeah, just grow and help them be them.
So here's the last one I got for you. Everybody knows about Steven Adams, right? He's like the famous face of New Zealand basketball right now, for at least for people in America. Give me your all-time New Zealand starting 5. Like, who are the best players that maybe some people don't know about that came out of that country?
Man, you putting me on the spot with this one. This is a tough
like, who
question.
do you look up? Let's do it like this. Who do you look up to back home that plays?
Well, honestly, there's only like one guy who I look up to, and that's Kenny McFadden. He's actually American, but he played in New Zealand for like 20 years. He played for the Saints. He was actually my coach. So he's someone that I really look up to. But coming from New Zealand, to give you a 5, I'll probably say Steven Adams at 5, of course.
Got to.
And we go Kirk Penny. He played in the league for a little bit. He went to Wisconsin, I think. Kirk Penny. And then we got, I'm going to shout out my boy Shanele. Then we're going to go Ruben Tarangi. And then last one, we're going to go Tom Abercrombie. That's my 5 right there.
Fun fact about Kirk.
Sorry to anyone that I missed. Sorry to anyone that I missed.
yeah, you're playing a dangerous game there. Fun fact about Kirk Penny. Tony Bennett credits him with helping them win the national title for Virginia in 2019 because he taught them how to play this ball screen spread continuity offense. So shout out to Kirk Penny there. Tony Bennett's got to get him a ring. Aniwaniwa, appreciate you being here, man. Best of luck this season. We'll be back with more from Big West Media Day coming up next. All right, back here. I'm Jeff Goodman. He's Richie Schuler back here at the Big West men's basketball preview. And after we're done, we have the women's basketball preview. So make sure you stick around. We are here for 6 hours of wall-to-wall Big West hoops coverage. Next up on our show is none other than the guy who led the NBA in three-point shooting back when he didn't have gray hair. Back in 1991, he shot 46% from 3, Richie. How about that?
Wow.
But he lost to Craig Hodges. I remember this well, when you lost to Craig Hodges, Jim Les, in the three-point shootout in All-Star Weekend. What happened? You couldn't beat Craig Hodges?
Moneyball, and I still haven't gotten over it. Thank you guys for having me. Love the Field of 68, shining a light on the Big West. This is a great basketball league. And Richie, I love all the things you've always done for this league, and you've been a great ambassador. So it's a pleasure to be with you guys.
Thank you.
No, it's been a blast. So far, the show's been a blast, and it's going to get better because we know we can have some fun with you and we can talk ball. And listen, most guys wouldn't be able to sleep after losing a player of the year, Elijah Pepper, last season, right? They'd be like, what am I going to do in this era, the transfer portal, NIL, everything that's happened? They might retire, frankly, at your age. It might be like, I'm done, I'm out. You, instead, have found a way to get another player that I know Richie's going to ask you about in a minute, but how do you deal with that? How do you deal with the loss of Elijah Pepper and still be able to feel so good about this group?
Well, one, you're assuming I'm sleeping well, so I'm not going to give that assumption. But first of all, a ton of respect for Elijah. He was a guy, and you guys got to see it on game day. Just an elite competitor, hard worker, a winner. He was willing to do whatever it took to win, and his numbers and his production stand out. But he was second in the league in steals. And he was an offensive guy that really worked hard on his defense. He was a great position defender. And I think I'm going to miss him most at practice because of the competitive nature he brought. And it didn't matter if it was a shooting drill, a 2-on-2 defensive drill. He was all about competing at a high level and winning. And when your best player does that, nobody else has room to relax. And I think that's what allowed us to have the success we did last year. So, and he's doing great in Australia. He's playing for John Riley in Perth and really coming off the bench and been an explosive scorer for them, which I'm not surprised at all.
That's great. Well, let's talk about T.Y. Johnson. We all know that you got to have great guard play to have a chance to win and be good. And you guys were Big West champion runner-ups last year with both Elijah Pepper and T.Y. Johnson and the others. But T.Y. Johnson now being a top Big West Player of the Year candidate, last year almost 18 points a game, 4 rebounds, 3 assists, couple steals, second team All Big West player, led the Big West in steals, and he's the leading returning scorer in the conference this year. And it is rare, as you know, it's rare that he didn't leave in today's transfer portal world. I know he had big-time offers financially to go elsewhere. So I'm curious, what's convinced him to stay? And now that all the attention is on him, what do you think he's ready for that next big leap?
Hey, it's all the money that Jim made back when he played in the league. He had to take that money out of the fund, out of the NBA pension fund, and give some of it to T.Y.
The money I lost from that three-point shootout, actually. The late, great Dick Versace always told me never be guard poor when I got into coaching. And I feel I've been blessed to be guard rich. And think about it, in this era, back-to-back years, our best player who, in Elijah and T.Y., who were both, courted to leave and thrown money to leave. So it's a little bit unheard of that we've been able to do this. And for T.Y. in particular in the spring, this is a young man who's grown really close to our staff. He's a Chicago guy. I'm a Chicago guy. And we've just developed a unique relationship on and off the floor. And when he walked into my office and started talking about the portal and the pressure and people wanting to figure out and find out what his market value was, he broke down into tears and just, Coach, I don't want to leave. And so I think it was a credit to UC Davis and our administration and our donors that we stepped up. Now, nowhere near did we match what he could have gotten, but we were able to put a collective together that said, you know what, we value you. We value for who you are, yes, as a player, but even more so your character, what you're doing in the classroom. You're on course to graduate from a top 10 public school in the country. Let's see this thing through, but let's also make your life a little bit easier and a little bit better. And so we're really fortunate and blessed. And he's everything you'd want in your point guard, your lead guard. And the first thing is, and the points and assists and 30-point games are all great. He's an elite on-ball defender. I think one of the best in the country. He's certainly the best that I've coached in 23 years, and I've had some pretty good lead guards over the years. He's impossible to get screened, and he makes the four guys behind him, because of the pressure he can put on the ball, better defenders. And he loves that role and buys into that. And then take it on the other side where, averaged 18 a game. He was so much better last year at getting guys involved, and now he's understanding the pace. He's got elite speed. But what we've tried to do with them is, if you just play at one speed, you become easier to guard. When you can change up that speed and go from 0 to 100, back down, dial it back down to 60, and then get back to 100 like he can, those guys are impossible to guard. And he's having a really good preseason, and he should be mentioned not only as one of the best players in the Big West, but to me, one of the top players on the West Coast, and he should be in that talk for that Bob Cousy Award.
Hey, Jim, how, if at all, have you had to change your coaching style over the years? I'm really curious about this because, again, having played at a high level, coached for a long time, watching how the landscape has changed, and I'm not sure, people talk about the kids have changed, but I think it's also the people around the kids have changed. How have you had to change?
That really good question, Jeff. And people ask me all the time. I go speak at different clinics. Now I'm going into my 23rd year, and I think if you're not adaptable and a lifelong learner and continuing to grow and figure things out, I think the game passes you by, and these kids and the new generation of kids pass you by, and you're not going to be able to mentor them, coach them, and lead them like you need to for them to be successful. And I know early on in my career, I was a really strictly X's and O's, and I wanted to be a great defensive coach. I wanted to be a great offensive coach. I want to have all these sets and be able to feature guys and do that, and didn't spend a lot of time with their guys individually off the floor, building that relationship, that camaraderie, the connectivity, the communication, and the trust that you need to have. Because I'm an intense guy, and I tell them all the time, I'm a competitor. I have a high level of intensity, and as much as that's my strength, I know that's sometimes my weakness. And in this day and age with the young guys, sometimes that's viewed negatively. But I think what we've done and what I've tried to do is I'm spending way more, an inordinate amount of time with our guys individually in my office. And it's an open line of communication, and it's building trust, and it's finding out about them first and foremost as people, and then finding out about what motivates them. What are their goals, and how can we get them to those goals? And then absolutely, you got to hold them accountable to that. But the hold them accountable piece is in direct proportion to the relationship piece. And one, I get great kids, so I really enjoy that. But I'm not going to tell you, Jeff, that we haven't in the past, had some situations maybe with family or outside influence where we said, we're not going to go that route. Yeah, he's a pretty good player, but I see maybe some issues with that. Or we've had some guys come on visits, and the character quotient wasn't quite what we wanted it to be. And some of those guys have gone to other D1 programs and been really good. We've never looked back, because as much as we have an academic filter and a basketball filter, we have a character filter. And that's what making those bonds and relationships really strong. And I think in this day and age, when college sports is going strictly transactional, it's portal, it's money, it's paid, and where can I go and make money, we're not going to change. We are still going to be driven by our relationships. And, I don't know if it's sustainable in that to keep keeping your two best players year over year, but we're not going to change. I know some guys are going to get recruited away, but that's the way we're going to do it. I enjoy it. I think our players enjoy it, and that makes this unit and our culture and our environment really special. Just real quick, one of the things we do every preseason is we take the kids up to Tahoe. We put them in a cabin. We put the phones away.
Really?
And we sit there for 2 days and we get to know each other. We play a ton of games. We're going to go river rafting. We're going to go hiking, but we're going to have bio night, and you're going to have to present on somebody on your team. And just, it's amazing the level of conversation. The coaches will be in the other room because we're cooking dinner, and just how loud it is in the other room. Nobody's texting. Nobody's taking a call. Nobody's surfing. They are truly engaged in each other. And I wish somebody would take my phone away from me for a couple of days sometimes. But I think doing those kinds of things, I think are unique and special. And to do that, you got to have really good kids. Because I've told other coaches that we do that, I'm like, you're going to go spend a weekend in the off season with your guys. I would never do that. And you know what are we doing if that's not part of our coaching and mentoring, playbook?
Well, listen, it's been great, man. I know I speak for Richie when I say this. Like, we could talk to you all day. But we got to go. We got to get to an interview with your star player now. You lost one, but you got another coming. And Jim Les, it's been a pleasure, man. I'm glad you're still in coaching. I'm glad you're still coaching kids and adapting. And we'll talk to you soon.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
All right, there you have it. UC head coach Jim Les. And a team that Richie Schuler thinks has a chance to really surprise him. Why? Because they have this guy, T.Y. Johnson.
And now let me welcome on to Big West Media Day, T.Y. Johnson from UC Davis, a second-team All-Big West performer last season and a preseason first-team All-Big West member. Appreciate you being here, T.Y. How you doing?
I'm doing well. Thank you for having me today.
So last season probably didn't end the way you wanted, but it's hard to argue with a season where you win 20 games and you finish top 3 in your league. But now that Elijah's gone, how are you kind of adjusting to being the face of the team, the leader in the locker room, the guy that everyone's going to be looking towards?
Keeping it the same routine that we had last year. I was one of the older guys, returning with Pepper. That was my running mate, and I felt like I left off a good hand that he held for me and his legacy here that's going to live on forever at UC Davis. So I just feel like my leadership role has just, been getting better each and every day. We got 6, 7 transfers and new guys. So just basically just getting them acclimated to the system and just teaching them, our ways and our culture and how we carry ourselves here at UC Davis. And I know it's going to be, a lot to fulfill in that stepping up playmaking leadership role, but it's nothing that, I can't handle returning from a season I just had last year.
So you go from being, I don't want to say the sidekick because that feels too weak, but you go next to one of the best players that we've seen in the Big West in a long time, to now you're the first name on the scouting report. Now you're the guy that's going to get the other team's best defender every single night. How are you preparing for that this fall?
Well, I'll just start by just, saying my work, just, being uncomfortable and just being comfortable in uncomfortable situations. And I know I'm going to see that each and every night. And I know our coaches are going to make adjustments. I'm going to make adjustments, just giving a real good feel for the game. And I just feel like I'm just going to, not always force it. I just let the game come to me. So no matter if that's with my scoring, playmaking, or just defense, I'll just, continue to watch film and just be ready for whatever's going to be thrown at me.
Well, what's been the one thing you've kind of focused on the most individually in your game in terms of development?
Just my consistency, just being, available for the guys here. And, just stepping up with my leadership role, I'll say. I feel like my consistency, just being in the gym, getting a lot of reps because, I have a bigger role that I have to fulfill this year. And I know I'm going to have to, make a lot of shots. Teams are going to force me, to my weakness, but I have, sat down and had a lot of conversations with the coaches. So we know a lot of things that we worked on this offseason. I'm going to be able to show for this upcoming year.
You guys got a lot of points to replace this year. You mentioned you got a bunch of transfers coming in. Who's impressed you? Who do we need to take note of?
I'll probably say Carl. He transferred from Central Arkansas. like he's one of those, like Coach Les always say, he's one of those like microwave guys. Like he can get it going at any time, and that's someone that's scary, that can help us at any night when I'm not going. He can get it going. And then I'll say Niels Cooper, transfer from Pepperdine. He has really developed here from the summer up until now. These guys are putting in a lot of extra work and a lot of extra reps. They're getting up each and every day. So I feel like we have a lot of people and a lot of keys. And I also say Leo DeBrew. He can really shoot the ball. We had like Kane, we had a couple shooters last year, but I feel like a lot of these guys will help replace a lot of the points that we're going to need this year.
You heard it here first. Watch out for everybody on UC Davis, according to T.Y. Johnson. Let's end it with this, right? You're a 6'3" senior. You put up big numbers on a good team, right? You can play on the ball. You can play off the ball. You entered the portal, and I know you were hearing from other teams. I know you were hearing from other people, whether it was directly, indirectly through the back channels, however that kind of works. You're back at UC Davis. Why?
I would just say the coaching staff really all less and just his development, his trust, and the position that he put me in. And I also say I played myself into this role. When he first recruited me, when I entered the transfer portal after my freshman year, he just laid out the platform and the vision he had for me and how I could help make the team, help make Davis better. And I feel like everything up until that point has just been straightforward, and the connections and the relationship that I have with my teammates and the coaching staff and just the whole community of UC Davis just made me just feel like this is home and this is somewhere I want to be. And I know I can make a lot of heads turn this year, and I know I have some guys behind me who can do the same thing. So that's why it was really the main reason why I stayed. And I feel like we have unfinished business from what we had happen last March. So just trying to return that legacy and keep it going.
Well, what would your advice be? You entered the portal and found success with the transfer. And then you entered the portal again after that success and decided not to transfer. What would your advice be for other players that are maybe where you were as a freshman, that are putting their name in and trying to figure out what their next step is going to be and how they can kind of navigate the world of college basketball?
What I'll say is find a place where you're wanted. Like it's a lot of talented players out here, but find a place where you're wanted and you're valued, not just as a basketball player, but as a human being, because we're still humans at the end of the day, and we still have to live our lives like other people. And I feel like when you find that one spot, make it truly feel like it's your second home before it becomes that first. And I feel like that's what the whole Davis community has done ever since, I stepped foot on this campus on my visit up until this point. Like, it's going to always be, it's like now since the NIL thing is so crazy, I would say like it's not about the money. Like if like you want it and you can play and you can compete with any talented player, go where you're valued and want it. That's what I would say.
Well said, TY. Great words. Appreciate you being here. Best of luck this season. Congratulations on being named first team preseason All Big West. Now we need you to be first team postseason All Big West and get that done. Best of luck this season, man. We'll be back with more from Big West Media Day coming up next.
Thank you.
All right, back here at Big West preseason preview with Richie Schuler. I'm Jeff Goodman, and now we bring on the guy that has the target on his back. UC Irvine is picked first in the league this season. He is the winningest coach in program history with 289 career wins. That means you're old, Russell Turner. How are you?
Yeah, thanks for the reminder. I'm doing well, Jeff. Thanks. How are you?
I'm good. Hey, 11 straight winning seasons, 7 Big West regular season titles in a 10-year span. You've won back-to-back regular season titles, but I know you want this. The last tourney title was in 2019. You also won it in 2015. All right, why is this the year, Russ, that you're going to get back to the NCAA tournament?
Well, yeah. Hey, thanks for framing it like that. I like this team. We got as veteran a team as we've had since that 19 maybe since the 20 year. I really am grateful to the veterans that we've got who've returned for the investment they've made in our program and in each other and in this university. We have a chance, I think, to be good. And, sometimes you have to go through some pain to grow into what you can become. And losing in the semifinals of the conference tournament last year to a really good Long Beach team who had a great effort, that's a tough thing to experience for any group. And hopefully we can use that as fuel to be better when that time comes this year.
Coach, I don't know if you ever get a chance to look back and appreciate all your milestones and accomplishments, but as Jeff said, you're 11 wins from 300, four-time Big West Coach of the Year. You've won 7 of the last 10 conference titles and I think 8 postseason appearances. Just won another regular season championship, another NIT. Hands down, you've been the most dominant program since you've gotten in Big West. And I just wanted to get that out there so people that may not know now know. And you're obviously you're known annually for how elite your defensive and rebounding rankings are, and you play a lot of guys. So I've asked this question to you before, but I'd like for everybody to know, where in your coaching background did you develop this philosophy of defense and rebounding and playing as many guys as you do? I know you came up the rank under some outstanding coaches, but can you just touch on that for us?
Yeah. And hey, thank you for listing all those things. I hope we can have some fun on this one. Those things, those memories are fun for us. But I sure also hope we can focus more on this year's team. We have had some consistency. A lot of that is based in our defense. What really I learned along the way is that you have to have a program that matches your university. Or in the NBA, when I coached, I thought our team matched the city of Oakland when I was there with the Golden State Warriors. And so I think we've done that here. We've got great people who are hardworking, underdog type guys who have a gritty edge to them. And so that often for us translates into, being able to recruit more defensive minded players. I think we've been able to uncover value on the defensive end in recruiting. And so we've been able to turn that into success. And I think that being able to continue to adapt is now our biggest challenge. We've got to improve to stay good, to continue to compete for championships. And everybody I've got here is really motivated to do that. I've had great continuity with my staff. Some of your question was about my background. Having worked for 4 different Hall of Fame coaches and played for another one on my high school team is the greatest blessing a coach could have. That's the path that I've been lucky enough to be on. So I don't know if I've learned more from Mike Montgomery or Don Nelson or Dave Odom or Tony Shaver or Woody Deans, but I've learned a lot from all of them. And hopefully I get a chance to pass some of what I've picked up along to the players and coaches that I'm working with now. That's the great joy in coaching.
So you mentioned gritty edge. You went to the Jones Cup. You took your team to Taiwan for the Jones Cup. And I bet some of that gritty edge came in there when you went to Snake Alley. Tell me what you ate in Snake Alley and drank. Tell everybody.
Okay, Jeff, with the research. All right. I like it. So we played in the Jones Cup last year in the summer. I had previously gone to the Jones Cup in 1997. The world was a lot different in 1997. I was a younger man. That was my first trip to Snake Alley. And when we went to Snake Alley, my buddy and I then, I was scared to drink the snake blood and lived with that regret until we returned to Taiwan last year. And my coaching staff had heard about it. So we had a staff outing one night where we ate snake, we drank snake blood, we drank snake venom. We had a culinary experience that not many have had. Not many have had that one. And
hey, you're a better man than me. Russ, you're a better man than me. There's no way I'm drinking snake venom.
Me either, man.
No way.
No.
Well, I'll tell you what. I got 2 guys on my staff, and Mike Wilder and Ali Tong, who've been to more exotic places and tried more exotic things. I imagine those 2 guys, they'll get out there and get after it. We did have a good experience over there. Couldn't put a price on the experience our program had. visiting Taiwan and playing in that and having different types of cultural experiences, of which the snake blood night was only one.
That's awesome.
Hey, you might have the best backcourt coming back in the conference. 2 all-conference guys, Andre Henry, Justin Hohn, which it's been fun to see Justin Hohn's progress because I don't think he had a D1 offer. I think you might have to remind us, did he walk on, or maybe UC Irvine was his only Division I offer, but he's really come along and played well. And you got the big fellas, Devin Tillis, you got Ben Leuston. Maybe touch on those guys, or maybe even talk a little bit about some of the lesser-known returners that we don't hear about so much, or maybe some of the newcomers you're excited about.
Okay, yeah, good. I appreciate the opportunity to talk about these guys. I've got 4 returning starters out of 5. Since one of them, he was not a walk-on, but I do think we were his only Division I offer when we offered him. And I spent about a whole week in South Dakota watching him, trying to figure out what other people were not seeing that I thought that I was. I'm sure glad that we made the decision on him that we did, and that he stayed here and committed to us the way that he has. I'm super excited for him. He started a full year for us at the point guard position, and in the last 2 years has played more off the ball and more as a scorer, but he's a versatile two-way player who I know is going to have a great year. He's gotten better and better, and he's gotten more and more fun to coach, like most guys do in our program. The growth that I've seen from him is tremendous, and I'm excited for him about it. You know, you asked about our backcourt combination. Andre Henry's returning Defensive Player of the Year. The guys who win that award, you know, have a special place in my heart, because I know the type of commitment and toughness and consistency it takes to perform at that level on the defensive end. You know, it's special to be perceived that way by others. Andre's earned that, and he's also become an outstanding offensive player, shooting over 40-some% from 3 last year. You know, a versatile ball handler, an underrated passer. We've got a crew of guys who all can pass. All 4 of those returning starters that I've got are excellent, unselfish players who see the game and make others better. Devin Tillis doesn't get the recognition, in my opinion, that maybe he should, in part because he's in the past been limited by injuries. But I think he's going to have a huge year for us and can be one of the top players in the conference, both on the offensive side and the defensive side. And then Ben Leuston the same. You know, he's 7'1". He's got a dominant physical presence. He's had dominant nights, but he's also struggled some with injuries and with maybe conditioning a little bit, and maybe the fact that I haven't played him as much as I plan to play him this year. You know, you alluded to the fact that we play a lot of guys. These 4 seniors are poised and ready for breakout seasons, I believe.
Well, listen, Russ, I appreciate you joining us, man. I'm glad I caught you off guard with that one story. You know, listen, that's what I get paid to do. You know, you gotta loosen these things up, lighten them up a little bit, and do my research. So that was a heck of a story, and I'm still never drinking blood. I'm not doing it.
If you're in Taiwan, Jeff, you ought to give it a try. You know, I've traveled all over the world recruiting players.
Wait. Before we let you go, how did it taste?
I don't really remember. You know, it was okay.
You had a few drinks.
Cold Heineken to chase it.
All right. We know you had a few drinks before you had that snake blood.
You take it like a shot, or is it like a cup?
Yeah, both were shots.
Okay.
Yeah, both were shots. It's it's a great experience. I highly recommend it. I wanted for 20-some years to do it, and I'm glad I did it. And I'm glad that my whole staff has also had that experience.
Listen, we appreciate it, Russ. Great seeing you. Great talking to you. Good luck this season, and we'll be watching.
Okay, thanks. I appreciate you guys.
You got it. There he is, UC Irvine head coach Russell Turner. The Anteaters picked first in the preseason poll this year, and looking to get back to the NCAA tournament after a few-year hiatus. And now we got our final players interview, and we got a couple of them together with Rob Dosser. And this one we got Russell Turner talking about one of his best players, Justin Hohn, and also Keonte Jones of CSUN sitting down with Rob now.
Now I'd like to welcome on to Big West Media Day, Tait-Jones from CSUN, fresh off a season where he averaged 11 points and 7 rebounds, and Justin Hohn coming off a year for UC Irvine where he averaged just under 13 points per game and was named second team All-League. Both of you guys were named preseason All Big West first team. So first and foremost, congratulations on that. It's a great achievement. Justin, I want to start off with you here, man. Last season, you guys won the league. The season ended with a semifinals loss in the All Big West tournament. How do you use that as motivation heading into the summer?
Yeah, I mean, in my career here at Irvine, this will be my 5th year playing, but I have yet to go to the big dance. I mean, March Madness is always, that's my only goal. Like, honestly, I'm not really worried about the individual accolades. It's a team sport. So at the end of the day, we've always been trying to get to the tournament. So that's just where my head's at.
Yeah, Keonte, you're on a team that has 8 transfers coming into the program, a couple of freshmen coming into the program, and the only other returning that played minutes only played 12 games last year. How has that kind of been as the 5th year senior, as the guy that's been in the program for a couple of years? How have you kind of taken on that leadership role?
Really just listening to my coaches, following the role, and just talking to the players, letting them know that, this is my last year, and we're just trying to work and win. So just communication and getting along as a team is really a big part.
Yeah, Justin, this is your 6th season, I believe, at UC Irvine. Is the reason you're still there because it looks so beautiful? That weather looks a lot nicer where I am right now.
Yeah, I'm from Sioux Falls, South Dakota. Not many people know about that place, but that's in the Midwest. Snows 6 months out of the year. Really cold. So yeah, when UCI started recruiting me, I was like, a California school. I was like, as soon as they offer me, I'm all in. Like, I'm trying to get out of here. And it's hard place to leave. It's very family oriented. It's a nice little quiet spot. No danger, no problems out here really. They take care of me, so the least I could do is repay my loyalty.
Yeah, I actually was just in Sioux Falls yesterday for Summit League Media Day, and
no kidding,
it was 45 degrees. So I understand.
Yeah,
head to the West Coast.
Yeah, it's about to start getting real cold out there.
Yeah. So Keonte, you're also from the Midwest. You're a Wisconsin kid. You've kind of had a little bit more of a circuitous path to being named a preseason All Big West player. Just kind of take me through what it means to, after going through a couple JUCOs and ending up at CSUN, what it means to finally be able to kind of have a year where you could step forward and do this.
It feels good, really. Just my path at Mineral area, just usually playing behind like older players and just seniors and just learning from them. So the path here has been great, just to follow behind them. And when I got to CSUN, still doing the same, kind of playing behind Deshaun and Bostic, really helped me like grow more as a person too, but on the court also. So just having this year to show my true talent and show where I belong in this conference, it feels good.
All right, I want both of you guys to answer this. We'll start with Keonte. Where have you improved in the offseason, and what is the one thing that you want to be better at this year?
Improving on just shooting the ball, honestly. Just getting my shot off a lot more and shooting it with confidence. I worked on a lot of dribbling. So just really getting downhill and shooting off the dribble is a big thing I wanna work on and improve with.
Justin?
For me, it was probably my strength in the weight room. Put on a little more mass. And also I'm focused on, I was recruited as a point guard. That's what I was for like my first 2-3 years here. And then they asked me to take on more of like a shooting guard role. So I've just been trying to create new ways to score, I guess. There's always new ways to score.
Let's end it with this. We're gonna have a little bit of a fun one. Keonte, I want your scouting report on Justin, and then Justin, I want your scouting report on Keonte.
Okay, I got you cut your hair, man?
Yeah.
Okay, for sure. Number 2, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Scouting report. I'll say strong getting downhill. Likes the floats in the paint. Can shoot, catch and shoot. and very crafty. So stay in front, you know.
Justin, give me Keonte's scouting report.
Very high level athlete. So you got to keep him off the boards, slasher, playmaker, and the main thing is do not play around with the ball around, bro, because he's long, athletic, steals, just making plays.
Well, listen, guys.
Yeah, playmaker.
Congratulations on being named preseason All Big West first team. Best of luck this season. And I need both of you guys to at least have one big game, go pull off an upset, go do something incredible so we can get you guys on field of 68 after dark at some point this season. Appreciate you. We'll be back with more Big West Media Day coming up next.
All right, Jeff Goodman, Richie Schuler back here, Big West Media Day. Remember, after we're done, we got Dedrique Taylor coming up next, then Dan Butterly, the commissioner, and then we get into 3 hours of breaking it all down for the women's basketball with Tammy Blackburn and Talia Goodman. All right, let's bring them in. Cal State Fullerton head coach Dedrique Taylor, who I've known forever, man. Yeah, you are a little grayer. You're definitely a little grayer, and you didn't wear those glasses when we first met. So your eyes aren't as good, and you got a little more gray hair, but you still look good, my man. How you doing?
I appreciate it. That is the consequence of lifing. I have no hair.
Hey, listen, look at this. I got gray.
Bro, you guys keep
I got my daughter yelling at me that I got a bald spot going in the middle. So listen, there's nothing you can do about it. You just when we get old like us.
Gray hair.
Yeah, whatever. It is what it is.
He's been talking about gray hair for every coach.
I know. It's very true. Very true.
I'm the only one here without gray
season. Hair. You've taken your team to 2 NCAA tourneys in 2018 and 2022. Last year, probably not what you wanted, not what you signed up for, but this is kind of the new world of college basketball in a way. Like, how difficult is it to have consistency and continuity these days?
I think you liken it to the process of speed dating. You literally are trying to hurry up and get to know one another, your players, and you're hoping that your players hurry up and get to learn your concepts. They get to know your concepts so that in very short order they can execute them. And yes, that's a tough, tall ask, but it's the lay of the land, and it's been done, and it's being done across the country. And those people that are having success, I think they find a way to get that done and get that figured out a lot quickly than the rest of us.
Dedrique, what I was trying to say earlier is the way that you avoid gray hair is you get out of coaching like I did. You see no grays right now, and
I would love that.
Unfortunately,
I actually would love that.
I mean, well, you're pretty good at gelling new groups, man. You've lost some heavy hitters, a couple all-conference players from last year, as well as a defensive player of the year, I believe, at least over sometime in the last couple of years in Torrey, San Antonio. You got a lot of new faces, one starter coming back. How do you continue to do this year after year? Because a lot of years, Jeff mentioned it, you've been to that Big West title game several times in the last 6 years. How do you keep gelling these new groups together?
It takes time, which is not on our side, but we traditionally get off to a rough start. A, because of who we're playing, but B, because we're all new. We're all trying to figure each other out. And somehow, some way, we begin to gel at the right point in the season, and we begin to play together, and we're fresh. And we just put it all together at the right time. And it's obviously, as you know, it's good to be playing your best basketball at the end of the season and on into the conference tournament. And we've been fortunate to be able to figure that thing out and do that. And I'm hoping that this year will be the same.
Yeah, I mean, you add 8 new guys, 5 transfers, but I think you've done it the right way, which is, okay, I'm going to go get some D1 transfers. I'm going to go get a JUCO kid. I'm going to get maybe a D2 or D3 kid. And you have to be adaptable to looking at, international kid, whatever it is. You can't close yourself off. You've got to kind of keep yourself open to every avenue to being able to improve the team and do it quickly. Give me one of these guys, Dedrique, who has completely stood out of the newcomers that we're going to be looking at and say, wow, like, where did he come from?
Yeah, I think there's three of them, but I would say probably a guy like Zion who started off at a Division One and then got injured and lost his coach, and then he ends up at a Division Two. I think his talent allows him to be at the Division One level. His size allows him to be at the Division One level, and I think most importantly for us, we get him on the tail end of that, which is with a lot of experience, and so. He's a skill guy that can handle, that can shoot, and again, his size I think is nothing to shake a stick at, and hopefully that's our advantage is his size. But he's one that I think I would earmark to do something super special for us this year.
So, Dedrique, I believe the program has had 11 straight years with an all-conference player. I believe in your time there, which I think this is year 12 for you, I believe.
Yeah.
36 pros since you've been there.
Yeah.
And Jackson Rose with the Golden State Warriors, I believe. Do you feel like Cal State Fullerton basketball gets the respect it deserves for all these accomplishments?
That's a heck of a question. I think I think it's par for the course. They always pick us last. They never count on us to do anything. And all I can say is the proof's in the pudding. You know, we have some brilliant coaches in the Big West, and I think they've proved their brilliancy again by picking us last, which is no secret around here, and it's just par for the course. It's that's become our rallying cry almost, and it really has nothing to do with what happens in March. It's an opportunity for us to come together and really understand what we're trying to do. And at the end of the day, we're just trying to play good basketball. We're trying to understand how to play together, which I think is really important, especially in this league. But we're trying to play a brand of basketball that will allow guys to showcase their talent, showcase their skill. And I think the proof's in the pudding with having 11 all-league or 11 years in a row of an all-league guy on the staff, and that's or not on the staff on the league on the team, and that's really important to be able to say we've been in 4 out of the last 6 years conference games, conference tournament games, championship games. I think that's important to be able to say we've had 36 pros or we've been a part of producing 36 pros. I think that's important, but that's in the past. It has nothing to do with tomorrow. And so we have to go out and define ourselves day by day once again, but expect everybody else to not give us anything.
You guys are feared by opposing teams by the way you guys attack. Are we going to continue to see, especially with a whole new group essentially, the staple offense we always do where you're spreading the floor 4 around 1, attacking downhill and getting opposing defenses in foul trouble?
Yeah, I think as crazy as it sounds, man, as much as I would like to play that way, we're going to be uncommon. We're going to have to play things a little bit different because our guards are not they're not what we're used to having in terms of allowing space and allowing them to get downhill and attack. We're going to attack a different way and utilize our size. I mean, our smallest guy at one point in time, we could be on the floor with the smallest guy being 6'4" and the tallest guy being 6'11", maybe 7 feet. And so being able to take advantage of that and what that provides us, the advantage that it does provide us is we got size across the board. And I think it's a little bit different in terms of not maybe being as athletic as we were, but I think being physical and being tough and almost playing a level of smash mouth basketball is going to be our new identity. And that's how we're going to have to move forward and execute that system for us to take advantage of the skill set that we have in our toolkit.
Can't wait.
Dedrique Taylor, always good seeing you, man. Always good.
Same
And listen, we've known each other a long time and love seeing you on the road and we gotta go out for a drink or a meal at some point soon. All right. It's been
Definitely.
too long.
Look forward to it. We'll just charge it to Richie.
That's right. Exactly. We'll charge it to Herb. Why don't we charge it to Herb?
You know the answer to that. He ain't paying for a piece of gum.
Love you, man. We'll talk soon. Dedrique
All
Taylor,
right, thanks,
Cal
guys.
State
Talk to you
Fullerton
soon.
head
See
coach.
you.
They're with us, and we'll move on. We've covered every coach. We've talked to all the all-league guys, which leaves one person left, and we've saved the best for last, Richie, and that is none other than the commish, the guy who orchestrated this, Dan Butterly. Dan, how are you, man? Have you enjoyed the show so far? It's been entertaining, informative, right? I mean, we've talked about with Russell Turner about snake blood, Joe Pasternack throwing up in the back of Sean Miller's car. I mean, come on. Like, have we delivered?
You've absolutely delivered exactly what we talked about, Jeff. Entertaining, informative. I haven't stopped watching since it's put on. I think I've liked everything Field of 68's put out on Twitter over the last 3 hours. So if you can't get excited about Big West basketball watching this Field of 68 live media day from the Big West today, you're not a basketball fan.
I've had a blast. I'll tell you what. I mean, I've had a blast. Richie and I have known each other forever, but never worked together like this. And obviously his knowledge of the league was huge with this. And we appreciate you partnering with the Field of 68 and doing this. And obviously we're only halfway done now. We've got Tammy and Talia coming up for 3 straight hours of breaking down women's basketball in the Big West right after we're done. But we gotta put you to the fire now. Like you're not getting off easy, okay? Life as a commissioner, man. Like I can't even imagine what it's like, and you felt the reality of it today. And
absolutely,
it sucks. I mean, I've said it. Like realignment sucks. I went to Arizona, and we don't have Arizona UCLA anymore, right? All these great rivalries are gone. And today the news broke that Hawaii is going to be heading to Mountain West after the Mountain West was completely ravaged by the Pac-12, and nobody is safe out there right now, Dan. And I hate it. I hate it for you guys. I hate it for college athletics. Explain to me even what it's been like and what it is like when you hear the news about Hawaii.
No, I appreciate that, Jeff. Obviously, you're right. It's not easy being a commissioner these days. I mean, I came on board at the beginning of COVID. I had to traverse COVID and all the things that we've had to deal with there. Name, image, and likeness, transfer portals, transformation of the NCAA, and all the things that are going on right now. I think I'm currently serving on 14 different NCAA committees, just trying to be in the room where it happens for the membership of the Big West, just trying to stay on top of things and really be able to provide some perspective, not just the power conferences being able to dictate certain things, but at least being a voice in the room for the mid-major conferences in many ways. But obviously the loss of the University of Hawaii starting in 26-27 is unfortunate. Hawaii has been a tremendous member of the Big West family. We love the University of Hawaii, their basketball programs, all of their sport programs. We hope to continue an affiliation with them on potentially 4 sports that the Mountain West does not host, but the Big West does host. So we're excited about that opportunity. In fact, later this evening, I got a meeting with our ADs to talk about some of those type of things, and our board of directors probably here in a couple weeks. But you're right. I mean, you see the impact it had. Good friend of mine, Brian Thornton, just left the WAC to take the basketball job at the Big 12. I mean, it's a daily grind being a commissioner. I haven't slept here in a couple days trying to do what I could to keep Hawaii in the league. And again, it's a time of change. It's a time of challenge. If you're not up for it, commissioner position is not where you need to be.
Well, Dan, you're fortunate. Every coach has come on here. Jeff's talked about their gray hair. So you're fortunate that you avoided that. So that's a good thing.
Yeah, Richard, the unfortunate thing for me, I came in and I had no hair when I came in and took the job. It's obviously gone a little bit more gray, but the unfortunate thing is I've gained weight in this job in 4.5 years. So the hair went down, to allow me to gain some weight with the stress of the job. So it's all good.
Well, cool. Yeah, well, I mean, with being on 14 NCAA committees, I could see how that would be a challenge. And this is why, Jeff, if you're ever up at like 7 a.m. Eastern time and you're like, hey, let me write Dan Butterly an email, and you're thinking, oh, he'll get back to me in several hours. He'll get back to you in 5 minutes because at 4 a.m. he's replying back to emails. And now I know why, because he's on all these committees. I'm curious, the Division I Men's Basketball Oversight Committee, what all does that committee entail? Because there's a lot involved with that one.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, obviously, there's an oversight committee for men's basketball, an oversight committee for women's basketball, and one for football. They split that off a little bit in FCS and FBS, but the men's basketball oversight committee is tasked with, doing things for the good of the game in many ways, making adjustments on rules and legislation, overseeing the selection committee and procedures, NCAA tournament sites moving forward, Final Four sites. The selection committee does the hard work. The oversight committee either approves or disapproves of the things that the men's basketball committee is doing. So there's a lot to it. We just got done with a meeting last week. I chaired that as chair of the men's basketball oversight committee this year. We focused on obviously we changed the dynamic relative to the transfer portal being 45 to 60 days in the transfer portal, or 45 to 30 days. We went from 60 days in that respect. We changed the start date for college basketball. If you've ever worked on a basketball schedule, and if you haven't, I invite you to come in the office. We'll be more than happy to give you a pen and paper and start working on that. Going to a 22-week consistent schedule in college basketball is a great addition, particularly for those coaches that are trying to get non-conference games, particularly when you're playing a 20-game slate in that respect. We're working on legislation in the January cycle right now for off-campus recruiters. Now that you can send 6 different coaches out, trying to put some guardrails around that and help our institutions a little bit. Also looked at MTE legislation moving forward. That'll be something that the MBOC and WBOC work together on starting in December. We're going to look at multi-team events moving forward and some legislations relative to that. Jeff, you talked about realignment and expansion. There's a lot of issues right now in some of these MTEs relative to multiple teams from the same conference that are contracted to play in the same event, which is against NCAA policy. So we just approved a waiver for the 24-25 season to make that happen. And we're also looking at a lot of alignment between the WBOC and the MBOC, making sure that Kelly Barsky, who's the athletic director at UC Santa Barbara, is the chair of the WBOC. So the Big West has a little power in the oversight committee space, with two of the two basketball oversight committee chairs being in the Big West. But Kelly and I have a great relationship. We make sure that we're aligned in the WBOC and MBOC. We have joint meetings throughout the year to make sure there's no surprises, which was something that was done a few years back. So a lot of things going on with the oversight committee, and a lot of things I hope between now and June of next year can get decided and move forward.
I love what you've done with the portal. I love that. I mean, again, pushing it back a little bit so that, I know you can't push it back too far. I would love it even after the Final Four, but I understand. You pushed it back and then you shorten the window, which I think for me, if you could shorten the window to like 14 days, I'd be happy.
91% of the players are done with their seasons by the time the new window will start. And coaches really wanted to know who was going to be on their team by May 1st, Jeff. And we tried to look at trying to get that portal window before final exams hit. As we heard from the men's basketball student athlete engagement group, I think 85% of them really favored 30 over a 45-day window, liked the dates of it. So again, we're not making decisions just sitting in the room like smoking cigars. We're making decisions that are research-based, that are well-informed by the NABC, by the student athlete engagement group, as well as the portal research that we're able to see. I think 81% of student athletes are making their decision to go to the portal before the season even ends. So again, there's a lot of
I got one suggestion for you. All right. And I know you don't pick the sites. I know you don't pick the Final Four sites. Okay. But if you have any juice there for the future, can we stop doing them in cold weather places like Detroit, Minneapolis? And I know everybody comes back and they're like, well, it's played indoors. Yes, it's played indoors, but we have to walk around for like 5 days outside. And I come from Boston, so I want to go somewhere warm. I don't want to be in Detroit or Minneapolis. No disrespect to those cities; they're great cities, just not for a Final Four.
Well, the challenge, obviously, this Orange County, California-based conference commissioner, going to Detroit and Minnesota, obviously is cold, but even going a little bit farther north or a little bit south, Indianapolis is cold that time of year. But again, the challenge relative to the Final Fours is the facilities that have the size and capability, the cities that want to host, as well as the cities that have the hotel and convention center infrastructure to be able to host as well. And that becomes more of a challenge every year in trying to find those sites and the requirements that are put forth by the NCAA.
Hey, if we were to kind of zoom in to more just men's basketball, particularly Big West, I know the trend has been across many conferences is to take the conference championship and turning it into 8 teams, an 8-team format. And the Big West, you guys chose to do that this past year. Do you feel like you had a pretty positive reaction to that, being that it was the first time this past spring?
Yeah, we did. I think the coaches bought onto it. Obviously, every coach wants to be in the championship and participate in the championship, but it really makes the regular season that much more important. Coming down to the wire 2 years ago, the difference between getting a double bye in the championship versus a single bye came down to the final game. I think it was Long Beach at UC Davis. Last year, we had highly competitive fields going into who was going to be the last team in and the last team out. So it creates a little bit of excitement. At the end of the year, the games mean a little bit more. It's not everybody just makes it and you're looking for seeding. Now you're looking to get in that respect. And obviously, when you're looking at the cost of business now, in many ways, Richie, the challenges that await conferences, not only at the Big West level, but many conferences are having to look at a lot of things relative to the NCAA settlement and the cost implications relative to that, as well as the future of cost for the institutions as they're looking at NIL and the things they're going to be able to do as well. So we'll continue to look at the format, particularly now that we know Hawaii is departing after the 26 basketball championships, whether we continue at 8, whether we look at going to full 10, whether we cut that to 6 even potentially, and where it may be held. Right now we're at a great facility. You've been there, Richie, at the now called Lee's Family Forum in Henderson, Nevada, right outside there in Las Vegas, just down the street from the airport. Love the building, love everything about the size of it. We just got to get more people interested in Big West basketball and attending. And so we're trying to be as innovative as we can, being in a market that has held the 5 of the 6 Western-based conference tournaments all at the same time.
Do you think you'll stay at 10 teams now? Like, do you have any feel yet, or is that something you need to talk to people within the league? I know this just happened. So, but the reporter in me, I can't take that away, unfortunately.
Hey, Jeff, I get it. I used to be a reporter. I'd be asking the same questions. So, being in a position, we do have an athletic directors meeting later today. Our directors of athletics meet every month. I called a meeting for them yesterday, understanding Hawaii was going to make this announcement for today, just to get them caught up. The board of directors will meet right now again in early December. We've got a lot of things on their plate right now, looking at 25, 26 and beyond. And obviously now this will be a part of it. We've had a number of institutions reach out to me relative to full membership or even affiliate memberships in various sports. So as you hit it at the top with me, Jeff, the West hasn't seen a lot of realignment over the years, over the last 20 years. Now it's our turn, unfortunately, to hit this, I hate to say transfer market and realignment, but the transfer portal of realignment in conferences. I'm hoping it settles down here a bit, but we know that the Pac-12 still needs some institutions to be able to get to the NCAA minimum. So unfortunately, I don't think it's done yet.
Well, when you first came in during the pandemic, and we talked a lot about men's basketball. And Jeff, I just got to tell you, if it wasn't for Dan Butterly, I wouldn't be sitting here doing the show with you. So big thanks to him. He's looked out for me over the years, much appreciated. But we talked a lot about men's basketball, how you were just like women's basketball as well. You wanted to grow basketball within the Big West Conference. Now, men's basketball has 2 new head coaches. Are you pleased with the progress and the growth so far in the 4 years, I think you've been the commissioner now?
Yeah, it's going into the 5th, obviously the 5th season coming up here. We've, obviously we had some challenges with COVID, had to come out of COVID and the challenges relative to that. We had to overhaul a lot of things in the Big West to set up some success for basketball. We've had success in a lot of other sports, won national championships in men's volleyball, advanced to the Sweet 16 the last couple of years in women's soccer. So we're very competitive in that respect, but Richie, we need more people talking about the Big West a little bit. I mean, I don't think people realize that last year in men's basketball, and I am excited about the 2 new coaches entering the league. I'm going to miss Dan Monson a bit because he was always a good guy to catch up with and get some senior experience there. But people don't realize the Big West was 10-4 last year against the West Coast Conference. The West Coast Conference is seen as the strength in basketball in the West. Obviously, I worked at the Mountain West for 21 years as well and ran basketball there for a number of years. But when you could say you went 10-4 against the West Coast Conference in 2023-24, that's pretty strong to be able to say that. Obviously, we beat Michigan at Michigan last year, went into Paul. So we're building, we're growing. We don't have the significant financial resources to turn basketball quick, but we've made some moves this summer that we think will continue to improve basketball. I've got some recommendations forthcoming in December to the athletic directors and board of directors to find ways to continue to improve basketball. I like the fact that we've gone from the mid-20s to the 16th rated conference in the country. We've got some room to improve, and looking forward to working with the membership and the coaches particularly to hopefully try to get to that direction.
Great. Well, listen, this was a blast, Dan. We appreciate you having us on. Obviously, the men's portion here done, presented by Credit Union 1. And now we'll turn it over to my daughter, Talia, who I appreciate you bringing on as well. You've been as big a supporter of her as anybody. And she's I don't want to feed her ego, but she's been doing pretty well with covering women's basketball full time and also going to school. And her grades are okay. They're good. They got to stay up, but they've been good. I can't complain because my grades at Arizona were not very good. So,
well, just to prove that I have been listening, I did hear the spiel about your grades at Arizona earlier in the show. So as long as Talia gets a little bit better than you, that's the same thing I wanted for my daughter, just a little bit better. She's going to have a great career in many ways, Jeff. So
that's the key. Well, we really appreciate it. For Richie Schuler, I'm Jeff Goodman, and Big West men's portion of the media day of the basketball previews has concluded. But make sure you stick around because for the next 3 hours, again, Tammy Blackburn, Talia Goodman will absolutely crush it with their coverage of Big West women's basketball.
The Big West is back in the City of Lights for the 2025 Hercules Tires Big West Basketball Championships, presented by Credit Union 1. See 8 men's and women's teams battle for a conference title and an automatic berth in the NCAA tournament. Catch the action March 12th through 15th at Lee's Family Forum in Henderson, Nevada. Get tickets now at leesfamilyforum.com/BigWest or call 702-645-4259.
Welcome into the Big West Women's Basketball Media Day on Field of 68, presented by Jersey Mike's. I'm Talia Goodman, on with Tammy Blackburn, and we will be on here for the next 3 hours. So get used to us talking here. We'll be talking to every head coach in the league. We'll also have the preseason All-League first team coming in to chat with Rob Doster. But first, Tammy, I want to talk about this preseason poll, the coaches poll that came out. I'll read it out for everyone first, and we'll kind of go down the line a little bit here. So at number 1 is Hawaii. Then we got UC Irvine, then UC Davis, Long Beach State, Cal Poly, UC San Diego, UC Santa Barbara, UC Riverside, Cal State Fullerton, Cal State Bakersfield, and CSUN rounding it off. And I want to talk to you, just get your thoughts a little bit. The top 3 here are the top 3 teams that won the league last year, right? So do you agree with the coaches on this? We'll start with the top part of it. Do you agree with them?
Oh, yeah. I think that, first of all, when you look at Hawaii and UC Irvine, right, you see that the first place votes, 6 for Hawaii and 5 for UC Irvine. And then you've got UC Davis with head coach Jen Gross, who's done a remarkable job. And, they were at one point in time the team to beat every year down the stretch and into the championship week. But then you also have Long Beach State, and now you're in that 4 slot. And Coach Amy Wright, who is going into her second year, watch out, because she's got a whole year under her belt. She's got this style of play where it's all about the pace and the run and the score, but they know they've got to defend to stop. And I think with the coaches, it's really no surprise the top 2, but especially UC Davis, Long Beach State. And then I want to talk a little bit about Cal Poly in that 5th slot. I'm not surprised there. And then, you got UC San Diego, right? So you got Heidi Vanderveer, and she's in this first year after this 4-year transition where they were not allowed to go to Big West Championship, not allowed or did not qualify for NCAA. How do you recruit for that? And somehow Heidi Vanderveer kept it all together and made sure that this program was going in the right direction, so that when this moment today comes, and we're going to talk to Heidi and talk to her about that 4-year transition. I mean, those are a lot of dues to pay, Talia, and it's pretty tough. So I admire where these teams are. We've got 3 new coaches here in this league. Very, very exciting, and very excited to kind of get going. I do want to say this, Talia, about the preseason poll. When you look at where these teams stack and you look at the gap now, right? Do not be fooled by the fact that Hawaii and Irvine got first place votes, but UC Davis didn't, Long Beach State, other teams did not, right? The gap between each slot is so thin. The margin of error is so thin for these teams. And when you talk to these coaches, they're going to tell you that because they understand how incredibly close this is going to be.
I hear you on that. I think especially that top half, like you said, is really close, and it could be anyone's season, right? And it all depends. But you mentioned the 3 new head coaches in the league, and I'm curious to hear your thoughts. Who do you think is put in the best position right now for success out of those new coaches?
Yeah, it's hard to say, and I've talked with them. I've talked with all 3 of them actually just recently, and I know them, and they're so familiar with this league. When you think about Angie, Ned, and of course Renee Jimenez right down here in San Diego at San Marcos. She is now at Santa Barbara. She comes from Ventura, but these coaches have all been playing at their former universities in their assistant roles, associate head coach roles. They have all been playing Big West teams, and they've been doing that because they want to prepare and they want to get ready to go. So I think really it's kind of an even keel. Probably Renee Jimenez probably has the most depth there in terms of returning players on her roster.
I love it, and we will definitely talk to her soon later up in this show. But now I want to welcome in our first guest of the day, and I'm really excited about this one. We got Cal Poly head coach Shanele Stiers coming in. Here she is. We are so glad to have you on. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. Very excited to pick your brain about everything right now. First, I want to start with the fact that you guys made the WNIT last year for the first time in 10 years. You returned 3 starters from that squad, right? So how do you go about building on that success from last year?
Yeah, I think continuity from year to year is something that obviously we're striving to play at a really high level. We've obviously got a super competitive conference, but I think when you have players that have played in the postseason that have that kind of experience on your roster, it's something that you can really lean into. And our returners have just been tremendous in terms of setting the tone this fall and really helping a lot with our newcomers. So, Annika Shaw, Sydney Borland, Sierra Lickey, they've been tremendous, but we've got some really great young talent on the roster too. So we've got a nice mix of old and a nice mix of new, and we're trying to figure out how we're going to play our best basketball in March.
Shanele, first of all, I got to let everybody know, you and I go way back. All right. Let's go back to San Diego State for just a split second. Right? Just a split second, Shanele. And I see you and I meet you. I'm there at San Diego State. You get hired on, the staff there. It's just instant energy from Shanele. And I'm telling you, I could walk anywhere on campus and it would be like I could hear Shanele wherever you were. But you bring this energy about you, and your athletic director, Don Oberhelman, told me the day that he hired you, it wasn't shortly thereafter that you came to campus and you were getting moved in and you were getting your staff hired. And he said, I don't know what was going on, but all I heard was laughter and whooping it up down the hallway. And he said, oh boy, what are we in for? So I know there's a lot of great energy that you bring and passion, a former ABL and WNBA player yourself, of course, Minnesota Lynx. Shout out to you on that with where they are right now. I want to understand your passion for this game and what you're trying to instill with your players.
Yeah, Tammy, first off, when we met, all I heard about was how hard Tammy Blackburn worked and like the legacy that you left at San Diego State. When I got to campus there, it was unbelievable. So, you mentioned energy, and I think that's something that as a coach and as a coaching staff and as a program, that's something that we really pride ourselves on. We're really trying to instill in our young ladies not only an incredible work ethic and incredible standard of high performance, but we're really trying to max out playing the best team basketball that we can. And I think that's really what drives me, and I think that's what drives our ladies and our coaching staff. Like people say it all the time, but I think it's one of the most understated and hard to catch things in what we do, which is great teamwork and really high performing teamwork. And that's really what we're after. And right now in the fall, what I really like about this group is we've got a ton of young ladies that have really, really high character. They've got incredible work ethic. They're bought in wholeheartedly to, our virtues, our values, our results. Everything that we do is values driven. And, I'm really, really excited headed into year 3 to see kind of what that looks like when you really mesh, some really nice seasoned older players with a really talented group of young players. So it's going to be a lot of fun, but it's also going to be really challenging. As we know, the Big West, there's no easy weekends. There's no easy games. So we've got our work cut out for us, but that's why you do it, is because you really want to make sure that you are pouring everything that you can into your players at this time of year and giving them everything that they need so that they can be successful on the court.
Absolutely. You mentioned how you have a good mix of veterans and newcomers in the squad, and obviously you do return a lot of big time pieces, but you also lost Natalia Ackerman, who was named to the first team All Big West, leading scorer, rebounder. It's a pretty big piece, right?
Yeah.
How did you go about attempting to fill her role and her production?
Well, I think that's a great question, and that's really the question that I think has hung around the athletic department all offseason is how do you replace somebody who is an all-conference player, who was really who you leaned on in tough situations, who you tried to figure out how to get the ball in situations, late game situations, who you kind of leaned on when nobody else could really get it going. And I think, the simple answer is we've got to kind of do that by committee. Everybody's got to, the aggregate of 1% or the aggregate of 5%, where we've got to really get a little bit more efficient on the offensive end, because we're probably not going to play exactly how we played last year, where we really tried to lean heavily on her to get us going offensively in particular. And then obviously she set the school shot block record, so she was a fabulous defensive anchor for us as well. But, because we have so many, like you mentioned earlier, because we have 3, great returners that have a lot of postseason experience now, it's really, really been fun to see them grow and kind of take the next step. But I think you really, every coach would probably agree with me, you really have a lot of question marks at this time of year because you haven't played against anybody. So I think right now I like where we're at. I like the progress that we're making, but there's still a lot of question marks in terms of, where do we go to find scoring in tough moments? And I think until you're in those moments, you don't know. But Annika Shaw is somebody that we're going to rely heavily on in that department. And I think Mary Carter, who's a sophomore for us, who is, all conference on the all conference freshman team, she's another player who we're going to rely on really taking that next step now for us and being one of those go-to players for us.
So, Coach, you've got Annika Shaw, who I think if anybody watched her play, undoubtedly somebody who is very efficient. You mentioned to me the name Steph Curry. That name might be familiar to
Yeah.
people watching this show. But, I think she's playing some of her best hoop, gets the ball kind of where she needs to be, right? Great leader. You also mentioned Mary Carter, who is starting to put some things together, showing signs of being able to, I don't know, maybe post up a little bit more, probably in the offseason working a little bit around that rim, right? Getting a little bit tougher there. And then you've got this transfer in Ashley Hiraki, who I want to talk about, who played for the great Sue Phillips. And she's got an all-around floor game. She can push it in transition. So with these pieces, do you look terribly different than you were last year, or do you look similar but just more improved and just a little bit more polished?
I think I think that's a great question, Tammy. I think with a seasoned floor general like Ashley Hiraki coming in and leading us at the point guard position, I think that's been one of the things that we've missed the last couple of years that I've been here, is having that reliable point guard. So even though, we talked about a moment ago about losing Natalia Ackerman, I think we gained a true point guard, and I think we're going to play a little bit faster. I think we're going to be able to spread the court a little bit more. I think you're going to see a lot more ball movement. I think you're going to see a lot more, attacking style, and I think more of a full court style. Now, obviously, if we can't keep that pace up, obviously we've got to be able to shift gears, but so far we've looked a little bit more full court, more getting the ball up in transition, and the ball's moving a little bit more freely at this point in the season than any of our other preseasons to this point. So I do think that our pace should be on the uptick, but again, it's still early, but that's kind of what we're hoping, is to play a little faster.
Yeah, you mentioned Ashley Hiraki and how much she gives you, a true floor general point guard presence here. What are we gonna love most about her when we watch her?
Well, I think what you're gonna love about her is that not only does she bring pace and intensity and skill and a versatile floor game, and she's a great leader, great floor general, understands the game, has a great basketball IQ, but she's an elite defender. And I think that's another thing that I'm really excited about, is she's tremendous on the ball, and she's also tremendous. She's also a tremendous help defender. And as you guys know, that if you follow our team at all, we love taking charges. And so Ashley fits in seamlessly with that. Tammy Blackburn mentioned the legendary Sue Phillips, and that's something that certainly she brings with her from that program. And so she's just really been kind of a plug and play situation. Oftentimes when you go to the portal, it takes a while for kids to acclimate. It's really not taken her much time at all to kind of hit the ground running and really get an understanding of not only our playbook, but get a feel for, who needs the ball where and how do they need it and where she can deliver it. And so it's just been really seamless to this point. And she's somebody that I think Big West fans, Cal Poly fans are really going to enjoy watching night in and night out.
Well, I gotta say, you are making me real excited to watch her now. I'm very excited about it, and we gotta get moving along here. But it has been such a pleasure meeting you and getting to talk to you. I'm really excited to see what you guys do this season. So thanks.
Go
so
get
much
it, Shanele.
We sure will.
Go
We
get
sure appreciate you guys. Go Big West. We appreciate y'all. Go Mustangs.
That's right.
State Fullerton head coach Jeff Harada, who's going to join us here in a little bit. And he's got a little bit of a unique circumstance that we're going to talk about here. He doesn't have any starters returning, so that's a unique circumstance to be put in season. And we will have him join us now. Hey, Coach, how are you doing? Thanks so much for joining us today.
I'm good. Thanks for having me.
Awesome, absolutely. we were
How
just
doing,
mentioning.
We are good. We are good, Jeff.
Good.
I love it. Well, we're so excited to have you on here today and talk about your team going forward. We were just mentioning the kind of unique situation that you were put in this offseason, not having any full-time starters returning to your team. And I'm just wondering, I want to talk about it. How do you go about, handling that much of a haul in the offseason and figuring out how you're going to make this work coming up?
Well, we'll have 5 new starters for one, which will be fun. I think we have a good group. We're young. We're a very young team, and We're excited with the future of the program and the talent that we have in. So it's been fun so far. Everybody's been competing. They know all 5 spots are up for grabs right now. So they're bringing it every day, in the preseason and practice, and they're really trying to separate themselves and trying to earn that starting 5 position.
Who's impressed you most so far this offseason of, if it's a returner who's really took a big step this offseason, or, someone you added from the portal, or a freshman, who's impressed you the most?
Well, we have a couple of key returners for us, Demani Lagway, who's a junior this year, and Eva Livingston, who was on the all-freshman team. She's now a sophomore. And I think those two have really grown from last season, especially Eva. She's just really grown, off the court, maturing and really stepping up in all areas. And it's translated to more confidence and just a better work ethic and kind of a leadership role, to tell you, on the court. And Demani as well, she kind of understands, hey, she's kind of one of the elder statesmen returning as a junior. And, she's been through the battle. She's been through the Big West Conference in games, and she knows what to expect. So she's been really good just kind of sharing her experience and information to our young players and our newcomers as well. So they've been very pleasant surprises, not necessarily surprises, but, something that we've expected from them. But they've been really good kind of taking the lead with our program. And we've got a transfer in Leah Stanton from UTEP, who has really impressed me a lot, during this time that we've had her. She can do so many things, and I think she's going to do really well in this conference and for us in our system. And we got some freshmen who I think, will have another chance to maybe get some postseason awards at the end of the year. But just a couple freshmen who I think were under-recruited, and we feel like they're going to fit in really well to what we do. And they've been showing signs of being able to compete right away at this level immediately. So I'm really excited about that.
So Jeff, you talk about the transfer portal, and you mentioned Stanton. You've been doing this a long time. You're a guy that's, about basketball, and you're in your 8th season here at Cal State Fullerton. And I'm just wondering, with the new college landscape and the transfer portal, what do you do going in, losing all 5 starters and knowing that? How do you approach the portal to get the right player that fits the right mix, and also that you feel will be an asset to what will be a young team with a lot of freshmen?
Yeah, I mean, the portal has obviously changed a lot. It changed the game. It changes everything. I've said it before. It's hard nowadays to really build a program, because you don't know what your team is going to look like year in and year out. And for us, we lost obviously all 5 starters to graduation. One of them transferred, and so when we enter the portal and we look for players, we want to find the right fit. Right? We want to find the ones who we know are going to come in and be able to play right away, number one, but also fit into what we do. With the new rules in place with the NCAA, when you take transfers, right, you have to keep them, and with the scholarship stuff. But I won't get into that. But it's more of, we want to make sure that these players will fit into our culture, to what we believe in, our system, and be able to play for us and be productive for us. We don't want to take transfers who are just going to come in and not play much just to fill a roster and take up a spot. So, we're looking for just players who are hungry. With Dalia, she's originally from California, wanted a chance to come home to play in front of her family, had a really great freshman year at UTEP. And, again, she's come in and she's shown what she can do, and she's embraced, what we do. And, her teammates have really grown with her, accepted her, and she's just been playing really, really well with what we do. And I'm just really excited for her and what she can do for us in the Big West.
With Aaliyah and with some of these freshmen, and even some of the younger returners who are going to have to, take bigger steps up, this is a team that's going to look a lot different than what we saw last year, right? So what can we expect to see on the court? What would you say is the biggest strength at this very moment? I know the season doesn't start for another 3 weeks, but what would you say right now?
Yeah, we've been talking about it as a staff, and I mean, we're young, we're a little undersized. We had a couple post players who never made it to school this year, so it kind of put us in a bind. And so, again, I think we're smaller than we would like to be, but we're a lot faster, than we have been in the past. So we're going to play fast. We kind of tweaked our offense now to take advantage of our speed and quickness. And so you're going to see a lot of movement from us, whether it's scoring in transition, getting downhill in the half court, and to take advantage of just the speed that we have with our guards. I think we have dynamic guard play. I think that's been a strength of our program, for a long time now, is the strength of our guards. And with the ones we have now, we really like what they can do, and we're excited about that. So we're definitely going to be a more up-tempo than we have been in the past. I'm not saying we're going to run and gun and try to get 100 every night, but we're definitely going to move the ball, get up and down the floor a lot, and look to attack the rim as much as we can.
Let's talk a little bit about scout. When you go up against teams, Coach, that might have some height, and that is not something that you may have a lot of, but how are you going to scout for that? You just talked about the pace. You talked about running. If they can't catch you, they can't guard you.
Oh, absolutely. And, I always believe this in my heart. Bigger doesn't always mean better, right? It goes with the saying, it's not the size of the dog in the fight, it's the size of the fight in the dog. And, we have players that have a lot of fight in them. And, a lot of times when you're a little undersized, you have this chip on your shoulder. You grow up with this chip on your shoulder. And, some of our players who are smaller, they've been that size their whole life, right? And so they're used to that. It's nothing new to them. They've learned how to be effective and how to be productive at that size. So, trying to neutralize that height advantage, in our favor, obviously is going to be able to move up and down the floor, to get up and down. But on the flip side, bigger players have to guard us as well. So that's why we feel like, I feel like the speed that we have could be an advantage for us. And so, definitely excited to see that. But, we do have a little bit of size, in Aichel Hernandez returning in the post. She's 6'2". We have some other players who can step up, but we're definitely going to be mixing up our defenses, in the post to kind of help her out, and whether it's double teaming at times or digging in the post and whatnot. But we'll definitely have a game plan. But again, we feel confident that, despite our size, like I said, teams still have to adjust to us and the speed that we're going to bring.
I got one more for you, and it's a fun one. If I put you in charge today, I don't know what position I'm putting you in, but I'm putting you in charge of, what goes on in women's basketball. And you've been coaching women's basketball since 2007. So what is the first change that you would make? It can be anything.
That's a great question. The first change that I would make, is that like a rules change or anything?
Yeah, I was thinking rules, but if you got something else on your mind, feel free.
Oh, what's a change that I would make a 4-point line, tell you the truth.
Okay,
I like to see a 4-point line. I think traditionally women's basketball, we have played below the rim. Nowadays with the superior athletes that we have, they are starting to play up at the rim or above the rim now. But I think to take advantage of, the shooting that we have, on the women's side, if we can get another line a couple feet behind and have a 4-point line, I think that would make the game a lot more interesting.
I love it. I think I'm going to take that up to the top now. You gave me the idea. I'm going to bring it to the higher ups. We're going to make it happen now. It was great
how many
having.
times you see shooters, right, shoot 2-3 feet behind the 3 line. It's like, well, let's give them 4 if they're deeper. So.
I completely agree with you there. I love it. Well, thank you so much for joining us today. I had a great time talking through your team, and I'm excited to watch you this season. So thanks so much, Coach.
Absolutely. We appreciate it. And Tammy, you keep fighting. Tammy, tough like Tammy. We really support
You got
Tammy,
it.
believe in it, and we love you. So keep fighting.
You're the best. We love you too, Jeff.
Next up, we are going to have UC Santa Barbara first-year head coach Renee Jimenez come on and join us today. She holds a winning record everywhere that she has been a head coach, which I think is it's very impressive. So I'm excited to have her with us. And here she comes. Hey, Coach, how are you doing today? Thanks so much for coming on.
Hi, ladies. Good to see you. Hey, TB. You look great.
Hey, what's up? What's up, Coach?
How are we doing? Good.
Awesome. Well, I am excited to dig into your team. Obviously, your first year at UC Santa Barbara, and you returned 4 starters from last year's squad, right? How rare and cool is that to have as a first-year head coach there?
Yeah, I've been telling everybody, I feel really lucky. I'm probably one of the few coaches in the country that returned 11 players from last year's roster, which is really cool. To have, as a new first-time head coach here, to have so many returners that are kind of showing me the lay of Santa Barbara a little bit. I've been able to kind of lean on them a little bit too, right? We're all kind of building this thing together. But to really have so many returners, 6 seniors actually, that know this place and the ins and outs of it, it's been really comforting for me to come into a situation where the culture's been great. I think Coach Hendrickson has done a great job, and the coaches before her, like Coach French, they've done a great job of building the Santa Barbara culture and what it means to be a Gaucho women's basketball player. So I feel really fortunate about that. So this is a great group of young women, and excited about, what the season holds.
All right, Coach, I got 2 questions for you. First of all, shout out to Quinn, Mason, and Skylar. Big time shout out. Your 3 children. Hey, first question to 2, are you getting any sleep? Because, you take on a new program, you got 3 kids. How does all that fit?
It's funny. I have twins, right? I have Quinn, I have my twins. I have 3 sets of twins on my team right now. So my players, I have brother, sister, and 2 sisters. So we're like the twin family for sure. No, sleep, that's debatable. But, the boxes are still packed in the garage, and we figured by this time, if we're not digging into them, we probably don't need them. So sleep will be a byproduct, something maybe that'll happen in the summer or spring next year. But we have literally come in guns blazing. Our heads have started to spin a little bit slower, but we're getting the lay of the land. This is home for me, so it hasn't been too much of a whirlwind, but just excited to be back home.
You can sleep in late April if you want. So my second question with that, and you said it, this is your home. I have to expect that you probably grew up going to the Thunderdome, watching Mark French, coach his teams, and you understand this culture of Santa Barbara. And while you're not necessarily as tall as Mark French, who I believe checked in at about a 6'10", you still got this thing about Santa Barbara where this is your community. Can you help us kind of understand that?
Yeah, absolutely. I grew up just down the road, about 30 minutes from here in Ventura, but I grew up coming to camps here, and I played games. I won the Tournament of Champions, used to be in Santa Barbara when I was in high school. My senior year, we won the Santa Barbara Tournament of Champions here. So I have a lot of history in the Thunderdome. But I remember the heydays of Coach French and everything that he did with his Sweet 16 teams and being able to cheer those guys on. Besides the Thunderdome, I played in Rob Gym, which was the old gym before the Thunderdome. I go way, way, way back here. My dad was born here. I have a lot of family in Santa Barbara. And this is not a sell for me. This is home. This is where I really, I would want my kids to go to school at UCSB. I love it here. This has been my dream job since I first started coaching at 23 years old. So to say that things have come full circle for me, I feel really humbled and honored to be the coach at UC Santa Barbara, and just really looking forward to what the future holds and getting it back to what Coach French originally had going on years ago, back to those Sweet 16s and back to those NCAA tournaments.
Well, we talked about how much you returned in your first season, right? But I want to talk about someone who you brought in from the transfer portal, Martha Peach from Oregon State. What do you like about her? What kind of role is she going to have on this team? What can we expect to see from her this year?
Marta is a stud. I think everyone will be really excited about the way that Marta plays. One thing that she's really bringing to us is people know, watching the Big West and watching UC Santa Barbara, is how much Alyssa Marin has meant to this program as their point guard. But Alyssa's a scorer, and what we look to bring in with Marta is to really move Alyssa off the ball. So, that way she's not giving it up and not getting it back. Now having her and Marta playing side by side together is really going to turn Alyssa into more of a dynamic scorer and really open up some things from some of our other guys. But Marta is a tenacious dog. She really can get after it, and she shoots the lights out of the ball. So I'm really excited about Marta. She's been a gem and just a great kid and a great leader to bring into our program in our first year.
So you got Marin, you got Skylar Burke, you got Anya Choice, and then you talked about Peach, who I had the pleasure of calling a bunch of her games at Oregon State. But Coach, you were an assistant coach at one point at San Diego State under Beth Burns, who is now the associate at USC and has had a ton of success. I played for Beth Burns, and she is all about defense. And I know you to be all about defense. And I want to kind of understand, if you could help Talia and me kind of understand where that defense, how that defense is going to be utilized this year to try to keep yourself atop the pace of the Big West.
Yeah, defense wins championships, right? That's what Coach would say, and that's the background you grew up in. TB is I think when you're a new coach and you're an up and coming program, the one thing you can control is the defensive end of the floor. And I'll take a page out of Joe Pasternack's book too. He's a defensive guy. Santa Barbara men's and women's basketball, I think, will be known for that end of the floor for years to come. That's where we're really going to get after it. That's where we're going to hang our hats on, and that's where you're going to see the toughness of Santa Barbara and the way that we'll defend. We know we're probably not going to be an elite scoring offensive team this year, but for now, we're going to be a team that's going to look to hold teams in the 50s and low 60s, and if we can do that, we're going to win a lot of basketball games this season.
So you come in, you got all these pieces to work with, right? You got pretty much everyone returning from the starters last year. Who impressed you the most outside of those four, maybe that might surprise us, that we might not know too much about just yet?
Yeah, I think one in particular is going to be Zoe Border. Zoe's been here for a couple years from Oregon. I think she's kind of been one of those kids that's really been on the brink a little bit. And she's going to really be an X factor in what we do. I think her and Skylar Burke, two young players that are kind of up and coming, they'll kind of, I think, take the reins over from Anya Choice and Alyssa Marin this next year. But Zoe and Sky have really kind of come into their own. I think they've been a little bit under the radar in the Big West, and we're really allowing them to kind of, do what they do offensively. I think people are going to be really surprised at the talent level of these two players. We also returned Laurel Rockwood, who's a big post player for UC Santa Barbara last year, and she's basically anchoring our defense in the back, and we're excited about Laurel and those guys. So we have a tough group coming back, and we have a couple kids coming back from ACL. Kayla and Olivia Bradley are both coming back from ACL, and so we'll actually have we'll have some sneak ups that are coming in like December, January, that are going to be pretty big players for us this year.
Hey, Coach, you've got a lot of support in this community here, and you've got donors. I mean, you're out almost every day having breakfast, if not lunch, with somebody in the community. But you want to bring players in when you're recruiting, and you want them to be able to see a donor or maybe an alumnus or an alumna sitting next to you who turns and says, hey, hey, Coach, whatever. And you're trying to build this, but you don't want to forget about the parents during this recruiting process. And you haven't had to necessarily go out and do a ton of recruiting because of your deep roster, but talk about the future of that and how this community plays into that in terms of really helping you.
Yeah, that's where I think there's no place like Santa Barbara in the community here. I don't know that people really understand how much women's basketball is loved here, how much Coach French is loved here. I don't know that people truly understand, if you're not from here, the culture that was created here 15, 20 years ago. And that's been something that, we're trying to bring back, that environment that was once here, right? We are trying to go through this. We're out on the town, we're with recruits, and we have alumni, we have boosters, and we're having dinner, and someone will stop by and be like, hey, I'm a women's basketball fan, I'm a season ticket holder. And that's been so neat for the recruits of our program to see. And parents love it. This is, and like I said, I'm homegrown, I'm from here. This has been a place that I've told parents, like, this is a place I would send my own children to. And I hope my kids do go to school here. I hope we stay here a really long time. But that's the culture we're trying to create, is that family atmosphere, and really trying to bring, the community of Santa Barbara. We're trying to bring women's basketball back to where it was, and really generate that excitement back in the Thunderdome of the basketball that I was watching growing up as a kid. And the recruits, we know our recruits and parents are extremely excited about what we're building here. And we think we're onto something pretty special.
as you're trying to build this program back up, right, and you're trying to get these players invested, and I'm sure they already are, what's the mindset that you're trying to instill in them in your first season as head coach here?
Yeah, we're trying to fight every night. We're trying to defend and fight. We know we're picked 7th. And that's great feel for a coach, right? That's great to be able to go into games with a little bit of a chip on our shoulder this year. I think we're better than that. I believe our team is going to believe that they're better than that. This was a team that lost 8 of their last 10 last year by 2 or 3 points. I mean, this is a team that's on the verge of being one of those top echelon teams in the Big West. And so that's something that we're really looking forward to, is you're going to see us every night. We're going to compete like you can't imagine. So I think that's one thing you're going to know. You're going to know from UC Santa Barbara basketball is that every night we're going to be out there battling those top teams. We have a lot of respect for those coaches and those teams that have been at the top of the Big West, but we're coming.
Awesome. Well, thanks so much for joining us, Coach. We really appreciate it, and looking forward to see what you do here in your first season at the helm. So thanks so much again.
Great. Good meeting you, Talia. Go get on TV. We're rooting for you.
All right. Good to see you, Coach.
And next up, we are going to send it over to our very own Rob Doster, who's going to talk to UC Santa Barbara player Alyssa Martin, who was named to the preseason All-League team.
Now let me welcome on to Big West Media Day, Alyssa Marin from UC Santa Barbara, fresh off of a season where she averaged 12 points, 3.5 assists, and was named a preseason All Big West first team member. Alyssa, appreciate you being here. How you doing?
I'm good. Thank you so much for having me.
So with Alexis gone, I'm assuming you're going to be asked to step into more of a role offensively, a little more of a feature role. How have you kind of adapted to that so far this offseason?
It's honestly been great. What's honestly been really, really nice about it as well is a lot of my teammates have stepped up, and it hasn't felt like too much pressure, or it hasn't felt like I've had to do too much offensively. I feel like a lot of people have picked up the slack of Alexis leaving.
Where has your game individually improved in the offseason?
I feel like being more of a scorer and being comfortable with the ball outside of being point guard, kind of being shooting guard, and being able to find my shot a little bit more rather than just distributing. But yeah, it's honestly grown a lot, especially like in the 3-point game, in the pull-up game. And yeah.
You guys bring back, I believe, 4 of your top 5 scorers, correct? How important is that kind of continuity in, this era of college basketball?
Oh, it's everything. It's very, very fun to play with, especially when you have so many scorers, when you have people on the 3-point line who can knock down shots while you drive. It's been very, very fun scrimmaging against each other. It's a little, when you're guarding a lot of these shooters, it's hard, but I feel like we've really, really connected, and there's been a cohesiveness with our entire team, especially during these practices right now.
It's nice when you can go into a practice and if the coach says, all right, let's run this play, everybody kind of knows what they're doing already.
Yeah, exactly. And you have these people who can knock down, like I was saying, those shots.
All right. Who has impressed you this spring? Who are we going to see a big improvement out of this year?
I would say, I've, again, got to give credit to a lot of my teammates for stepping up, but I would be very, very excited to see Laurel Rockwood step up. A lot of our post players have been doing a phenomenal job during practices. Flora Goet, she's been absolutely amazing. Kayla Williams, they've really, really stepped up in the post game, which has been everything for us, rebounding, scoring. So definitely this year we'll be looking inside because we have so much talent in there. Guards wise, we've had a really, really strong basis in the guards game. Just how hard everyone plays, and honestly, like, they're a very, very selfless group. So I would say that a lot of these girls are just going to be really, really exciting to watch.
All right, last thing I got for you. If we look up in February and the Gauchos are sitting there in first or second place competing for a Big West regular season title, what's the most important thing that has to happen in the 6 months until then?
I would say that one of our biggest things is just keeping our values throughout the entire season and trusting each other. We've talked about it a lot as a team, and we understand that there's going to be a lot of ups and downs that comes with season, and just being able to trust the process, trust the coaches, trust each other is going to be one of the biggest things. And I already see it during these practices. I mean, I feel like we all can talk to each other. We all are able to play with each other and feed off of each other, and just our energy as a whole. It's something that I feel like I haven't really seen in a lot of these teams. And this year I'm super, super excited.
Well, Alyssa, congratulations on being named preseason first team All Big West. And we look forward to seeing you kind of take a step forward this season and compete for a Big West championship. We'll be back with more from Big West Media Day coming up next.
Welcome back. That was great. I'm very excited to see what Renee Jimenez is able to do with the Gauchos this season. That's really exciting stuff there. And now we're going to be joined by Brad Langston, the head coach at UC Riverside, and his first season as the full-time head coach. So let's get him on here. Hey, Coach. How are you doing today?
I'm doing well. How are you guys?
I'm great. We're really excited to have you on here and talk about the upcoming season and what you guys are going to be able to do coming up. So, first thing I want to talk about is last season and what this team was able to accomplish. So what impressed you most about the team's achievements last season?
To be honest, last year was really about the team being bought in. They were an amazing group of young women that we were excited just to embark on a new journey. Having Jordan Webster step up, having Matea Bryant step up, having Ryan Walter step up and lead the program to raise a new standard for UCR women's basketball, we were really, really excited to have.
Yeah, Coach, you had a lot of patience last year when you were so tight in these close games where you just lost by a free throw, you lost by a ball that went out of bounds, that just everything was so tight. And yet the grind for you all never stopped. And then all of a sudden, the switch started to happen. You started getting some wins. You started getting some confidence. Talk about the grind and the grit of this team. And also, how does that carry over to what you're trying to do this year?
Yeah, it really started last year during the summer. We talked about progress over perfection. We have some really bright student athletes here that really want to be high achieving, which is amazing. But basketball is an imperfect game. So we really stress just attacking it every single day, being relentless in our process, staying disciplined to our rules, our values, and what we're focused on. And that really led us to a good result last year. Now moving forward, obviously we have some returners that were around, played a big part in that season last year. So having them kind of support our new people coming in have been amazing. So for us, we're excited for that progress moving forward and just trying to raise the standard for UCR women's basketball.
Yeah, this team is going to look a little bit different this year, right? You return one starter in Michaela Rose, lose Jordan Webster to the transfer portal, figuring out how to replace that production there. What can we expect from you guys? Who's stepped up to the plate so far?
Yeah, so Michaela Rose has been great. Had a great offseason. We're excited about her progress moving forward. We also have coming in Seneca Hackley, Northern Colorado, dead-eye shooter. We have Gemma Cutler, who's come in, who's been a big shot blocker, rebounder, great inside presence for us. And then we also have our returning guards like Zoe Tillery, Jordan Marshall, who had a great offseason and are excited to step up into the new roles.
Coach, I'd love to know kind of what style of ball, now that you've kind of settled in and you've seen this conference, you've learned a lot. You've been, last year you told us we're just soaking it all in, and you're learning as much of these players. So what has to happen for UCR to be able to get right up there and stay in the mix week in, week out? Because what we know about this conference, Brad, is that everybody's playing tough teams in the preseason non-conference to get ready for the Big West.
Yeah, I mean, obviously he's going to start on the defensive end. That's the first thing. Last year, picked up the tempo pressure-wise, so just allowing our defense to create offense, making teams stress out their offense and try to, create some level of havoc. And then, allowing that momentum to kind of carry us through. Obviously, we have a tough tough non-conference that's going to really prepare us for where we're heading into this year. So we're really excited about that. On top of the new people that we have in that are, we're just really excited about their progress that they're making to show the Big West that we're here moving forward.
You mentioned Seneca Hackley, who you got in the transfer portal this offseason from Northern Colorado, averaged 9 points per game there last year. What does she bring to the squad, and what was your kind of approach in searching through the portal and finding her?
Yeah, so number one, we really look for players that will fit into our culture, fit in basketball-wise, and then are great human beings. She fit all of those on top of that high academic student. So her being in a master's program, is a no-brainer for us. But with that, her three-point shooting, her veteran leadership, being at Florida Gulf Coast, then being Northern Colorado, it just adds a level of experience that, we need losing Jordan Webster, Matea Bryant, Ryan Walters. So we're really excited about just what presence she's going to bring on and off the court for our program.
Esther Mataran's coach also, too, a member of that U5 Spanish national team. We know what she can do as well. She's got to be a key returner, and sometimes teams have X factors. Could she potentially be that X factor for you?
Absolutely. Esther is one of the best ball screen defenders in the league. On top of that, she worked really hard this offseason, just improving her offensive game, being more efficient, being more consistent. So we're definitely expecting her to be an X factor for us night in and night out. And then also just having a veteran leadership. She is a voice in our practice. She's a voice in games. And so we're excited for her progress this year.
After last season's WNIT appearance, first one since 2016, what's the kind of culture and the message that you're trying to instill in this locker room and the culture that you're trying to bring to this program now?
Yeah. Number one, we're committed on and off the court to just being the best student athletes we can be. Number two, compete. We want to step onto the floor. We want to have a presence offensively and defensively. And then number three, just we want to be as connected as possible. It's a long season. It's a long grind. And we just want to make sure our student athletes are putting their best foot forward, enjoying the experience of being a student athlete.
Coach, it's always interesting to talk to coaches around the nation about how they feel about certain things. And the landscape of college sports has really, really changed. A lot of movement, every day. And, it'll look different tomorrow than it did today. And some teams have the NIL, some teams really get into that portal. I mean, there's just so many things happening. And also the nature of the student athlete has changed, the personalities and kind of how they've come through their younger childhood and grown up. And I'm wondering, what are some of the biggest positive takeaways that you are seeing with student athletes today in a landscape that can be very tough, very difficult to navigate? Social media is really wicked, can be very difficult, put a lot of pressure on student athletes. What are you seeing as some of the positive takeaways that might be included from some of the experiences of your own teams?
Yeah, so number one, I would say just emotional IQ. They understand what is going on with each other, and they want each other to have a really, really good experience and a good time on and off the court. So that's something that's, number one, been amazing. Next thing, obviously, with social media, them having control and being able to take control over their own brand. That's been something that's been remarkable. You're watching student athletes that has nothing to do with per se sports, but be able to build their brand as young women. And that's just a unique experience that just was not there previously. And then on top of that, just growing the brand of women's basketball. That part has been just amazing to see and exciting to be a part of.
How exciting is this right now as a time to be in women's basketball, right? Going along with growing the brand and growing the national presence of women's basketball, just how exciting of a time is this right now to be, a head women's basketball coach?
It's a blessing. Number one, obviously, the trust of CR, But then on top of that, making my parents proud, seeing my mom smile, seeing my support group, really just be here. It's amazing to be able to lead these young women through a time that's just transformative. So to be a part of that and to support them through it has been, man, just so exciting and just happy to be here.
So Talia is a very good user of social media, Coach. Not so much for me. I try to get in there. I try to dabble a little bit. I got a lot of things to manage, but Talia's all over this whole national scene of women's basketball. And I got to know, how much do your kids, your student athletes, really, do they watch the WNBA? Do they watch the top 25 teams? Are they talking about Caitlin Clark and Angel Reese? Like, what is sort of the love and the passion of this game for your team?
My team definitely watch more college basketball than they watch WNBA. But as it's been growing, obviously the highlights through social media have been amazing. Even just sharing simple things of like, if somebody ran a good play, like being able to share those things. Those things are super, super, just obviously exciting. Then on top of that, just really just the love and the passion of knowing that they're in something that they love, like they're watching college basketball, top 25, when we played USC last year. Just those experiences are just life-altering.
Guys, I'm Gen Z. That's why I got it. It's like a rite of passage for me to be on social media this much. Like,
you're right.
I got to do it. There's no way around it. There's no way around it. But it is just such an exciting time. It's like, even, people who I know that had never watched women's sports before are tuning in to every single women's college basketball game right now. And it's just such an exciting time to be a part of this. But I asked someone this earlier too, because while there's a lot of good things happening in women's basketball right now, there's a lot of change too, right? And if you were in charge of everything having to do with women's basketball, anything in the world, what is one thing that you would look to change?
That's tough. It may seem minor, but I think the one thing that I would love to see change is just continue to bring back the restricted circle. I mean, athletes are jumping, they're more athletic, they're finishing in a variety of ways, Euro steps and different things. So just being able to give them just that space to be able to be an athlete would be amazing to bring back.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much for joining us today, Coach. It has been a pleasure getting to know you and getting to talk to you. And hopefully we'll get to talk again soon.
Thank you.
Good to see you, Brad.
Absolutely.
All right. Good to see you guys too.
Next up, we're going to have on another first-year head coach. We're going to have on CSUN's Angie Ned. So as soon as she joins us, we'll get into talking with her. She knows the Big West pretty well. She played for UC Irvine back in the day. Here she comes now. Great to have you on, Angie. How are you doing today?
I'm doing great. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. So it is your first year at CSUN this year. What was your immediate, when you got to school, what was your mindset heading into this off season?
We got to get to work. There's a lot to be done, but just excited and thrilled for the opportunity just to step into leadership. I know historically there's been some great things done here. There's been championships, but really eager just to meet the team, meet administrators, external staff, and figuring out collectively how do we come together on one page so that we can build something unique here in the Valley.
Angie, it's really great to see you. Loved our conversation the other day, especially in the area of staff and player recruitment, where, yes, it is important to recruit skill. Yes, it is important to recruit talent. But for you mentioned something that stuck with me after we hung up the phone, and that was all about the integrity of the people that you want to be around your program. Now, you get a chance to build this program and write this story because it's yours now. Talk about where integrity and sort of selflessness is going to fit into your program.
Absolutely. That's at the core. So it was really important to me to understand who I am and what type of individuals I want around. So recruiting people and building staff with people who had really good character. Integrity was at the top of that. Outside of that, figuring out who are those individuals that are going to be committed to work, because that's important for me, like being blue collar, doing the work, investing the time, seeing the small gains. And then who is going to be selfless in the process. The unique thing about basketball is that it is a team sport. So once we're able to come together, we have good character values, we're committed to doing the work, and we're selfless in the process, the results will take care of itself. So it's all those different tangible things that really set the tone, build foundation, help to support the culture of the team and what we're trying to do. And ultimately, like, my goal is to seek wins and making sure that our kids are developing on and off the floor, making sure that my staff is developing as people as well, and bringing some championships at some point to CSUN.
And you were able to really build this program the way you wanted it. And I think that's partially because we're in the era of the transfer portal, right? Where you're able to build your team through that. You got some D2 kids, some JUCO kids. You were able to really build it. What's it like, taking a program over in the era of the portal, right? Where you maybe have more freedom in that way, but it's also a little bit harder maybe to build a team.
For sure. Well, the reality was I got hired a little bit late. So in terms of seeking some of the players who were available early on, they just weren't available when I took the job. So staying true to those core areas that I mentioned earlier was really important. And then it was finding skill sets, figuring out the talent that matched up with the character component that's going to help me to build a strong foundation, and making sure that those athletes fit within the system and style of play. So it was a lot of work, just going through the process, figuring out which kids I had some initial recruiting connection with, relationship, rapport, but being diligent in the process and making sure that I wasn't wavering on my values.
Coach, when I look at what this conference has and the collective returning talent and the coaches that I know and their style of play, I don't think it's going to be possible to win a lot of games unless you can play fast and you got to take efficient shots, because defense is getting better. The margin of error, and Talia and I talked about this off the top of that the preseason, is that the margin of error on these teams is going to be pretty slim. So tell us where you fit in with that this year.
Absolutely. There's some great coaches in the conference. The conference collectively is much stronger than it's been. There's a lot of returning talent. There's a lot of new talent. But I do understand how small that margin of error is. It could be 1 or 2 possessions that really have the outcome of the game. So for me, it's a small gains. It's the journey, making sure that our players are bought into how we're doing things on offense and on defense. And can we be disciplined in that process and committed to doing it as a team? So it is going to be a team effort. It's not going to be one player that's going to supersede or outshine the next. It's, can we come together shoulder to shoulder, be committed to the process, understand the value of the work, so that at the end of the day, when we look back on this journey, we can say that we did the work, our results speak for itself, and we're going to enjoy the ride as it comes. But being true to the moment, being committed to the process is what's at the forefront of me.
Who's someone who's really impressed you this offseason since you got on campus, whether it's, in the way they carry themselves or the way they play, that maybe not surprised you, but just impressed you?
I think we have a really good group. It's a new team. So collectively, I've just been really encouraged and excited for the opportunity to coach them. They come in with great energy, great effort. They're willing to learn. They want to get better. So I am impressed with the team as a group, but more specifically in terms of leadership. I think Erica Adams, who is a returning 5th year, has really stepped into that role, not only on the floor, but in the locker room, having a strong voice, commanding the locker room, understanding the perspective of the coaches. I think that's going to really help us moving forward. So I'm excited to see her growth component in leadership, as well as some of our other 4-year grad transfers.
Coach, you come from a program at Cal Baptist that really just kind of tore it up in the WAC conference. And you were a very, very important piece of that coaching staff, along, of course, with Jared Olson. You guys won a lot of games. And I'm just wondering about any philosophies or takeaways that you had from a very successful career at Cal Baptist as an assistant, but now you're at the helm here. What do you think can work that worked for you at Cal Baptist in this league? Because you are so close to home with this league. You know this league. You played at UC Irvine. This is not foreign to you.
I think the number one thing is being true to myself, true to our culture, our identity as a team, and what we're trying to do. make sure that we have laser focus. So what is the end result? What are we trying to get out of each year? But then understanding the process and the journey. I was really fortunate to learn from Coach Olsen and be a part of building different teams, different rosters, different programs, and establishing success from Division II to the transition period of Division I to now being, or they are currently now fully through the transition period. So it's all those small gains. It really is the journey. It is the process. But then being strategic in your recruiting, recruiting kids that are going to fit your identity and your culture. That's huge. And then making sure that we can be teachable. Are we correcting with good feedback, giving them opportunities to grow on and off the floor, whether that's through video, on the court demonstration, having one-on-ones, and building a strong relationship and rapport. We found that they went a little bit harder for us because they knew our intentionality, they knew our heart. So I'm excited for all those different things, but it is the process. There's no shortcuts, but we got to enjoy the little moments and take our small gains along the way.
I know you talked about it a little bit now, but in your first year as a head coach, what can we expect to see from you on the floor? What are kind of either the defensive things we can expect or on the offensive end? What's something that sticks out about the way that you coach and the way you're going to build this team?
Yeah, I think the number one thing is that it's going to be team ball. It's not going to be just one player dominating the game. You're going to have to defend all. We're going to have good ball movement. We're going to make sure that we're playing with pace. Defensively, we're going to mix it up a little bit, throwing it out at different angles, depending on who our opponents are. So it's going to be very scout-driven on the defensive side. But I'm just excited to put all these pieces together to really give our kids opportunities to connect, making sure that we're having high-efficient shots, but then making sure that everyone's getting good touches of the ball and understanding floor spacing, ball movement, all those different things is going to help us to have success in the floor. But like I said earlier, it is a small window, a margin of error that can really determine the outcome of the game, whether it's a win or a loss. So being disciplined in all those different areas, it's going to help us to ultimately, hopefully, have more success this year than what they've had in years past.
Coach, with the new team and the players that you've got coming back, but you're new to this program, keeping in mind that you're going to have to do a lot more coaching early on in your first couple years rather than having a seasoned team. What is your approach to balancing how much you really have to teach and coach basketball and also the time that you get to just let them run up and down and scrimmage and let them kind of absorb the X's and O's? Because those are two very different things that you've got to really get in a 2.5 hour practice.
Absolutely. There's definitely a balance of that. We've been doing both. Some days have been better than others. But the aha moments is when you see the connectivity or you see players in the court helping to correct. So then you can let them play a little bit more because now they're self-aware. But there's definitely a balance. I think we do a really good job of talking through when we need to, but then giving them opportunities to rep it out. We've been hitting the video pretty hard. So when we're doing some 5v5, 3v3, whatever those breakdowns look like, really giving them opportunities to see it, feel it, ask questions, understand our perspective, but giving them opportunities to do it again throughout the week so that there is some gain.
What's been your favorite moment with this group so far, whether it's on or off the court? What's been the moment where you've either had the most fun with them or learned so much about them? What's been your favorite moment?
Oh, wow. It's a great question. We've done a lot of different things. I think we did a ropes course, which was a team bonding activity a couple of weeks ago. There were a couple kids who were really afraid of heights. And I was just impressed with their ability and their courage, just to get up there, to try it, and to hear them come together and rally for the next person. You can do it. You can do it. That shows that there's a level of investment, right? Like they're being selfless, they're encouraging, there's positive affirmation. So to see them just, go over a hurdle, that small obstacle for some, but big for others, was really impressive to see and see how the team rallied together and was very encouraging in something that was not basketball related, but it is life related, right? So just excited to see that.
That is impressive. I mean, I got to tell you, I tried to do a ropes course last year. I tried to do it with my parents, and I made it through like the little bunny one, right? But I'm very afraid of heights, and I tried my best, but I could not make it past there. So I was watching my parents flying up in the sky from the ground.
No, I understand. I had my moment where I got up. I didn't realize I was as high as I was. There was some conversation with the instructor about, I wish he would have given me a little bit more direction, but we made it through.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for joining us today. It was great having you on here, and we're really looking forward to see what you do with the team this season.
Thank you guys so much for having me. I'm excited. I'm looking forward to it, and just very grateful for this.
I think we might have lost her early, but we're so happy, Talia, to be able to have Angie Ned in the Big West. Really, really great talking to her. I think she has a great vision, and I think she has a great plan.
Absolutely. No, very excited to see what she's able to do in her first season there. And it sounds like she's got a lot of exciting pieces that we may not expect coming up. So excited to see the team dynamic there for sure. But now I want to talk about something that you're very passionate about, that you were able to start up, and something very important to you, right? So I'll let you really get in depth about it, but I'll intro it real quick here, and it's Tough Like Tammy. So why don't you tell me a little bit about your experience and what this means to you?
Yeah, well, Tough Like Tammy, and it's kind of weird. I say this every year. It's weird to say your own name in an initiative, and it's really this isn't about me at all. But 6 years ago, I was diagnosed with stage 3 breast cancer, and I went through an entire year of rigorous, very aggressive, difficult, and challenging treatment. And then I was sort of deemed no evidence of disease or cured of my stage 3 cancer. Sadly, until I wasn't. 6 months after that, through some doctor appointments and through some pain in my lower back, I found out that the cancer had spread out of my left breast into my bones, more particularly in my spine and my hips. And so when you become stage 4 and you go from stage 3 to stage 4, otherwise known as metastatic breast cancer, it's a whole different level of care. It's a whole different game. And I'll never forget that phone call when I first heard I had cancer versus the second phone call, which happened to be more difficult, of, well, now you have stage 4 and you have 3 to 5 years to live. And so here we are, 5.5 years. So I've surpassed that 3 to 5 years by about 6 months. And what I hope for is time and a quality of life. And what I've learned about this is that advocacy for me is so important, because all I want, and this is where it gets into that this isn't about me, all I want is that while I have great medicine now and I have time with my family because I know the disease that I have, I want it to be better, and I want it to be a different experience for those in years to come who are, right now have no idea that they're going to get that phone call. I have great medicine, but in 5 to 6 to 7 years, I want a young woman, maybe one of our own here in the Big West. Sadly, the statistics would suggest that a few of them are probably going to get that phone call. And I want them to have quality of life. I want them to know that there are treatments out there. And we can only do that, Talia, if we really focus on fundraising for cancer research for the specific diseases, because cancer is not just one disease, it's multiple diseases. They're all unique to every person. But that cancer research is so important. And so I'm so grateful to the K-Yow Fund in the Big West for partnering on this. And Tom Davis, who works for the Big West, great friend of mine, longtime friend, and Dan Butterly, of course, our commish, they came up with this Tough Like Tammy. And as crazy as it is to have your name in an initiative, I'm doing it because I want to speak about it, because I want there to be that awareness. And so we raised over $10,000 last year, the Big West collectively, and now we're going for 15. And you know what? It's so special, Talia, is that each university, each women's basketball team has now sort of tapped a student athlete as an ambassador to get involved and spread the message. So we're educating these young women about this important initiative. And so someday when they're faced with a disease of their loved one, or even them themselves, sadly, that they'll probably have a little bit more experience with it. And I can't wait till the end when we're in Henderson, Nevada, and we present that check to the K-Yow Fund for more than $15,000. We're going to beat this goal.
I just want to say I'm so impressed with you and your mindset and your fight and what you're doing for this fundraising initiative. I think it's really impressive, and I'm wondering if you could tell me how we can get involved, how we who aren't part of the Big West or part of these teams, how we can get involved and help in this.
You can do a number of things. If you know university speak, you'll hear administrators talk about time, talent, and treasure. That is something that every university administrator has at the forefront. And time is something that people can give to share the message. And that's what we're asking our student ambassadors to do from each team, is to just share something on their social media so that maybe their teammate, maybe their friend, maybe their family member will learn a little bit something about what this initiative is about, or even just cancer awareness and how they can help in general. Their talent is that they can actually, and I love this about this competition, is that they can go out and grab offensive rebounds, because for every offensive rebound in the month of February, when we celebrate this initiative, even though we just launched the other day, in through March, I'm going to be donating $1 for every rebound, every women's basketball game in the Big West. Every time there's an offensive rebound, I'm going to donate $1, and I hope they break my bank. And I know the coaches are excited about that whole offensive rebound thing. And then, of course, if you want to give a little bit, $5, $10, $20, whatever you can do, you can give your treasure, and every little bit of treasure makes up for a whole lot of goodness. So we're going to get after it, and I'm going to challenge every student athlete to crash the offensive glass.
I love that. And I love the offensive rebound thing. I think we're going to see the most offensive rebounds maybe ever. So I'm very excited about that.
You're right. I hope you're right. It's such a great initiative, but I think the way that we engage these students and these fans and their communities are going to be great. I'll tell you, Long Beach State just really did it up last year. So Amy Wright told me the other night on the phone, she goes, I'm the silly one because I sort of set the bar really high. Now I got to beat it. But I love that she's sort of setting the bar high so that all these other programs can kind of chase her.
Yeah, how much has it meant to you just to see all these teams really buy into this and put their all into it and really help give to this fundraising initiative? How much has that impressed you and meant to you?
It's everything. It's everything, because it's really all that I have, and it's really all that we have when you live with this disease. Is if we don't have hope, we don't have anything. And so my hope is to engage communities, and I will engage communities far and wide. And what I'm really blessed with is that I'm so well connected to the women's basketball community nationwide that when I can, without being too invasive, I like to share the story. And again, what I appreciate the most is, I've been friends with Dan Butterly for a very long time. He not only is a great commissioner, he's done a wonderful job, but he's a good friend. And, there's a lot of pieces coming at him and a lot of asks, but, he and that staff were on it last year. And I think it was a great pilot project. And so it means everything to me to stand next to him in March and hold a check and present it to an organization and a fund that we know is going to go out and do the work that will save lives. And while it's probably not going to save my life, it's going to save a whole lot of lives. And I couldn't be happier for that.
Well, I'm so grateful that you're sharing this with us and that you're doing so much to help for the future. And it's really, like I said, it's really impressive to me. And I'm happy to take part in it. And I wish I could get out there and grab some offensive boards. I wish I could do it myself. So, but yes, it is very impressive. And thank you so much for everything that you do. But now we're going to bring in our next guest who I'm very excited to talk to today, because there's a lot going on with her and a lot going on with this program, right? We got UC San Diego head coach Heidi Vanderveer coming in. Oh, here she is. We got her. How are you doing, Heidi?
I'm doing great, Talia. Thank you for having me. And Tammy, always great to see you, for sure.
Yeah, you too, Coach. You too. Excited for you and what you get to finally do this year.
Right?
Yeah.
It's been a long time coming. We are very excited.
Well, I'm going to ask you about it right now, since we've already alluded to it. I might as well get to the main event here. You've completed your 4-year transition to D1. You can now compete in the postseason. You can do all sorts of things. How exciting is this, and what has this 4-year-long process been like for you?
I think it's been a little arduous, but we understood it going in. We are very excited for the opportunity to compete in a great league hopefully to compete for a Big West championship in March. That sounds kind of like it's been a long time coming. We haven't played in March in 4 years. We're used to doing it, and hopefully we'll obviously in a very competitive league have a chance to do it in Henderson.
Coach, one of the themes in talking with other coaches about the situation at UCSD and having to put in that 4-year transition commitment is how impressed they have been with you and your staff and being able to recruit during that time when there's not a whole lot of promises, right? But now here you are with your ability to qualify for the Big West Championship if you get in that top 8, and then of course automatic bid to the NCAA. And I'm hoping you can help us all understand what those recruiting challenges were like and how does that pivot now for you that this is all here.
Yeah, that's a great question. And I think that I don't think we understood it going in how, I mean, we all understood because we played in the NCAA championship or the tournament before, you know, how exciting that is. And I feel like through the 4 years of recruiting without that opportunity, UC San Diego is a special place. It's a great school. It is, obviously you're getting a world-class academic experience. And I think that has helped with recruiting. And I think logistically we set it up so that, you know, our best players right now are really our sophomore class. And I think that they understand the assignment and they're very excited to challenge in a very competitive Big West. And it's helped us in recruiting now. I think that we're at a stage where, you know, we can not just sell an excellent academic experience, but, you know, being able to compete for an NCAA berth or, you know, a postseason appearance is exciting for young scholar athletes that are in high school.
And in the age of the portal, you know, a lot of it is also about.
I can. Hello?
I think something was happening technically here. In the age of the portal, a lot of it is also about, you know, re-recruiting your own players, right? And that's hard to do now, but you were able to do it. You returned 4 starters. Just talk about just how much how rare that is in this day and age and how much that helps you heading forward this season.
I think retention has become the name of the game for, you know, great players. And I think it really helps. It speaks volumes to maybe our league, but also to UC San Diego specifically in terms of the experience. You know, we obviously recruit the best and the brightest and competitively, but the experience they get is obviously a nationally competitive basketball experience, but it's also a world-class academic experience. And retention is key, and we're fortunate enough to retain, you know, really our team, and very excited about the nucleus that we have.
So let's dive in a little bit, Coach, if we can, to that nucleus. Samaya Sigapong, sophomore, guard, Big West Freshman of the Year, all Big West honorable mention, all freshman team, 14 points, 2.4 rebounds. You've got Gracie Gallegos, redshirt sophomore, Big West all freshman team. Izzy Forsyth, not to be overlooked. A couple years back, I think all Big West honorable mention. You've got those 3 players, and you add them with Spriggs and Sabrina Mall to the notable newcomer list. Talk about some of these pieces that you have and some of your style that you're hoping to run with what you've got.
Well, I think that's great, Tammy. I mean, obviously you've done your homework. I've known you for 20-something years, and very glad that you're here to be an advocate for such a competitive league as the Big West is, and understand our team. I feel like we've spent the last 3 or 4 years developing competitive depth. Sumaya obviously is an excellent player, and I think she's only getting better. And we have surrounded her with, you know, really more complete talent with, you mentioned Gracie Gallegos, who is now a sophomore, Janae Mahan, who was on the all-freshman team and had to redshirt last year. Rosa Smith is back healthy. You know, and then adding Sabrina and Keonte really give us tremendous depth competitively.
What did Keonte and Sabrina bring to this team? What excites you the most about them? Obviously, they're both, you know, honorees in their previous, you know, conferences, Big West or Mountain West. Is it the experience that you're most excited about? What do they bring to the squad?
I think they do bring experience for sure. I mean, we were the really young team last year, and obviously hit some of the bumps in the road along the way. I think the experience that Sumaya and Gracie specifically, and Junae the year before was great for them. But adding Keonte, who is an elite rebounder and has a presence. I mean, you have to have a presence, and I think she gives us a presence that we've not had since we've been in the Big West, quite honestly. We had it when we were in the CCAA years ago, but she gives us a great presence. And Sabrina's just a savvy guard. She can score multiple ways. And, I guess, we're playing a lot of the old Pac-12 teams in Arizona and Stanford. We play WCC teams. We play WAC teams. We play Mountain West teams. So our preseason schedule is challenging, and she's already been in some of those battles. So it's great to have her on our team as well.
Coach, I'd love to know from your depth and your experience and just being the veteran that you are in women's basketball, the Big West has done such a great job of trying to get people to talk about, college sports, but talk about specifically the Big West. And this is a great time for women's basketball. And there's a lot of good chatter about Big West women's basketball and how tough it is. And I'm wondering if you can give us a little bit of a snapshot about what it would take to perform well and finish at the top before we all go to Henderson, Nevada, with how competitive this women's basketball league is.
Well, that's a great question, Tammy. I feel like, again, people are starting to take note of not just women's basketball, but Big West women's basketball. And it's speaks to the competitiveness from top to bottom. I mean, I don't know if it's about matchups. Obviously, Hawaii, Davis, Irvine have traditionally been,
All right. We are having just a little bit of technical difficulty right now. We're going to transition here. We're going to pivot to a interview with Sumaya Sigapon of UC San Diego.
And now let me welcome on to Big West Media Day, Sumaya Sigapong, the reigning Big West Freshman of the Year. Sumaya, I appreciate you being here.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
So you had a great first season in college. Why were you able to transition and adjust to the college level so well?
I think my high school team really prepared me well. We were one of the top high schools, and we played, top competition all over the country. So Coach Terry Manfred at Lehigh Country Day really prepared me well. And then the coaches here, the staff here at UCSD just really gave me confidence. And that allowed me to just come out here and just play my game right away.
There's a saying in hoop circles that the best thing about freshmen is that they become sophomores. So you averaged 14 points per game last season, a couple boards, a couple assists. Where have you improved as a player? What's the next step for you?
I think I've been focusing a lot on my three-point shot. My percentage wasn't really where I wanted it at last year, so I've just been really working on that and trying to get that as consistent as possible. And then also really focusing on facilitating a little bit more, finding open teammates, and setting everyone else up for success on the court.
I see the sun is shining out there behind you. How difficult is it to focus on being a college athlete when you are living in San Diego?
Yeah, it's nice. It's really nice out here for sure. Like, in the summer we'd have our workouts from 12 to 3, and then we'd go hang out at the beach for a little bit. So it's definitely an awesome experience being out here.
Yeah, it's a tough life out there, huh? Who on the team has impressed you the most this offseason?
Oh, shoot. Okay. I think Eran Condren, also my year. She's a sophomore. I think she's improved a lot this offseason, really got strong and looking more comfortable down in the post. And she's someone I'm definitely going to be looking for, once we start play. And then also some new transfers. Sabrina Ma, she's one of the best shooters, I think. She's going to help us a lot this year. And then Keonte Spriggs, she's a transfer from CSUN, also a big body down low, really has really good presence in the post. Also going to help us a lot out this year.
In the transfer portal era, when you win an award like Big West Freshman of the Year, I know you're probably hear from some other schools, hear from some other programs. That turns heads. People get attention at something like that. Why are you back at UCSD? What about that program, the staff, the culture there has you back on that campus?
I think kind of what I mentioned earlier, just the trust that the coaching staff has in me, and also my teammates. The trust that they have in me just gives me the confidence, knowing that they have my back. I make mistakes, I play well. I know that they always have my back, and this just feels like the right fit for me.
So this is the last one I got for you. What has to happen if we were to look up in February and the Tritons are right there, first, second place, competing for a Big West regular season title?
Yeah, that's definitely the place we want to be in. Our first year officially in Division I, able to compete in the postseason. So that's what we got our eyes set on. That's what we've been working on. Yeah, we're going to get there. We're going to get it done, and we're just going to keep working towards that goal.
All right. Well, listen, Samay, I appreciate you being here. Congratulations on being named preseason first team All Big West. Now you got to go out there and do it and be named postseason first team All Big West. We'll be back with more from Big West Media Day coming up next.
Welcome back. So sorry about those technical difficulties. Only in Indiana, right? I know I'm still lagging a little bit here, but we're back, and I'm so excited to get Cal State Bakersfield head coach Ari Weidman on here. Her first year here as a head coach, the first woman head coach in program history. So let's welcome her in.
Amy, how you doing?
Hey, Coach. How are you doing today? Thanks for coming on.
Oh, I'm good. Hey, you guys can hear me okay?
I can
You're
hear
good.
you okay.
Awesome. Perfect. I'm doing great. I'm glad to be with you guys.
Awesome. We are so excited to have you on here and talk about the team this year. Got a lot to look forward to, right? A lot of newcomers on this, from Melissa Secchiaroli to Trinity Slocum. We got a lot to look forward to. So walk me through what we can expect from Cal State Bakersfield in your first season at the helm.
Yeah, stylistically, my philosophy is pace, space, and create. And so we want to be an up-tempo team. We have good spacing. We want to load the floor with snipers because I believe that oxygen, a good offense has oxygen, and you need that with shooters. And then can they create for themselves and others? So we just want to make sure we're able to create good offense, pace, space, and create, and then conversely do that same thing defensively. We want to limit space, shrink space, and then have really good scouts to take away people's creativity on that end.
Coach, as a new coach to this league, and by the way, welcome. I mean, I know this is sort of home for you in a way, and it's so wonderful to have you in this league. But I'm kind of wondering if you could help us understand how much time have you had in getting hired to be able to kind of watch film, get yourself familiar with this league, and kind of understand the pieces that you have, but also the pieces that other teams have, because I think watching film and really digging in to try to plan and scout is such a key piece of what new coaches have to do.
Definitely, and we'll be heavy scout-driven staff. But I've been watching since I got a call for the interview, and so I've been breaking down these teams for a few months, and then I hired Advit Raghavan, who was an assistant at Cal State Northridge last year, so he's very familiar with the conference, and that was a perk of having him because we've already got sort of our scouts and play calls for some teams, so we'll see.
What's impressed you most about the group you've got so far since you arrived on campus? What's been the most impressive part of kind of building this team and figuring out what you guys want to do this year?
Yeah, when I was interviewing, the two things they said they really, really wanted were structure and to be connected. And so we've done a really good job with that. And so I love that they're connected and they're really have adapted my personality too in terms of urgency wins and stacking days. And so they've just done a really good job with buying into how we want to do things.
Coach, some of these pieces, and you just spoke about it, some of the things that you want to do and what they want to do will require certainly your returning players. And I specifically will point out Taylor Caldwell, a graduate student guard, Garrison Freeman, a redshirt junior forward. Caldwell sat out as a medical redshirt. Good to have her back. I know the year prior, a great little shooter, averaged 8.8 points. I probably expect you might need her to average in double figures. And then Freeman, who played in 22 games, she almost became a regular day-to-day starter, starting in 12, but she also did give you that program 20 minutes. Talk about those two players, and then maybe another key one or two players, if you can, that you've seen so far in practice and training.
Yeah, I joke with Taylor all the time because we're about the same age. And so she's got a ton of experience. She's 24 years old. She's in year 7 playing Division I basketball. So she's steady. She's got a great basketball acumen, and she can score it from all 3 levels. She loves the mid-range, but we really tried to expand and develop her 3-point game. And so she's been phenomenal for us, and we'll rely on her heavily. Garrison Freeman has been a pleasant surprise from the last group because when I first met her, I'm like, hey, I need you to become a sniper and be someone who can stretch the floor. And she's like, I don't know, coach, but she shot it extremely well, and she's bought into how we want to play. And so she's been really, really good. Another sniper that we have is Melissa Secchiaroli from Morehead State. She's a 5th year, so another kid with a ton of experience. She's 23 years old. And Trinity Slocum from SFA has been phenomenal for us at the point guard spot. She's got incredible vision. She takes care of the ball, and now we're starting to get her in attack mode from the 3-point line. So she's been special. And the good thing is they're an experienced group. They've all played at the Division I level for a couple of years, so really excited to have them. And now we're just really trying to get them connected.
Yeah, you guys really do have a big veteran presence this year in your first season, which I think is going to help you a lot heading forward. You mentioned with Taylor how, you're basically the same age. She's a full-grown adult at this point. How much does that help to have that sort of a veteran leader on this squad?
Yeah, our players look to her. She's just kind of one of those kids you gravitate to. She thinks the game at a high level. She's one of the kids I can text at any time and send her actions that I like, ATO. She'll still send it back. So she really loves basketball, and the players know that, and they want to be like her. And also, she's from Bakersfield, so she wants to represent this university, this city, with extreme class. And so I think that she deserves an awesome year. She's overcome a ton of injuries. 3 ACLs, and to come back and to want to play is pretty special. And she's just got that Bakersfield grit, and I need that. I love kids that have some grit. They're underdogs, and she's been phenomenal.
You've got Ariana Dizon too, playing for the first time this year, Coach. Also, can you just talk a little bit about her in this mix?
Yeah, Ari has been great. She's versatile. She can play inside and outside, and so she's going to play significant minutes for us. I love that kid. She's really bought into what we want to do. She loves our style of play. And so I expect her to have a great season. And I told her she can be an all-conference player of the day from our first workout.
So I just have a quick follow-up here because when you and I spoke the other night, we talked about the top 8 in this league and being able to play in championship week in Henderson, Nevada. It's tough. It's gritty. Those top 8 slots are hard to get to. These coaches, and I know you're going to do the same thing, when you get your arms wrapped around this program and your head's sort of, on a swivel right now, but everybody's playing the top teams to get ready because the top 8, they want to be there. What are you doing to create habits within your own program to do things the way that it will take to get in the top 8?
Yeah, I just believe that we have to do things the right way every day. And we've been tracking wins and losses in terms of practice. And so our habits from drill to drill, are they how winners would operate? And so if you're ever doing something wrong, I'm like, would a great player do that? Would a great coach do that? I ask myself, I ask our staff that. And so I just want the standards really high because I think if our habits are great, then the results will take care of themselves. And so I've been a part of championship programs. I've worked for really great coaches. And so I'm taking a lot from what I learned from them, and I try to live a life where I'm just stacking days and building on good habits. And like I told you, I think that they're starting to adapt my personality a little bit, which is pretty cool because I'm a blue collar, gritty type of person. And I told you I was an underdog, and all these guys are underdogs, and so we kind of all mesh well together. And we're just going to continue to work to win.
Tell me more about them adapting to your personality. What have been kind of your favorite moments or experiences or conversations that you've had with your group where you've seen that kind of shine?
Yeah, just from an energy standpoint, high energy person, like I said, urgency wins. And then just these guys, just from a toughness standpoint, and just like what is tired, what is nervous, what are hard things. Like those are things that we just know we're going to accept and we're going to do. And one of the things that I don't think they liked it initially, but we did a team retreat when we went camping, and they had to put up their tents and survive out there. And that was hard work for them. But I just want them to know that they can do hard things. As long as they come together, you can do anything. And so they've come together, and I just, I'm looking forward to them maintaining that through the highs and lows of a season.
Are you a big camper? You like setting up the tents and going out there? Is that something you love?
Yeah, I love the outdoors. I love CrossFit. I love anything hard that gets you, a little bit mentally tougher.
That's awesome. I love it. Well, thanks so much for joining us, Coach. We really appreciate it, and we're looking forward to what you guys do in your first year at the helm.
Awesome. Thank you. Go Runners.
Awesome. I was talking to Ari there. Next up, we're going to have UC Davis head coach Jennifer Gross join us. It's her 14th season. She's 5-time Big West Coach of the Year. She's won 5 of the last 8 regular season titles, and we're going to have her join us now. Hey, Coach, thanks so much for joining us tonight. How are you doing?
I'm doing awesome. How are you guys?
We are just wonderful.
Better now that we see your face. It's
Oh,
just
thanks.
all, it's, you see that smile and, it's all great for Talia and me now.
Well, it's
It
nice
is.
to
We
see
are
you
just
guys
we're
too.
Absolutely. Well, I'd love to talk to you. And I mentioned this. There are a few teams in the league that are in this situation, which is really impressive to me, where you return 4 starters from last year, which is just so rare. And you don't see that in many other teams in the country and really any other league, right? So how much does that help you heading into next season?
Oh, it's huge. It's huge to be able to return the majority of our roster, as you mentioned, including 4 starters. As a coach, just knowing, going into a season, kind of knowing what you have. Obviously, we're always excited about our newcomers as well. But to have a veteran squad that I know I can count on, I know I have great leadership with, that's ready to kind of raise the bar for the program, and we've been through a lot together the last couple of years, so there's a lot of trust that we've built up through the last few years, and going into the season with that kind of relationship is exciting. I think we have good depth. I think, as I mentioned, we have a team of leaders that's kind of getting it done for us, so it's exciting. It's an exciting time of year. Obviously, we're optimistic.
Coach, what a great run you guys put together last year in Henderson. You advanced to the championship finals. You were the number 5 seed. You defeated Cal State Fullerton, number 4 Cal Poly, but also number 1 Hawaii to get to the finals. And then you ultimately played UC Irvine. The result was not what you wanted it to be, but you had a 20-win season, 20-14, 13-7 in conference. And Talia just talked about it. You've got the returners. You said it was key. How much can you get quickly into building off of what and where you were last year, rather than having to teach new things and instill new things in players that may not have been in your program before?
Yeah, Tammy, I've been doing this long enough to know that sometimes you got to experience that heartache before you can, achieve everything you want to. And so we've had teams that have struggled through that in the past, that got really close, that set their sights on that championship and just fell a little bit short. And it hurt last year. Our team really felt like we were on a roll, and we had what it took to get it done, and we did fall a little short, but they've been thinking about that game since last March. And so we have a group that's hungry. We talk about, well, if we fell a little short, what do we need to do a little bit better to get ourselves to another level? And so to have veterans out there that can help the younger ones understand that in terms of our preparation and how we need to show up for practice every day, and what kind of effort it takes outside of practice, understanding how tight-knit we need to be to achieve at that kind of level. That's something that our team really gets. And we've wasted no time sort of with our prep for that.
Absolutely. And I feel like, we've talked about how much you return, right? But there's one big loss, right? Evan Turner, big loss, 2-time Big West first team nominee there. How did you go about trying to, I know you can't necessarily replace that, but how do you go about trying to fill the gap that she left?
Yeah, I think over the years, as we have had continued success, that's something that people ask us all the time. Well, how do you replace, going back to Morgan Birch, who's a WNBA player, and then to win a championship that next year? We've had a lot of great players in our program. Evan Turner was certainly one of them. And she not only was a great scorer, but just a tremendous competitor. But I think as people move on, it really provides opportunities for other people to step up. And I'm really excited about the players that we have in our program and their readiness to maybe step into another role, to be a different kind of leader than maybe they were last year. So I think we have a lot of exciting pieces, and there's a lot of new opportunity for them. So to answer your question, we do it as a group. We do it as a unit. We know that everybody has to be a little bit better. We're not going to rely on one person. And I've been excited about the growth that we've had over the summer and so far in the fall.
And you mentioned just
Coach, you
how excited you are for those people to step up. Who's someone, I know there's probably so many of them, but if you had to name one, who's someone that's really proven so far this offseason that they have the ability to step into a bigger role?
Well, I think you'll probably talk about her, but Tova Sable is our preseason all-conference pick. And it's been really fun just to see her. You saw some of what she could do in the tournament last year. The exciting thing about Tova, she's always, since she's come here, she's always been a great scorer, but something she's really taking pride in is her defense. And I think when you have a leader who is really setting the tone every day with tremendous effort on offense and on defense, everybody else wants to raise the bar too. So Tova's done a great job with that. I think players like Sydney Burns, who's a 4-year starter for us, just brings so much energy to the court every time she steps on the floor. She kind of is a great mix. She brings joy and competition as well, which is kind of my favorite thing about her. She competes, but she makes it fun, and everybody loves playing with her. I have someone like Mozzie Harris, who has really stepped up in the last couple of years, and again, has just become super reliable and is extremely coachable. And when you talk about having great players that are ready to step up, but more importantly, we just have great people. And when you have great people, it makes it a lot easier.
Well, Coach, some of those players that you talked about in Sable and Harris and Burns, also I'll throw in Megan Norris, but I would be remiss if I didn't mention that Sable is on the preseason All Big West team upcoming this year. But the great thing about those 4 players is that you've got 3 of them are seniors, and one of them is a redshirt junior in Megan Norris. And I just really kind of want to understand, like, who's is there anybody that is like the captain, the leader out of that group, or do you really just kind of go by committee?
I think we really try to provide different opportunities for different people to step up. Something about our program that might be a little bit different is we do a lot of team building. That's something that's really important to us. I mean, we treat it with the same importance that we do working on our defense and our offense. And the purpose of that is to really build strong relationships and build trust. And when, Megan steps up and has something to say to the team, my favorite thing is when 2 or 3 others, kind of say, yeah, what she said, let's go, let's have her back. And I think they do a really tremendous job of kind of sharing that responsibility a little bit. When someone's fired up and bringing the energy, they're ready to follow along. I think great teams need great leaders, but also need great followers. And I think with the respect that you can build by putting the time into building those relationships, it provides opportunities for different people to step up and lead. And, some might be a little more of a vocal leader. Others might just be, hey, I'm going to be Mozzie Harris. She's not the most vocal leader, but she is consistent, and her teammates know that she's going to be there every single time. You have Megan and Sydney and Tova, who might be a little bit more vocal, but everybody understands what the team needs from them, and the others appreciate everybody for what they bring.
Absolutely. And like you said earlier, you've been doing this a while, right? You've been coaching at the college level since 2002. And I feel like a lot has changed since then, not just in women's basketball, but in the college athletics landscape as well, right? So what are kind of your takeaways from how many years has that been now? 20, whatever years it's been. What are kind of your biggest takeaways from the changing landscape and the growth of women's basketball since then?
Yeah, I mean, I tell our players all the time, like, just relish it, enjoy it. You are in the most exciting time for women's sports right now. Just the fan base has grown. We're really fortunate to be in a college town where we get great support for our teams. We get kids lining up for autographs after games. And so I tell our players, just enjoy it, and really pour everything you have into it. I think for me, just having, the longevity that I have, especially at one particular school, which happens to be my alma mater, the word I have is grateful. I'm just so grateful for the experiences that I've had, for all the amazing people I've I've had the opportunity to coach and coach with. So yeah, I mean, I tell our players this all the time. We get to do this, let's enjoy every minute of it. Let's work as hard as we can and prepare as best we can, but let's have fun and enjoy it. It's a great time to be playing basketball.
Well, Coach, with that, one more question before we wrap it up. And I'm going to put you on the spot here just quickly. I know this isn't about you. You never want it to be about you, but you are in your 14th season. You are a 5-time Big West Coach of the Year. Davis, your alma maters, you mentioned, won 5 out of the last 8 Big West regular season titles, all consecutive, by the way. Is there any pressure? And what does that pressure feel like for you, knowing how much you want to win and how much you want to bring championship mentality to your community?
Yeah, no, Tammy, to be totally honest, it's really not about pressure. It's about trying to make sure that each team that we coach really tries to be the best that we can be. And I know that might sound a little bit cliche, but really we don't talk about the championships that much. I want our players to dream big. I want us to have really high expectations for ourselves and chase extraordinary things. That's really important to me. And we're not afraid to talk about those things. But at the end of the day, we focus on what can we do today? What's in our control today? And, the years that we have been fortunate enough to win a Big West championship and go to the NCAA tournament, it's been, let's prepare as best we can. And at the end of the day, that's got to be enough. Sometimes you have to have some things go your way, and definitely have had that happen to us. And other times have dealt with heartbreaking losses where I had to say, you know what, we did what we could do and our players gave everything they had. And I'm okay with that. So, no, I don't look at it as a pressure thing. I look at it as a privilege. We get to coach for me at this amazing university where I take so much pride in the program because, I played here and I get to coach really awesome people and people that are grateful for their opportunity. And we just try to enjoy the journey together and, hope at the end of the day we can say, yeah, that was pretty fun.
I think that's a great and an important mindset to have. Thank you so much for joining us, Coach. It was really great getting to talk to you, and I'm looking forward to watching you guys play this season.
You're a champ, Jen. You are a champ. Yep, you are a champ, girl.
Thank you, guys.
Absolutely. Next up, we are going to send it over to Rob Doster, who talked to Tova Sable, who was named to the preseason All Big West team.
Now let me welcome on to Big West Media Day, Tova Sable, coming off of a second-team All Big West performance last season, preseason first team All Big West. Tova, you bring back a number of starters from last season. What is the value of continuity for your program?
It's always super important and great having a bunch of returners. We have chemistry. We know where we are on the court. We're working hard and we know each other. We also have 2 great freshmen coming in and a newcomer. And yeah, the chemistry is there.
Who's coming back? Which of the girls has impressed you so far in the fall and practices?
I would say Mozzie Harris, always working really hard, shooting great. Vic Baker, she's looking great, coming back from an injury. Megan Norris is scoring under the basket. We're all just working really hard. So yeah, we're looking good.
So you are Swedish.
Yes.
What made you decide to go the college basketball route? Like, how did you end up? You started at Penn State. How did you end up going to Penn State?
The recruiting process looks a little different when you come from Europe. I didn't know much about the recruiting process at all, but I always had a dream coming to the U.S. to play. So I was just happy when I got the chance.
There are a lot of Europeans that are kind of following in your footsteps right now, men and women. What would your advice be to somebody that is coming to the United States from Europe to help them with the transition, get used to life, get used to playing a new style of basketball? What would your advice be for them?
My advice would be to learn from your teammates, ask questions. Don't be afraid to ask questions. The style of play is faster, it's tougher. Be ready to adapt, but work hard always, and you'll be just fine.
What's the one thing you miss most from back in Sweden that you can't get out there in California?
My family and friends always.
That's the easy answer, right?
Yeah.
What have you worked on individually this offseason? Like, where are we going to see an improvement in your game?
I'm trying to add different options scoring wise. I want to be more versatile. So I've been working on that a lot.
If we look up in, mid-February and UC Davis is sitting there competing for first place, game out of first place, whatever it is, competing for a Big West regular season title, what's the one thing that has to happen with your team to make that come to fruition?
I think we have a great start already. I was talking about the chemistry before. We just keep building on that, getting things to click. Again, work hard always. I think that's the recipe for success.
You transferred from Penn State to UC Davis after your sophomore season. If you were to, and you've had success doing it, if you were to give advice to other girls that were putting their name in the portal and looking to make a move to a new destination, what would you tell them?
I would tell them that there's a reason that you put your name in the portal, and it's brave to do so. Look for good people always. It's the people makes the experience always.
Well, Tova, congratulations on being named preseason first team All Big West, but preseason doesn't mean anything. We need to see it at the end of the season, right? Best of luck this year. I hope you have all the success in the world, and we will be back with more from Big West Media Day coming up next.
All right, welcome back. 2 hours down. We've only got 3 coaches to go. Tammy, how you feeling?
All right, I'm good. How you doing? You holding up, girl?
I'm doing great. Power's on. I'm doing great. I'm really excited to welcome in our next guest of the night. We've got UC Irvine head coach Tamara Inoue joining us now. She's put up 4 20-win seasons. Oh, I was about to introduce you, but you're already here. I'll introduce you while you're here. You made the NCAA tournament last year for the first time since 1995, and that's what I want to start off by talking about anyway. So first, thanks so much for joining us tonight. But how much did that NCAA tournament teach your team and the 4 returning starters that you have coming back? What did you guys learn from that?
Hey, thanks for having me on the show. Biggest thing I think is just experience. We're finally having a veteran team. I've had quite a young team leading up to these years, so it's been nice to see that.
All right, Coach. So here we go. Building blocks now. 2 years ago, you guys win the regular season. You hang a banner. Last year, you make this run. You go to the NCAA tournament. You get to get on that charter. Loved it. You get up to Spokane. What a great transformational experience for your program. And these are 2 really important building blocks, and you did it when you were injured, but you are healthy now. You've got a great roster. Help us understand what's in store for this season after those building blocks have been laid.
Yeah, it's been a journey, right? It's been a lot of years here, and it doesn't happen overnight for me. So just really fortunate to have good players and players that stuck around and stuck with me through this. And right now, with the injuries, we've had short rosters the last 2 years, up to 16 right now. So I think we're going to be able to take care of the deeper bench. And it's a new challenge this year. So it's going to be definitely a new challenge on playing time, on we have 7 incoming. So that's going to be a big one for us to figure that out.
Yeah, you guys did some work in the transfer portal this offseason, so props to you on that one. I want to talk a little bit about one addition in particular, that's Summer Hansen, who is the Big Sky Freshman of the Year. She had 14 double-doubles last season too, which is impressive in itself, of course. What does she bring to this team this year?
She's coming into a championship team. So I think for her, it's just about finding her feel here. She's done a pretty good job. She works extremely hard. There's no reason why I can see exactly why she was freshman of the year in the Big Sky. But she's got work to do here. So I think for her, it's just finding her footing here and following our veterans right now.
great addition to a team that's got some pretty good talent coming back. Deja Lee, Player of the Year. She's a generational player, Coach. You got to admit that. Nikki Tom, 4-year starter. Steady Eddie there, and Nevaeh Dean, returning starter. So you get that transfer portal kid, and now all of a sudden you've got these pieces coming together. Kind of like to know what you think you might be able to do that, if anything, might be different from years past.
Yeah, I think, Deja, we could probably speak for hours and days on her. She is a generational player, not just because of what she does on the court, but what she does off the court. Also, probably the nicest person you'll ever meet, although she is Canadian, so I haven't really met a mean Canadian yet. For Nikki Tom, I think for her, she's been a 4-year starter for me. Well, she will be a 4-year starter for me. And I think that's just a big thing for her. She's by putting in her years here and what she's been able to accomplish, not just on the court, but also off the court. And then as well as what you mentioned, Nevaeh Dean, she's a transfer from us, but been able to give us 3 solid years, and just the leadership and the way she's fit into our program. I like to see every transfer follow in her footsteps on how she's been able to make that transition.
What's been your portal mindset over the years? What are you looking for, especially this past off season when you've returned 4 starters, so it's not like you're trying to get that many starters coming in. What's your kind of mindset when you're digging into the portal?
It's we don't have it figured out yet. It's still fairly new, and I don't know too much. What we do know is that we try to do our research as fast as possible. I still believe in culture, and I still believe in time at this university and figuring out our team. It's not easy coming into this team and finding your place. So a 1 year is very difficult. But I do think we're starting to figure out. I have great assistants. Honestly, they're the ones that really do the work and find the fit for the program.
Your program really, Coach, in a premier spot, and in more ways than one. I want to go to the preseason poll. You guys picked second, 5 first-place votes. You guys are only second to Hawaii, 6 first-place votes. 11 first-place votes between you and Hawaii. Obviously very close. A lot of talent with those schools. But UC Davis, we just talked to Jen Gross, and she's got some great players. She's got a lot of talent, veteran talent coming back. Long Beach State, Amy Wright, building in her first year last season, coming into her second year now. She's settled. Cal Poly, Shanele Stiers. You and I both know Shanele. We've known Shanele for decades and know what she can do. I'm just curious your understanding of these top 5 slots, and then of course some of the others that you can never sleep on any of these teams.
Absolutely. I think every year I've been here, I think we've slept on teams and they beat us, so I don't think that it's an easy conference. I think Hawaii is well deserved the first place, Davis, same thing. I don't know if we deserve that second place. I appreciate that. And it's a nice thing to have, but to be really honest, it's just about when we get going and seeing where we all stand. This is an easy conference. As a player and as a coach in this conference, I know how tough it can be.
With how competitive the conference is, what's it going to take this year to win the league?
That's a loaded question. I don't really know the answer to that. It just comes with game by game, day by day. I don't think we look too far ahead. I think it's really important to stay in the moment. And I think that is a challenge for us is not to look ahead and see what's ahead of us for the tournament and to see how we're firing. But right now, I'm just trying to win the day tomorrow. I'm just excited to be undefeated today and tell everybody that.
Coach, your journey to UC Irvine and doing what you've done with Talia mentioning 420 win seasons and, of course, going to the NCAA last year. But your journey's been hard. You've had to grind and grit it out. And I could take you way back. I'm not going to do that. But let's start with New Mexico State and you being sort of a byproduct of Mark Track, who I played for him. You coached with him. We both know what we both learned from him. But the journey has been hard, and it's just getting so much more rewarding for you. And I just kind of want you to help us understand what that's like to work so hard and grind and grit, but then get those victories along the way.
Not only has Coach Track coached you, and I've been a part of his byproduct, I have 3 other players on my staff that's also been a byproduct of Coach Track. So it's no coincidence of our success and how we're getting it. You only learn the grind and what it takes and the opportunities that are given to you and how you take it. And I think the idea here is is an opportunity that's been given here, and it's up to me, and it's up to my staff to really hone in and figure it out. It's not easy. Every university is different. Every conference is different. Every game is different. So just figuring out what the fit is at Irvine, from what our president would like to our athletic director, all the way down to our players. That's a different look too. But it's a grind, and it's not just a grind on everyday stuff. It's a grind on what the NCAA is looking like every single day and how fast it's changing. And that's just trying to keep up with it as well. The portal hasn't always been great to us. It did knock us down for a little bit too. So I think it's just about how we respond and how we react to it.
Who's someone that's really impressed you this offseason, that stood out, that'll maybe take a big step up this season?
Well, I think it's too early to tell, to be honest. My staff has been tremendous. I'll give them the props. I think they're doing a great job of preparing and prepping and getting in the gym. And so every day it's someone that is, maybe, this one maybe, and so I think for us, it's not a consistent player by any means. I think, obviously with Nikki and DJ and Dino and then Amelia Sharf coming back as well, being a 4-year player for me, I think those are consistent, like knowing they're consistent. But every day right now, it's you did okay today. Good job. Let's go tomorrow. So we'll see.
Do those players remember that championship game in Henderson, Nevada? Those players that you just mentioned, they were all in that championship game that sent you to the NCAA tournament. It's hard to forget that game.
Absolutely. The first highlight was Diaba giving me the biggest hug in the world, because what we went through together was awesome, and I think she's one of the ones that started this culture here, coming in as a transfer, and just hugging my players and my staff, and just really enjoying that moment, because we've been at that championship game and had lots of losses in there. And so I think that was a big thing for us, especially my associate head coach too, Cecilia, what we've gone through together. So I think that's been really good. The second highlight was sitting right next to you, Tammy, and being able to sit there and enjoy that moment with you, because I know that you've watched us lose so many times, and just being able to sit with you and give you that hug was also a big highlight for me.
You mentioned kind of the tougher parts that you've had to go through, and how the portal hasn't always been so kind to you, right? And I think that's, the case a lot of places over the country. And I've been asking this question a lot today, but I think it's an interesting one, and I'm putting you on the spot with it here real quick. But if you were in charge of making the decisions in women's basketball, what's one change that you would like to see made, whether it's, rule related, portal related, whatever it might be?
The biggest thing I think is rewarding for graduation. I think graduation is one of the most important pieces for young women, and to have that education and to be able to move and do something with it. This is a game, and a game that we all love to do. And I'm fortunate enough to sit in this seat and coach these young women. But ultimately, at the end of the day, I think, transferring and making sure it's for the right move and the right reasons, and then being able to get that degree and have the relationships across the campus with our professors, being able to get those internships, being able to understand what that takes. I think that at the end of the day is the most important piece. I think internships are a must. Every one of my seniors went through it this summer, and we took a lot of hits for it, because it's more important than basketball.
Absolutely.
Somebody's spoken like they care more about teaching their young women about things that are bigger than basketball, and I absolutely love it.
Me too. I would completely agree.
Yeah. Look, I love what I do, and this is amazing. But at the end of the day, what I want to do is, like I said, with my players, when they come back and visit, it's the most rewarding thing for me, and also to speak to my team about what they've done too, and people that can just reflect and teach. And I think they don't believe me. I'm the head coach. If I tell them, like, you're going to regret this, they don't believe me. But if maybe a player comes in, or Tammy comes in and speaks to them, or somebody else, that will resonate with them.
Absolutely. Awesome. Well, thank you so much for joining us today, Coach. We really appreciate it. And we appreciate your time.
Absolutely. Look forward to it.
Love the spectacles, Coach.
Oh, wow, we lost her. Well, up next, we are going to be joined by Long Beach State head coach Amy Wright, who is entering her second season. Oh, never mind. I take that back. We are sending it over to Rob Doster, who's going to interview Deja Lee.
And now let me welcome on to Big West Media Day, the reigning Big West Player of the Year, the reigning MVP of the Big West tournament, and the leading scorer from the reigning Big West tournament champions, Deja Lee. Deja, how do you top that?
Accolades aren't really a thing for me. It's really just what I can do to best support my team, and whatever happens, if that happens. But, we'll see what happens this year.
So your growth as a player over the years has been fun to watch. You were a freshman essentially. You kind of grew up a little bit, became an honorable mention All-League player as a sophomore, and then as a junior, you were the Big West Player of the Year. So did you surprise yourself with this kind of development and this growth as a player?
I would say I was faced with a lot of setbacks early on in my freshman year, and that was more because of high school and where I didn't get to play my senior year. And so going into college, basically after playing grade 11 basketball, was a huge transition for me. And so I would say my freshman year is more like a reset year of kind of where I stand in terms of what I can do, what I think I can do, my abilities. And so a lot of that was just kind of finding myself again as a player, and so letting that grow throughout the years.
Well, you have certainly found yourself as a player. Where are we going to see your development this year? What have you kind of worked on during the off season?
Yeah, my biggest goal actually is my leadership, and just because I'm a senior this year, one of the things that I'm really looking to do more is use my voice in addition to what I can do on the court. And so just being a leader, directing my teammates, I know the offenses, I know the defenses, and continuing to use that as a standard to continue to help us win. So
Yeah, I was going to say you're kind of the old head now. So how has that kind of changed your perspective when it comes to the way that you operate within the locker room within that team?
Yeah, I think there's no more surprises in terms of what season can hold. We've kind of seen everything, especially on our team, from injuries to whatnot. And so I think all of that has kind of wrapped up my experience and kind of guiding the newcomers onto that, even just with the additional seniors, everyone that's already been here, us kind of working together and just making sure that we learn from those experiences and then kind of grow through those with the ones that are new this year.
So you lost some pieces. You guys had some players graduate this offseason. Who's stepped up? Who's impressed you? Who's going to surprise Big West basketball fans?
Honestly, I think everybody has kind of found their role in terms of the people that were injured and are coming back, and with newcomers that are kind of surprising us in terms of what they can do. I think we have a lot of firepower offensively now, in addition to our defense, because our defense has kind of been our anchor the past couple of years in terms of generating that offense. And so I think one thing that I guess people should be kind of like expecting to see is that defensive side, but then the offensive side is probably just as strong, not even better, in terms of how we can use that. So,
all right, last thing I got for you. What is the one thing that has to happen for UC Irvine to be back in the NCAA tournament in March?
Good question. I would say the one thing that has to happen is our tenacity. When things don't go well in terms of whether shots aren't dropping or just the offensive is kind of not necessarily clicking the way we want. Honestly, like our biggest thing is the effort that we put into in terms of not letting the other team score, not letting them cross half over a certain period of time. Those kind of standards that we set for ourselves will serve us well towards March. And so hopefully we can get there after and get into postseason too. So.
Well, she's Deja Lee, the reigning Big West Player of the Year. Best of luck this season. Look forward to watching how you guys progress this year and defend your Big West Tournament Championship. We'll be back with more from Big West Media Day coming up next.
Welcome back to Big West Women's Basketball Media Day. Next up, we are going to welcome in Long Beach State head coach Amy Wright, who is entering her second season at the helm of the program. Whoa. Welcome in, Amy. Great to have you here today. Excited to get to talk to you a little bit.
Hey, how y'all doing?
We are good. Doing great to have you here today. So I want to start off by talking about the fact that you returned 3 starters from last season, including Jada Crawshaw and Savannah Tucker, who both had just phenomenal seasons last year. How important is that to return, the two of them who, Savannah led in scoring, Jada led in rebounds. How important was that to get both of them back this season?
Yeah, it's always good to have players that are familiar with you and your style. It kind of going in last April, they didn't know me and I didn't know them. So just having that personalities and those relationships with those young women have been phenomenal. And for them to say yes and want to come back is huge. That means they've invested in what we're doing here at Long Beach State. That means they've invested in themselves, and they're not the only ones. Patricia Chung is back. She was all Big West tournament team. And then as well as Lovely Saunier, who is one of the best rebounders in the league. So she went and got some buckets for Tammy, made her come out of her pockets. So we're really excited to have all of them back, and they're back for a reason. They're invested in what we're doing, and they want to be here, and that's the biggest thing. You want players that want to be a part of your program.
Coach, how does it feel to have that first year as a new head coach and a new program under your belt, starting to really kind of build into creating the culture that you want to create? And I love what you have as a vision, energy, effort, enthusiasm. Those are your big 3 E's, but just kind of help us understand where you are now, 1 year under your belt, and your culture coming together.
Yeah, I blinked and it was April again. So anybody that is in this position that slides to the chair, it is a very real thing. You don't know what it is until you're in there. So it's good going into year 2. Like I said, I feel confident with the returners that are coming in. I feel confident with the players that we've recruited. My staff did a great job in terms of pointing us in the direction of in such a quick amount of time. I mean, we're talking 9 months of finding players that fit, finding women that wanted to be here. So it's really exciting to get all those pieces together. And now we get to play the puzzle game. Now you get to do what you love to do as a coach is figure out, what puzzles fit together and how you can make this masterpiece a really, really special thing.
What's the biggest thing you learned about the Big West in your first season in the conference?
Yeah, I think it was the travel. That was very, very different. That the Thursday game, the Saturday game, the turnaround. I'll tell you this, it was something I was not used to until postseason. The other places I have been, you get at least 2 days prep and sometimes 3 or 4 days prep. So what these women do, what these coaches do, it just made me have such a respect for what this conference is all about and the competition that this conference has amongst coaches and players. There's not a lot of players that do this in the country that play at this level. So I think it's an attribute to the women that say yes. It's an attribute that the coaches that say yes to being in this conference and give it the best thing that they can put on the court. And it's enjoyable. Women's basketball is great here in Southern California and great in California as well as Hawaii. So people got to recognize that the Big West, it might have local players in the state of California, but we're bringing in big time basketball and helping our kids grow on and off the court.
Well, Coach, speaking of big time basketball, you got 10 or 12 deep, right? I understand that y'all want to play pretty fast. You might be a little bit taller. You might be a little longer than last year. Kind of help us understand scout wise what you think you'll be able to do. I mean, you talked about recruiting. You are elevating players. And that is going to bring you more wins on your schedule with the 10 to 12 deep roster, no question.
Yeah, we're like I said, we're super excited. We've got 8 newbies coming in. We're kind of the United Nations maybe of Long Beach State. So we have a variety of kids from different places. We have Sweden, Spain, Great Britain, Australia, as well as some players from out of state in Atlanta, Indianapolis, Indiana. So we're really excited that we're not only kind of the vision that I have, but we're also taller than the volleyball team. So that's really exciting for me that we got some height and some length. But, in addition to the style of play offensively, now with that length, I think we can do a little more things defensively, which is where we struggled last year. We want to be able to guard better. And having length and athleticism will help you do that, even though they might not be technically where I want them to be. Whether it's defensively in a stance or defensively in the right place, that does make up for some things, what they might lack in knowledge and skill. And like I said, we're young. We are young. So they're learning as we go. They're giving me everything they got. And that's the most exciting thing for me is I don't have to, like you talk about energy, effort, enthusiasm. Those are things we don't question every day. Those are things that we bring to the table. If those become habits, a lot of games are going to be winnable because you're going to have more than the other team.
You mentioned all the new players joining your program this year. Who's one newcomer that you expect to make a real impact from day one?
Woo, yeah. I mean, I think I got a couple. I'm excited. I got a young lady over here from Aniwaniwa that she's dunking a tennis ball. So that's exciting, in itself, is having a young woman that can do those type of things. And she's one of those kids that you got to slow down a little bit. Her name's Michael Richards. She's on 10 all the time. I'm like, I need you for more than a minute. I need you for 4 minutes. So can you just, maybe go from 7th gear down to 5th gear? That would be awesome. Tait-Jones, she's from Atlanta, really excited about her. Strong physical guard, can score at all 3 levels. So I think those two are leading the way in terms of that freshman class that are meshing really, really well with our returners. So it's exciting for them. But, anything's on the table at this point. Tammy, as you said, I do want to play 10, 12 deep because I want 7 or 8 kids in double figures. I want teams to okay, who do we focus on? And with our style, with our pace, it's going to be hard to even turn around and see, okay, this is who I'm guarding. But no, we've already got somebody else in the lineup that can almost do the same thing and score at all 3 levels. So yeah, it's going to be a fun jigsaw piece that we're going to go through here early, but just excited to see how it all shakes out.
So, Coach, you have this sort of invaluable piece that not every coach has, and you had your team for about 8 weeks this summer. And that's priceless. That time you'll never be able to get back. And you talk about time. You've had over 30 training sessions together. I understand you guys had a little scrimmage the other day. But I just kind of want to know how that helps you get from point A to point B in this fall season, because 3 weeks from now, season is starting, and once it starts, it goes. There's no holding back.
Yeah, I mean, thank goodness it starts in 3 weeks. I think we are ready to play some games. But, the 8 weeks in the summer, it's not just the athletic side that is beneficial. Obviously my kids get to do some team bonding. They get to come together as teammates, get to know each other on the court and off the court. But it also gives them leadway for that 1 credit hour that all my freshmen can come in and get a 4.0. So it's really, really huge from that standpoint. But the carryover of basketball is we're not really starting from scratch, come August when that first day of school starts. They're already kind of in a routine. They kind of understand the expectation, and we can go ahead and move forward with a lot of basketball things that we want to do, whether it's our philosophy, whether it's our theory, or heck, I may have been wrong in the summer and been like, we should do this, and just like, this ain't going to work with this team. So that's a great advantage to be able to, for a coach, to be able to see what you got for 8 weeks and maybe adjust and or build off of it right from the jump.
As you're getting to build your team and instill your culture into this program, right, what's the next step forward in getting this program a return to the NCAA tournament?
Yeah, we talked about this a lot, and it's winning. Point blank period. This team wants to win. So they are being treated. I have a pretty good vision of what it feels like and what it looks like. I've been fortunate to be a part of several successful teams, been around a lot of successful coaches. And so I've been able to push them a little bit. So it's getting out of their comfort zone. We talk a lot about watering your roots so you can see the fruit. The fruit is going to be winning. But watering our roots is doing the unrequired work. It's working hard. It's being prepared. It's having humility. And the biggest thing is having love for the game.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for joining us tonight, Coach. We really appreciate it and are really excited to see what you're going to do this season.
All right. Appreciate y'all. Have a good night.
All right. Bye, Coach.
Next up and last up for our coaching guests of the night, sadly, we are going to have Hawaii head coach Laura Beeman join us. She's entering her 13th season with the program, and we'll welcome her in now. Hey, Coach, how are you doing? Thanks so much for joining us.
Doing well. How are you guys?
We are doing swell here. I'd like to start off by talking about the fact that you guys return 87% of your scoring from last year. That's huge. That's an astronomical number right there. How huge is that for getting ready for the upcoming season?
Well, I think it's a testament to, maintaining a lot of our players. We have 3 kids that went through COVID with us, and then we've, maintained a lot of other young women that haven't jumped into the portal, which I'm really happy about. So anytime you can bring back scoring, anytime you can bring back, a veteran team, an experienced team, I think that you really embrace that moving forward.
Hey, Coach, Tammy here. So great to see you. First of all, I love that. I love that sweatshirt, just that color and that exude. I love it. I absolutely love it. I'm gonna have to. We're gonna have to share that. I'm gonna have to get me one of those. But I kind of want to talk about the preseason. You guys got 6 first place votes. UC Irvine 5 first place votes right after that. Just some competitive teams at the top. You've been at this a really long time. You are a veteran winning coach. You know how to put wins together. You know how to get to the NCAA tournament. And understanding this league, nobody probably does better than you. Tell us kind of what needs to happen for Hawaii with all of your pieces coming back together, especially a healthy Deja Phillips. That was such a devastating loss for her last year in the championship. What has to happen to be able to have the season that you envision?
Well, first off, I've been doing it a long time, but the consistency with my coaching staff is probably why we have stayed on top for as long as we have. I'm really fortunate to have coaches that have been with me 5 years plus, and I think Alex Delaney has been with me 12 of my 13 years. So when you get a consistent coaching staff, then you don't have to do the teaching of staff that a lot of coaches have to do, and I will attribute that first off to why we have been so successful, and of recent. The Big West is competitive. You've got Jen that's been in here, I think maybe a year or 2 longer than me. Tamarin's come up the reins quick, and she's done an amazing job with that team. And then you've got a bunch of new coaches that, we don't know much about. And so, I think that you have to do your homework on every team every night. You have to do a great scout. Any team that, takes a night off is going to get beat. I don't care if you're playing number 1 or, number 8, 9, or 10, you're going to get beat. So showing up, doing your work, taking every possession, serious, keeping that intensity and trying to get better every game is what you're really trying to do, because at the end, you want to get to the tournament, win the tournament, and go postseason.
What's been the biggest focus this offseason for you guys, or an area that you feel like you've really improved in?
Competition. When you have a team that returns as many players as we do, there's a tendency for them to sit back and get a little complacent. And so we have really preached about the competition in the gym has to be great, that any given day, anyone can start for this program. It doesn't matter if you're a freshman coming in or you're a senior returning. If you're not doing what you're supposed to do, you're going to sit your butt down. So we've really preached intensity, competition, celebrating each other, communication, all of those big things for our program that have mattered in the past. We're going to continue to work on those.
What are the ways that you've tried to instill that competitive mindset? Have you, ran certain drills or done anything kind of unique to instill that in the team?
I think that when you have a veteran team, they identify what needs to be done. I had a conversation with our vets the other day that it was time to start moving and grooving a little bit, that they had taken some time off and they needed to be better role models for our incoming freshmen and returning sophomores. And that there was a lot of expectation that, on them to continue to represent our program the way they have in the past. And just because they've been starters and have been in postseason, to not rest on that. We've got a really talented incoming group that we're excited about. And I think that our returners feel that. And so every day in practice, we haven't had to coach effort. We have not had to coach energy. Once in a while, we have to coach a little bit on the communication piece, but the energy and effort every day in our court has been exceptional.
Coach, something very special about Hawaii and the women's basketball community. You guys, your fans show up. They root for you. It's a great community. You've done a great job, you and your coaching staff, at cultivating that, but we also know your players have as well. You mentioned this veteran squad and some of the talent that you have coming back, and I kind of want us to help us understand what you're trying to do for the community and what you're trying to give to them in terms of putting a real good product out on the floor, because I know that you really believe that that's what they deserve.
we love our fans and our fans love us. We are the only Division I sport in Hawaii. We are the only pro sport, if you will, in Hawaii. And the last thing I want to do is waste people's time, because I think beyond money, time is the most valuable thing anyone has in their life and what they can give. And so when we have the opportunity to do a community service, when we have an opportunity to go, out and read to kids or do a shoe drive for homeless kids, go out and do guest appearances, we're going to do those things to give back to our community. We're going to pay it forward. And when we get on the basketball court, we're going to compete. We're not going to embarrass ourselves, but we're not going to disappoint our fans. And our players take that really personal, that when we're on the basketball court, we're going to play hard. We're not going to be disrespectful to the game. We're not going to waste people's times. And so I think our fans know that. They know how much we care about them. I've been here for 13 years, and I've established some pretty good roots here. And the kids on the team understand that. Like I said, we've got 3 girls that have been here 5 years, and they could have easily jumped into the portal and didn't. And the fan base here respects that. And I'm expecting that our attendance this year will probably be higher than it's ever been. And I think that's a tribute to where college women's basketball and WNBA basketball are, but it's also where we are within our community and within the Big West.
I know you obviously have a good amount of big-time returners coming in, but you mentioned there's a group of incoming players who you're really excited about. And I know it's most likely very much locationally based on this, but I know you have a handful of recruits coming in from Australia and New Zealand, and I'm just wondering how important your recruiting down under has been over the years.
Well, culturally, we're a fit. They come to Hawaii from either Australia, New Zealand, and they feel very much like home here, from just the way that the people are, the way that our community is, the ohana that we have here, the food, the music, you name it. It's very, very similar. And we've gone to Australia and New Zealand to recruit. We feel that connection. And so when we've had young ladies that have come over here, it's been a no-brainer for them to, join our program. And having the 2 young ladies coming in from New Zealand with Victoria Tamilo and Rebecca Moores, we're really excited about those 2 young ladies. They are very, very talented. They take the game serious. They want to represent their country one day. And I'll just say Danny. I won't try to pronounce her first name. Danny Kujovic and Kira May Philamu from Australia. They also take this serious. They want to represent their country. They want to see Hawaii continue to win. They want to go back home and see those little girls and little boys excited that they're home because of what they've done here. And then we have a senior transfer, 1 year only for us, and that's Mia Huilia. She's from Alaska, transferring from Portland, and we're really excited to have her as well. She has roots over in Maui, so she'll be playing in front of some of her family this year. So just 5 really talented, really excited about incoming kids.
Something to get excited about, too, is the fact that, and I've followed her along, Jovi Lefotu, and Hawaii's sister combo of Lily Wahine Kapu and Jovi Lefotu. These 2 are sisters, and they are poised to make their on-court reunion here. Talk about the injury, Lefotu, and she's a sophomore, redshirted last year, that knee injury. How great is it back to have her in the guard rotation for you, which I understand she did when you guys went on your tour to Japan in June?
Yeah, Jovi's special. She sees the game very, very different than most players, and I think she sees plays unfold before they happen, and her ability to distribute the ball where it needs to go and timely is really fun to watch. And then when you get Jovi and Lily on the floor together, they really almost act like twins. They have that sense about where each other will be on the floor. And that's been really fun to see. And, that injury it took the life out of all of us that night. And I think everyone saw Lily's reaction even more so than Jovi's. And I don't think there's going to be anyone more proud and more happy that Jovi is returning than Lily. They're a great sister combo. They're great teammates. A lot of times you get that weirdness with sisters, and they don't have that. They're just great teammates, and they celebrate each other as well as their team. And we're really looking forward to having Jovi on the floor this year. She will absolutely give us some great point guard depth.
You mentioned Mia, too, as someone who you're excited about, your transfer from Portland State, as someone that you're excited about seeing what she can do this year for you guys. What does she bring to the team?
Man, she brings pace. That girl flies. She flies down the floor, and she really likes to facilitate. She's not afraid to draw contact at the rim. She gets after it defensively, and she has some experience. That's the best thing for us is she comes back in a position where we can play her at a combo, play her at the one. She really brings in some good experience for us on the floor. We want her to elevate her voice a little bit. I think that will come with time, but her pace is tremendous.
So, Coach, if you could finish this sentence for us, that'd be great. Hawaii women's basketball will advance to the NCAA tournament if we do, and I'll let you take it from there.
If we work. I mean, we have to work. It doesn't matter that we're number one. It doesn't matter what we have returning. I know how good Irvine's going to be and Davis is going to be in Long Beach and some of these other teams where we just don't know what these coaches are going to do other than that they've got a really good resume. And there's a lot of respect for these incoming coaches this year. We have to work every day. And if we take days off, like I mentioned earlier, we will get beat. And we don't want that kind of locker room. We did not like the way it ended last year. Davis played better than us, and we had a bad day. We don't like the way that felt, and there's a little bit of motivation to get back into that championship game. Obviously not turning the ball over and rebounding and taking good shots. Those are the things any coach is going to say. But when it comes down to it, we got to work. We have to compete every day.
Does your team have a little bit of a chip on their shoulder now heading into the season?
I think you can spin it any way you want, right? Tammy, you've done this for a long time, and I think you spin it, whatever way benefits your team. I do feel like this group was very, very unhappy with the way it ended last year. In just, obviously Deja's injury didn't help, and we had a couple of other kids that weren't at their best. Bottom line, like I said, Davis just outperformed us. These guys don't want that. So there is probably a little bit of a chip of getting back to that NC2A tournament. That's what everyone's playing for.
Coach, if there's one thing we know we can count on from you, and thanks again for joining us tonight, is that we know that you're going to be competitive. We know you're going to put a great product on the floor, and growing the game of women's basketball is in your heart. And Talia and I love that because we love basketball. We love women's basketball. We love where it's coming. We love watching it be where it is. And you've been a big part of that. So thank you.
Well, I appreciate your guys' time today. And Tammy, everything you're doing, both personally and for the game, I have the utmost respect for you. And Talia, good luck in your career here. But all of us want the same thing, and that's great product and to continue to grow the women's game. And I think we're all doing that. So I want to thank the Big West also. Field of 68. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much for coming on. We really appreciate it.
Aloha.
And lastly, we will send it over to Rob Doster one more time, who's got the two Hawaii players who are named to the preseason All-League team. We'll send it over to him.
Now let me welcome on to Big West Media Day, Deja Phillips and Lily Wahinakapu from the Hawaii women's basketball team, both all Big West performers last season and both preseason first team all Big West picks this year. You guys won the regular season last year, but you got picked off in the league tournament title game. Lily, how does that kind of motivate you heading into this season?
We just want to, as a team, we just want to get back to the finals and win another championship. So yeah, it's very motivating. And with new pieces coming in, we're really excited.
Deja, you guys had won the previous two Big West tournaments. You've been to the previous two NCAA tournaments. Is there a level of expectation at Hawaii that you guys win? Is this what you do? You win championships? You cut down nets?
Yes, we practice hard and we go at each other every day in practice. And I think that is what helps us pay off the championship and cutting down those nets.
You guys bring back your top five scorers from last year. The continuity in college basketball in 2024 is just, it's so important. What does that mean for you guys to know that you have all of these players coming back and you're able to kind of put this team together, knowing what each other can do? Deja, why don't you go first?
Chemistry, having 5 seniors come back and knowing like how we play together and everything. I think it's more so chemistry that's going to really dictate wins and losses this year for us.
You agree, Lily?
Yeah, and we are seniors now and we have a lot of experience under our belt. So I think that's very helpful. And like we have a lot of coaches, like including us teammates for our younger players. So I think it would be easier to progress throughout the season.
All right. You guys have been on the same team for a while. You said you're seniors, you know each other well. Deja, I want you to give you a scouting report for Lily. And Lily, I want your scouting report on Deja.
Okay. Close Lily out warm. Make her hit one behind the screen first before you start going over the screen on her. Just contain her. I mean, don't force her one way or another. Just kind of play her straight up. That's really all you can do.
Yeah, we're just giving them the
scout.
Yeah.
Lily, give me the scouting report.
Gotta contain Deja. Don't let her get downhill. Try not to foul. Gotta make her hit some before you close out hot. She gotta pull up if you're sagging off in the paint. Yeah.
That was the scout.
Who on your team has impressed you the most this offseason? Who's gotten better?
Gotten better or new players?
Both, all the above. Who have you seen in kind of these fall practices where you're like, oh wow, look at that?
Ratoria. Our big man, Ratoria. She's our freshman.
Yeah, I think she'll be very exciting to see this upcoming season just because her height and her athletic ability. And she actually works hard and she gets extra work in when it's not practice. Not to say that our other freshmen don't. Everyone does.
I was going to say, you just threw everybody else under the bus.
No.
All right, last thing I got for you guys. I want you both to answer. What needs to happen this season for you guys to repeat as regular season champs and get back to the NCAA tournament? Lily, why don't you take it first?
Not staying complacent, getting better every day, pushing each other every day.
I think pushing through adversity, and just kind of showing that grit and showing that fight every time we come out and play.
Right. Well, Lily, Deja, I appreciate you being here. Congratulations on being acknowledged as preseason first team all Big West performers, but that doesn't mean nothing. You guys got a season to play. Best of luck this year, and hopefully we'll see you cutting down the nets later on in March. Back with more from Big West Media Day coming up next.
Welcome back. We just finished talking to our last coach of the night. I feel like it really flew by. I don't know about you, Tammy, but I've had a blast talking Big West all day today and learning more about the league, and it's got me really, really amped up for the season to start.
Yeah, I mean, Talia, you did such a nice job, and thank you. It's been great to sit with you for 3 hours and talk Big West hoops, right? I think one of the things that we can take away from today is take a look at the coaches and how competitive they are, how knowledgeable they are, how committed they are. They talk about growing the game of women's basketball, but let's shift the focus to where they are with growing their own programs and being competitive. Listen, all of them want to get to the top 8. They all want to be in Henderson, Nevada, playing for that elusive opportunity to be the automatic berth into the NCAA tournament. It is going to be highly competitive, not only with the returning talent, but the coaches that talked about going in and dipping into the transfer portal. The transfer portal can giveth and it can taketh. And they've been burned by it, and they've also benefited from it. And I think what we saw tonight or today was that a lot of them have benefited from it. I think the addition of the transfer portal players with the talent that they have coming back is going to be incredibly fun to watch. Hawaii's going to be loaded. We know UC Irvine. Davis, you heard from Jen Gross, one of the best to do it ever, but also Long Beach State. And I'm just very excited.
Absolutely, me too. And not only about the new players, right, but the new coaches who have joined this league and are so excited to be a part of it and the growth of the Big West. It's a really exciting time, not just for the Big West, but for women's basketball as a whole. And it's been great to hear just how amped up and excited they are to get going with this season and to start building their teams. It's been a blast, and I'm excited to see what some of them are able to do in their first seasons in the league and all this talent that they have on their roster. It's been an absolute blast talking about it with you, Tammy, and I'm excited to keep following along all season. What's something that one coach said today that really stood out to you, whether it's, from Hawaii, who we just talked to, or all the way at the beginning? What's something that stood out to you?
Well, it's funny because not just one coach has said this, but really, I think the underpinning for all of these coaches is, and they all said it, but we just finished off with it, is that they have to put in the work. And Laura Beeman said it emphatically. She answered pretty quickly when I asked her what Hawaii has to do. They have to work, but every other coach talked about the work that they have to put in. They described it in different ways because they have different teams with different personnels, and they're all going to work differently to get to that end space to be in that top 8. What I was most excited about, and we got cut off due to technical difficulties, was Heidi Vanderveer and the short conversation that we had with her and how she has been able to position this program to get ready for this exciting time to be able to compete not only through conference, but then be eligible for the Big West Championship week and be eligible for the NCAA tournament. That is going to throw a new wrinkle into the mix. These teams have seen Heidi before, but they've never seen her. And you see San Diego in championship week, and they could be in the top 8. And I think that could be a big difference.
Man, absolutely. I'm so excited about that and so excited to see what comes from this season, especially since, what we've been talking about all night is just how competitive this league is, right? And how close, the top 5 or even more teams are, and how it's really anyone's league this year. So I'm really excited to see how it all turns out. We got less than 3 weeks till the season starts, and I'm itching for games. I'm itching for them right now, but we are ready to close off our time in Big West Media Day today. I want to thank some people first. I want to thank the Big West for giving us the opportunity to do this and learn more about the league heading into the season. I want to thank Big West Commissioner Dan Butterly for giving us the opportunity. I want to thank you, Tammy, for being on here with me and putting up with me and all my technical difficulties all night. I appreciate it. And I want to thank Dagan Hughes, who's been behind the scenes all night producing for us, and we really appreciate it. And of course, I guess I had to thank my dad a little bit. We'll just throw him in there at the end.
Just a little bit, Jeff.
Just a little bit. Thanks, Dad. But it really has been a blast. And thank you all for sticking around and listening to us talk hoops all night. And we will see you when the season starts.